Chapter 1131 Liuja God. Our sect currently only has a few dozen people left, and the Kongseng Valley spiritual vein is enough. The abandoned lands outside the valley and the conquered immortal cities were all rebuilt thanks to your sect's care. According to the rules of the Eastern Wilderness, these should rightfully belong to your sect. After reclaiming Kongseng Valley, Kuju wisely relinquished all the other territories. Along his journey, he saw that the land, which had been reduced to ruins by the rampaging monsters, was now teeming with life, and he knew that the Five Elements sect must have put in a tremendous amount of effort for this. Kongseng Valley is definitely not in a position to demand these things, and as long as Chen Mobai is around, they will have to rely on the Five Elements sect. It would be better to just give it away directly, let Chen Mobai say it's good, and also have a legitimate reason to let the Five Elements sect establish ownership of these territories. In that case, I shall accept it without further ado. Chen Mobai originally thought that Ku Zhu, as a sword cultivator, wouldn't be so quick-witted, but he didn't expect that before he could even speak, Ku Zhu had already brought up the matter. In this way, the line between the Five Elements sect's occupation of Kongseng Valley's territory is thus broken. Chen Mobai decided to give some more benefits. I remember there is still one golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill in the Lingba Pavilion. Take it in my name. Chen Mobai spoke to Gu Yan, who nodded. Soon she and Yi Yun came up together, and the latter handed over a bottle of pills. Junior nephew Zio and I are destined to meet. This is a core formation elixir from my sect. Please ask fellow Taoist Kuju to deliver it to her for me. Upon hearing this, Mingwen Zhenren's expression became slightly excited. After all, Zio Lingli was her disciple. In the eastern continent, the reputation of Kongseng Valley is quite good compared to other forces, and the bond between master and disciple is quite deep. Thank you, true lord. Ku Zhu did not refuse. Currently, apart from him, a nascent soul cultivator, the other disciples in Kongseng Valley are basically few and far between. If Zio Lingli can form a core and has the protection of the Five Elements sect, he can return to Zizhu to seek revenge with peace of mind. Rebuilding a sect is extremely difficult. If you need anything, you can tell Yi Yun. As Chen Mobai spoke, Yi Yun nodded, then took out the Tongshan instrument and added Mingwen Zhenren's contact information. Upon hearing this, Ku Zhu knew that it was time for the others to take their leave. After obtaining the method to lift the seal on the spiritual veins, Ku Zhu did not linger in Beiyuan City and went directly back to Dongyi via a large teleportation array. After the guests left, Chen Mobai gave Yi Yun a few instructions and then took Gu Yan to Xian Enshin. As the place where his lineage was passed down, he rarely came here after giving it to Zhuo Ming. He felt reassured mainly because Zhuo Ming was there. However, as soon as he stepped out of the teleportation array, he discovered that tribulation clouds were spreading in the sky above Xiaonan Mountain. As Zhuo Ming achieved nascent soul formation, Chen Mobai was taken aback and immediately abandoned Gu Yan, teleporting to Xian Enshin. Amidst the dark clouds, streaks of crimson lightning flashed continuously, and faintly visible, blinding flames rolled like lava within the clouds. But Chen Mobai was relieved, because the power of this heavenly tribulation was really too small. I fed some second and third tier blood refining pills to the spirit beasts in the mountains. Unexpectedly, one of Minger's azure goosebirds broke through its bottleneck and advanced to the third tier. King Nu sensed Chen Mobai's aura and immediately flew out, landing beside him and saying with a smile. Besides being the top scholar in the Five Elements sect when it comes to spiritual plants, Zhuo Ming is also quite good at spiritual beasts. The blue ox that Liu Wenbai gave her, the mountain cat that Chen Mobai caught, and the two blue swans from the Liang family were all raised to the second-tier superior grade by her. Among them, the Azure Phoenix has the highest bloodline grade. It is said to have a trace of Azure Phoenix bloodline. However, the Liang family has raised it for hundreds of years, and the strongest one is only at the peak of the second tier. According to Mei Longzhang's examination by the beast taming sect, the limit of this azure goosebird is only the second tier, because its bloodline is already very thin, the kind that cannot be awakened even if one cultivates the true spirit transformation technique. However, under the blood refining pill for living beings refined by Qing Nu this time, it broke through the shackles. Chen Mobai looked up and saw a beautiful bird with outstretched feathers and a bluish-green body, gracefully taking flight from a spirit tree atop Xiaonan Mountain, rushing towards the crimson flames descending from the sky. Streams of incredibly sharp wind blades burst forth from the wings of the azure goose, instantly coalescing into a massive whirlwind that clashed with the heavenly tribulation flames, unleashing a deafening roar. Two beams of nascent soul spiritual light flashed, and Zhou Shenking and Fu Zhanju also noticed the commotion at Zion and Mountain. They flew over and, upon seeing Chen Mobai and Qingnu, immediately relaxed and greeted them with clasped hands. I never expected that this azure bird could actually advance in rank. Zhou Shenking was overjoyed after hearing what Chen Mobai said. Over the years, the Liang family has flourished thanks to the Five Elements sect, and currently possesses 7 second-tier high-grade azure birds. If all of them could advance using the life-refining blood pill, then the Five Elements sect would gain 7 more spirit beasts equivalent to core formation level. Moreover, these animals were trained from a young age and are very obedient. In critical moments, they can even serve as flying boats to transport the elite forces or resources of the Five Elements sect. It also depends on character and aptitude. I fed both of Minger's azure swans the same pill, but only this one successfully advanced. Qingnu shook her head, prematurely pouring cold water on the idea. Even one more would be a great thing for our sect. I've long envied my junior brother for having the yellow dragon to ride, and junior brother Fu for his everlasting wood dragon. I'm the only one without a cool mount. This azure goose bird is pretty good. At the end, Zhou Shenking revealed his true feelings. He had previously visited the eastern lands and seen many nascent soul cultivators attending the divine stream transformation banquet, riding various spirit beasts, looking quite impressive. Upon returning, Zhou Shenking had already been searching for a suitable mount, but hadn't found one he was satisfied with. My wooden dragon is a bit hard, so it's not comfortable to ride. Upon hearing this, Fu Zhanju chimed in, saying that if possible, he would also like a third-tier azure goose bird as a mount. This is a third-tier life-refining blood pill. When you feed it to them, remember to mix it with spiritual water and feed it to them in batches. The medicinal effect of this pill is immense, even for a second-tier high-grade spirit beast. It's best to have a beast tamer present while feeding it. Qingnu smiled and took out a bottle from her sleeve, pouring 2 pills each for Zhou Shenking and Fu Zhanju. Thank you, sister-in-law. The two thanked him repeatedly, accepted the pills, and then watched the azure bird undergo its tribulation with Chen Mobai. With 1 nascent soul cultivator and 3 core formation cultivators overseeing the process, the bird successfully passed its tribulation without incident and advanced to the 3rd rank. The 4 of them then landed on Zion and Mountain, where Han Jiling, who was also there, had already picked some enlightenment tea leaves and brewed some tea. During their conversation, Chen Mobai mentioned the return of Kuzhu. Kongseng Valley, wasn't it already destroyed? Upon hearing this, Zhou Shenking asked with some surprise. According to local custom, if Kongseng Valley leaves its own territory, it is considered to have perished. It's only because my junior brother is kind and benevolent that I would have told that bitter bamboo to get as far away as possible. Fu Zhanju spoke up. After he had cultivated his nascent soul, he had created 3 longevity wood dragons and 3 6-armor heavenly generals, all of which were 4th-order puppets. After the dragons and generals were combined and arranged in an array, ordinary early-stage nascent soul cultivators were no match for him. At present, his confidence was at its peak. Suppressing with force will eventually lead to a day when the force is insufficient and backfires. In this world, it is better to have more friends. Chen Mobai said this, and then couldn't help but witness Fu Zhanju's proud dragon general combined puppet formation. Fu Zhanju wanted to contribute to the puppetry of the Five Elements sect, so since he couldn't create the longevity azure dragon, he planned to integrate the longevity puppet technique and the 6-ding-6 Jia puppet technique. As soon as the clouds of calamity dispersed, 3 long dragons with wooden patterns all over their bodies carried golden armored puppets, forming a war formation around the entire Zion and Mountain, creating a solemn and imposing atmosphere. Chen Mobai, with a teaching mindset, used the flaming sun slash and extreme sun slash while drinking tea and explaining to Han Jiling beside him. Fu Zhanju, who had been testing his skills against Zhou Shenking, had never witnessed such methods before. Chen Mobai's 9 fiery sun slashes were enough to leave him drenched in sweat. The war formation set up by the dragon puppet was full of flaws in Chen Mobai's eyes, but he didn't expose them in order to save face for Fu Zhanju. I'm not fighting anymore, junior brother. After 3 cups of tea, Fu Zhanju couldn't take it anymore and took the initiative to admit defeat. Did you see it clearly? Chen Mobai stopped with a smile and turned to Han Jialing beside him. The latter nodded, deep in thought, clearly having gained a deeper understanding of the Crimson Flame sword scripture. Fu Zhanju had no psychological burden about losing to Chen Mobai. He was even thinking about how to improve his Dragon General fusion puppet technique. Chen Mobai affirmed his direction, and after personally evaluating it, concluded that even if he encountered an ordinary mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, he would have the strength to fight back, thus encouraging Fu Zhanju to proceed boldly. Senior brother, I remember that the battle formation was most powerful when there were 6 puppets of the 6 armor heavenly generals. Could you make twice as many Dragon General puppets? I'll go ask the 9 Heavens demon-slaying sect and the morality sect if they have any methods for refining 5th order, 6 armor heavenly god puppets. As soon as Chen Mobai finished speaking, Fu Zhanju's eyes lit up. Because he lacks Azure Dragon wood, he cannot cultivate the 5th-tier Azure Dragon in the longevity puppet technique, so his puppeteer title has been stuck at the 4th tier. If he could cultivate the 6 armor heavenly generals, he might be able to recreate the grandeur of the 12 golden armor guardians of the Eastern Imperial Court guarding the capital. Junior brother, I'll leave this matter to you. Fu Zhanju appeared very happy when he left. Chen Mobai stayed at Xiananshan for several more days to confirm that Zhuo Ming, who was in seclusion, was undergoing a transformation in physique and blood energy towards the 4th rank before he felt at ease and left with Qing Nu. Just as he was preparing to return to the immortal sect, news from Dongyi shocked him. The Golden Crow Immortal City was breached by the Xuanjiao Royal Court. End of this chapter. Chapter 1132, Saving the Common People. Chapter 1132, Saving the Common People. The news came from Tianquanlo. Many of those who remained in Golden Crow Immortal City had their soul tablets shatter in an instant. The 2 nascent soul cultivators, Pao Long and Peng Feng, personally used a secret technique to obtain the last message left by the person in charge. The divine tree is broken, the immortal city is destroyed, and the dragon soars into the sky. The first thing Pao Long Peng Feng did was to inform the 4 great holy lands of the East about the situation. When Chen Mobai received the news, it was already quite late. Because many of the merchants and disciples from the 9 Heavens demon-slaying sect, the morality sect, and the Taixu Misty Palace in the Golden Crow Immortal City were killed when the city fell. On the contrary, the 5 Elements sect, due to its historical conflicts with the Sunbathing Sea, has not sent anyone to the Golden Crow Immortal City since the establishment of the large teleportation array in the Mirror Immortal City. However, the 3 Holy Lands still have some tricks up their sleeves. Even though the 5th order formation of the Golden Crow Immortal City was broken, they still managed to organize a tenacious resistance. The top cultivators fought their way out of the siege of thousands of demonic beasts, and some even escaped to the territory of the Eastern barbarian 5 Elements sect. Aren't there quite a few forces in Golden Crow Immortal City that have private teleportation arrays? Why don't they use them to escape? When Chen Mobai arrived in Baiyuan City and heard Yi Yun's report, he suddenly thought of this and couldn't help but ask. The latter immediately looked at Shen shanking beside him. Reporting to the True Lord, the reason why Golden Crow Immortal City was destroyed this time is because the 5th order magic array failed. The reason for the failure of the magic array is that someone broke the Sun God Tree, the key to the Great Array. The spiritual veins where the Sun God Tree is rooted even extend to the entire coastal area of Dongyi. Without something to suppress it, it may cause violent fluctuations on the coastal land, or even earthquakes. Teleportation arrays can only function when they are attached to spiritual veins, so they cannot be used under such circumstances. Although Shen Shanking has been obsessed with real estate speculation in recent years, he still maintains control over intelligence at the Tianquanlu restaurant in Baiyuan City. After all, he has a good relationship with Chen Mobai, and Pao Long Peng Feng values him highly. In this unexpected situation, he demonstrated his competence as an intelligence officer and provided the answer. The Sun Tree has broken. Who did it? Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai's face turned angry. Although the Sun God Tree is no longer as important to him as he has already reached the nascent soul stage, this 5th-tier peak spiritual plant is a treasure of the Eastern continent, and there is only one of it in the entire Heavenly River realm, making it extremely precious. The fact that it was broken now caused Chen Mobai, who came from the immortal sect, both heartache and anger. This is a one-of-a-kind item. It can only be the work of Yu Rai Hai Dong. After all, the Sun God tree is in their hands, and only they can freely enter and exit the surrounding restrictions. To do this, it must have been a long-term plan. Bai Wu Lao Zhu disappeared after the city fell, making him the most suspicious. Shen Shanking explained the conclusion that Tianqinlu had reached after gathering various intelligence reports. The sun tree disappeared after it broke. Obviously someone had taken it away. Such a rare treasure of heaven and earth would require a specially made storage bag to contain it. After listening to this, Chen Mobai had already decided in his heart that it was the White Crow ancestor. He simply hadn't expected that people could be so selfish. Abandoning the entire sect, disciples, and power, turning the powerful foundation inherited from the burning heaven pure land into private property, and even colluding with demon races, disregarding the survival of the human race. It was no coincidence that the Xuanjiao royal court was able to lead the Xuanhai demon army ashore and breach the city immediately after the Great Formation failed. Although Chen Mobai knew that the locals were selfish, cold-hearted, and ungrateful, he had never seen anyone as blinded by greed as Beiwu Leazu before. If I had known this would happen, I would have killed the White Crow ancestor even at the cost of my reputation. While the current situation is a major boon for the Five Elements sect, signifying that the three regions of the eastern wilderness border will be completely under their control, the people of the eastern barbarians, especially the humans in the sunbathing sea territory, will likely suffer immense hardship. A sense of pity welled up in Chen Mobai's heart. Pass on the order. After analyzing the entire situation, Chen Mobai immediately understood that the most urgent task was to save the Dongi people from their dire straits, and he immediately issued the highest order. With the destruction of the Golden Crow immortal city's spiritual core, the people will face unavoidable natural disasters and earthquakes. Zhou Yi is leading the disciples of the Five Elements sect of the Eastern Barbarians to the border to bring the affected humans to the rear and settle them properly. At the same time, we must stop the demonic beasts of the Xuanhai from ravaging the Eastern Barbarians and keep those monstrous creatures within the territory of the Bathing Sun Sea. There must be quite a few righteous cultivators who have escaped from Golden Crow Immortal City. This matter will be entrusted to senior brother Fu Zhanju. Let him lead a group of elite disciples to meet them and save as many as he can. The eastern lands won't stand idly by in this matter either. I estimate that a large army of cultivators will soon arrive through the large teleportation array of my sect's bright mirror immortal city. Senior brother Zhou Shenking attended the nascent soul banquet of true monarch Shengxi of the moral sect and knows many cultivators from the eastern lands. Let him go and oversee the coordination. In terms of warfare, senior brother Mo Duguang is more skilled. Pass on my order to have him hand over his current affairs to Zhou Wangshan and also go to the front line of the Eastern Yi battlefield to serve as the commander-in-chief. At the Eastern Wilderness headquarters, 100,000 disciples have been recruited, led by Elder Yin Qingmei, with Duan Shuyu serving as deputy, and they will be sent to the front lines in batches. Then issue an order to the vassal forces, the major families of Eastern Wu and the sects of Eastern Yi, to send 1/10 of their personnel to assist. This matter will be handled by Elder Su Zilu, with Chu Zuoshu assisting. At the same time, an order was sent to the Eastern Yuan Dao Palace, instructing Chen Lingaming to lead elders Xu and Shui and Yan Huo to summon 30,000 disciples to provide support. Chen Mobai unleashed the maximum strength that the Five Elements sect could currently mobilize in one go. The strength of Xuanhai far surpassed that of the Desolate Sea, and the Xuanjiao Royal Court was not just Wangxian Island, but one of the most powerful forces in the Heavenly River realm. With the fall of Golden Crow Immortal City, it is clear that a protracted war between the righteous path of the Eastern continent and the Xuanjiao Royal Court will follow. If it weren't for the heavenly curtain and earthly network array that he set up, the Five Elements sect would probably only be able to consider self-preservation now. Yes, sect leader. Yun wrote down every word Chen Mobai said, and then immediately went out to arrange these matters one by one. Soon after, beams of spiritual light lit up one after another from the direction of the teleportation array in Baiyuan City, flying towards the Five Elements sect's main hall in the center of the immortal city like a meteor shower. In the eastern wilderness, all the high-level cultivators of the Five Elements sect who received the news, except those who were in seclusion, rushed over immediately. I'll borrow the Dinghai sword for a while. Chen Mobai spoke to King Nu beside him, who nodded slightly, took out a blue-green longsword with a worried expression and handed it to him. With the 10,000 swords Dharma body now fully developed and the 1 yuan Dao scripture mastered, Chen Mobai can now unleash the full power of the Dinghai sword. This sword will definitely be more effective than the Xidian sword in dealing with the 2 great dragons of the Xuanjiao royal court. Moreover, the 3 great flying swords of the immortal sect are all just 1 step away from the 6th rank. The Yuan Yang sword has already been sublimated into a 6th-order holy virtue sword, and Chen Mobai believes that the Dinghai sword and the Zhai Qiuan sword also have this potential. This is a good opportunity to study alongside the Dinghai sword and see if we can elevate it to the 6th rank. If we can achieve that, it will definitely be of great help to King Nu's future transformation into a deity. The Dinghai sword was naturally overjoyed. Ever since it fell into King Nu's hands, it hadn't seen a drop of blood and almost thought it was a sword of mercy. As soon as Chen Mobai gripped the hilt of his sword, the azure-blue longsword burst forth with a soaring sword brilliance, making it seem as if a towering sword pillar had appeared in the center of Baiyuan City, causing all the sword cultivators and practitioners of water attribute techniques to tremble uncontrollably. It seemed that at this moment, their lives were no longer in their own hands. The cultivators of Baiyuan City looked at the azure-blue sword beam soaring into the sky in the center of the immortal city with awe in their eyes. At this moment, 2 beams of nascent soul spiritual light appeared in the suburbs, and then, riding a beautiful blue bird, they arrived at the sky above the main hall at a rapid speed. Junior brother. The 2 who arrived were Zhou Shenking and Fu Zhangju. After receiving the news, they disregarded the fact that they had just purchased the azure bird from the Liang family and immediately stopped their mount training plan. However, after learning about this, Han Xiaoling lent Zhou Shenking the newly advanced 3rd-tier azure goose bird from Xi'an. After all, Zhu Ming was in seclusion, and it was unknown when he would need it. Giving it to these 2 elders would be a good way to make the most of it. I'll leave the sect's arrangements to you, senior brother. I have a bad feeling and need to go to the front lines to check on the situation. Chen Mobai breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Zhou Shenking approaching. Don't worry, junior brother, leave these trivial matters to me. Zhou Shenking nodded solemnly. Chen Mobai greeted Fu Zhangju and then bid farewell to Qing Nu before transforming into a streak of silver light and disappearing from the spot. In the blink of an eye, he had already teleported to the edge of the heavenly curtain and earthly network array on the eastern barbarian side. With his powerful divine sense, now at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, he quickly brought the entire eastern barbarian region under his sight. In the territory of Yurai Hai, which borders Xuan Hai, life has indeed been ravaged. After the sun god tree was broken, the defensive barriers along the entire coastline have become virtually useless. Countless monstrous beasts rode the waves ashore, wreaking havoc on the land and slaughtering all living things in sight. Local cultivators tried to resist, but the sheer number of them made their efforts futile. Chen Mobai snorted coldly, about to make a move, but his expression changed drastically as he looked into the depths of the Xuanhai Sea. Ha Chen Gixian, you've finally arrived. A dragon's roar echoed from the deep sea, and a jet-black dragon extended its black claws, tearing through the surface of the sea and the floating deep mist, like a giant curtain covering the sky, crashing down towards the coastal shore of the eastern barbarians. Flames blazed in Chen Mobai's eyes, and his 2nd primordial spirit flew out, directly riding the Yuan Yang sword and transforming into a startled swan, stabbing towards the dragon's claw. The old dragon, however, showed no fear. Its massive body rose from the seabed, its jet-black scales seemingly swallowing the surrounding light, shimmering with wind, frost, and thunder. With each step it rose out of the sea, another layer of turbulent waves appeared on the surface. Huge waves, like its spine, rose one after another on the sea, their suffocating power surging towards the coastal lands of the eastern barbarians with the swinging of its sharp claws, seemingly threatening to engulf the entire region. In its own Xuanhai home field, the old dragon displayed the splendor of the 9 most outstanding true spirits in the Tian realm. Its eyes were like 2 dazzling golden gems, reflecting a cold light on the sea surface, exuding an aura of majesty and cruelty. The boundless ocean roared and rose endlessly with the Dingyuan Zhenhai pearl above its head. The wind howled and the waves roared. In just a few breaths, the sea level rose more than 100 meters above the Dongyi continent. As the huge black dragon claw slammed down and clashed with the Yuan Yang sword wielded by the 2nd primordial spirit, It unleashed a shocking golden and black radiance. But while the dragon claw was blocked, the massive waves of the Chuanhai Sea crashed down on Chen Mobai's head with unstoppable force. Amidst the deafening roar, in that instant, the entire coastal area of Dongyi was submerged. Countless creatures were swept away, howling in agony. Amidst the monstrous waves, the Xuanhai demons became even more ferocious, excitedly hunting down the submerged humans, cattle, sheep, and other animals. Boom! A colossal figure resembling a towering mountain rose from amidst countless giant waves, wielding a sword. He wore a white jade crown, his eyes shone like stars, and he was draped in a Taoist robe. Amidst the flashing of dazzling sword formations, 9 brilliant sword stars transformed into radiant stars, revolving around the myriad swords' Dharma body along star-like orbits. As the Dinghai sword was raised, the golden hilt absorbed the power of the water path Tao transformed by Chen Mobai using the 1 Yuan Tao scripture, and immediately burst forth with unprecedented brilliance. The fifth-order calming waves technique spread out, instantly permeating every corner of the heaven-slaying sword domain. With a splashing sound, the giant waves suddenly began to recede. All the water seemed to be controlled by a powerful force, rising into the sky, soon revealing the gray earth, rocks, trees, ruins of houses, and so on. Naturally, there were also humans who had thought they were doomed, as well as the Xuanhai demons who looked bewildered after losing the seawater. With a flick of his finger, the myriad swords avatar summoned the sea-stabilizing sword. Suddenly, the endless streams of water controlled by this sword in the sky began to condense into millions of transparent, flowing water swords. The swords, like flowing water, fell like raindrops, each aimed at the Xuanhai demon race locked within Chen Mobai's divine sense range. The crisp sound of shells shattering rang out one after another, and various bloody fish and shrimp fragments flew everywhere. Many Xuanhai demons didn't even have time to scream before they were pierced through the forehead and body by the flowing swords that fell from the sky and nailed to the land. Roar! But soon, a furious dragon roar resounded, followed by a power of the great Tao far exceeding what the Dinghai sword could control, spreading out from the Xuanhai Sea. The hundreds of thousands of flowing swords that had not yet fallen onto the bodies of the Xuanhai demons suddenly disintegrated in midair, transforming once again into raging waves that crashed onto the land of Dongyi. Chen Mobai's eyes were fixed on the Dingyuan Zhenhai pearl atop the old dragon's head. Master, my sword energy has completely spiraled out of control. The Dinghai sword's somewhat shocked voice echoed in Chen Mobai's mind. This was the first time it had encountered something like this. It should be noted that within the immortal sects, apart from the spirit venerable, it is invincible against water attribute cultivators. I will hold off the old dragon. You should try your best to prevent the Xuanhai from engulfing the Dongyi. Chen Mobai had only one requirement for the Dinghai sword. It was completely countered by the Dingyuan Zhenhai pearl, but it could protect the land from being covered by the ocean and save the common people. Master, the opponent is very strong. After hearing this, Dinghai sword sounded slightly worried. I am stronger. Chen Mobai left these words behind, and a large, gray-white bell fell from the void above his head. Title: Immortality begins with the martial arts grandmaster synopsis. Han Qing, a martial arts grandmaster with an invincible physical body in his previous life, ultimately turned into a pile of bones before the deadly weapon of time. Unexpectedly, upon opening his eyes, he found himself transmigrated to another world, embarking anew on the path of martial arts immortality. End of this chapter. Chapter 1133, 1 Yuan Incarnation. Chapter 1133, 1 Yuan Incarnation. Clang! With the tolling of a bell, the old dragon, riding the thousands of towering waves, just like the million flowing water swords of the Dinghai sword, collapsed with a roar when it landed above the eastern barbarians. The primordial bell. Above the Xuanhai Sea, the old dragon looked at the gray-white stone bell above Chen Mobai's head, feeling the power of the vast ocean that it had been in complete control of suddenly becoming somewhat out of control, and its golden eyes narrowed slightly. Although I had long heard of this supreme treasure of the Yiyuan Dao Palace, which could overcome all the power of the 5 elements in the world, this was the first time I had actually fought against it. However, the old dragon remained confident. This is its territory. Moreover, the Dingyuan sea-suppressing pearl is invincible. With this thought, the coldness in its eyes intensified, and the pearl above its head suddenly emitted a vast azure light. The boundless power of the ocean began to converge continuously towards the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl. You cannot stop me. The Eastern Yi are destined to be submerged by me and turned into shallow beaches where my sons play. This world was originally a vast ocean. If it weren't for the jellyfish's mercy, the 5 continents would never have risen. The whole world is our race's playground. Now, I will gradually restore this world to its original state. After the old dragon finished speaking, the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl shone brightly, and the endless Xuanhai Sea began to rise, transforming into continuous waves that covered and obscured its huge and slender body, engulfing the Dongyi land with a violent roar. Ding ding ding! Faced with such an opponent, Chen Mobai directly pushed the power of the Hunyuan Bell to the limit he could currently control. The Hunyuan Pearl had already flown out from his chest and landed on the Hunyuan Bell, transforming into the bell's nose. Invisible ripples accompanied the bell's chime as they crashed against the surging waves. The 2 6-tier magic weapons, with both of them exerting their full strength, began their first real clash. With a whoosh, the moment the vast ocean crashed into the sky above the Dongyi continent, it was as if it had struck an impenetrable wall, shattering into a shower of water droplets and air currents. This was only the first wave. At this moment, the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl on the top of the old dragon's head seemed to have taken control of the entire Xuanhai Sea, gathering all the water sources in this area. At this moment, the sky lost its light, for the brilliance of the sun, moon, and stars beyond the heavens was completely obscured by the endless waves sweeping up into the sky. With a deafening roar, the second, third, and hundreds of waves crashed relentlessly against the sky above the eastern barbarians. The primordial bell rang repeatedly, but the floodwaters were spreading more and more slowly. Gradually, most of the Golden Crow immortal city was submerged, and the floodwaters continued to spread inland. The Myriad Swords avatar stood behind Chen Mobai as the second line of defense, continuously unleashing the power of the sea-stabilizing sword and sending it to the coastal land where people were gathered. It stopped the surging water flow and dispersed it in all directions. Meanwhile, under Zhou Yi's command, the 5 Elements sect piloted flying boats towards the place where the Myriad Swords Dharma Body Sword Star hung high, trying their best to rescue these humans back to the 5 Elements sect's territory. The Heavenly Curtain and Earthly Network Array was activated at this time. This huge array transformed into an invisible wall at the border, and no matter how turbulent the waves, how fierce the wind and frost, or how thunder and lightning, none of them could enter. The area inside the Great Formation and the area outside the formation are like 2 different worlds. Outside, life was in turmoil and suffering, while inside it was warm and peaceful. The old dragon naturally noticed this as well, but at this moment it couldn't care less about it, because the power Chen Mobai displayed was even greater than it had imagined. They thought that by taking advantage of the Xuanhai terrain and using the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl to control the boundless waves, they would surely be able to suppress or even kill this terrifying young man, Chen Mobai. But to everyone's surprise, Chen Mobai managed to withstand the vast majority of the attack when faced with the massive wave that seemed to have poured half of the Xuanhai Sea's water into it. Although the waters of the Xuanhai Sea are gradually eroding the coastal land of Dongyi, this is completely different from the progress predicted by the old dragon. His strength must have been dispersed, which gave him a chance to catch his breath. Thinking this way, the old dragon's eyes flashed with a cold light. He decided to first use all his strength to suppress the young nascent soul cultivator from the eastern continent before considering the matter of flooding the eastern barbarians. With a dragon's roar, and empowered by the sea-suppressing pearl, the old dragon deflected the Yuan Yang sword, which was being wielded by its second primordial spirit. Then, its innate sonic power danced with the Xuanhai, transforming into an invisible shockwave that slammed into the Hunyuan bell, attempting to disrupt the rhythm of the magical artifact's chimes. Chen Mobai's true form trembled slightly, and his blood, spirit, and true power all showed signs of becoming uncontrollable. However, when the azure bird's primordial spirit flew out, the pure Yang Dao light shone down, instantly stabilizing Chen Mobai's essence, energy, and spirit. After that, no matter how loud the dragon roared, it could no longer shake Chen Mobai beneath the azure bird's primordial spirit. Seeing that his innate supernatural powers were not working, the old dragon had already used the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl to concentrate the water of the Xuanhai Sea. Thousands of giant waves transformed into thousands of water dragons, chanting and shouting the dragon roar of the 9 heavens in unison. a myriad of towering waves, a myriad of water dragons, and a myriad of dragon roars. The sound rang out at the border between Dongyi and Chuanhai. Without the protection of the sun god tree and the Great Formation, the Golden Crow immortal city was directly shattered under the terrifying bloodline divine power of the old dragon. As the earth wailed, this immortal city that had protected the Dongyi for tens of thousands of years was completely melted into mud and sand by the sea. Even the coastal land was also affected by a chain reaction at the same time, and began to continuously crack and merge with the giant waves, becoming filthy and unbearable. Chen Mobai's body was the first to be hit. If it weren't for the protection of the pure Yang Dao and the fact that the Hunyuan Bell withstood most of the impact, he would probably have been shattered by the old dragon's attack in an instant. Under these circumstances, Chen Mobai entered a mysterious realm. He hadn't improved his Fangkun book for a long time, but suddenly became incredibly active. Colors that were not normally visible appeared in his eyes, which seemed to be the endless and ever-entwined 3,000 great Taos between heaven and earth. Now the blue avenues surrounding them are so bright that they have overshadowed all other avenue lights. Within this vast, ocean-like blue, the colorful radiance representing Chen Mobai was like a great sun. Although not large, it absorbed the power of the great Tao corresponding to itself from the surrounding area, replenishing and strengthening itself. The primordial Tao fruit, which had long been refined but had always been somewhat hindered, began to resonate more and more with Chen Mobai at this moment. Within the Tao fruit, the various methods of using the One Yuan Tao scripture, the primordial chaos true Qi, the profound mysteries of the great Tao, and even the One Yuan Tao body left behind by the ascended cultivator, One Yuan true monarch all emerged at this moment and merged into Chen Mobai's primordial spirit. It seems that the powerful opponent, the old dragon from the outside world, has completely activated the primordial Tao fruit. Buzzing. The primordial bell seemed to sense this as well, and it unleashed an even more powerful force on its own. The myriad water dragons, which were originally uncontrollable and unresolved, were illuminated by the overwhelming multicolored light as they approached Chen Mobai's body, transforming into a torrential downpour that fell upon the already submerged ruins of the Golden Crow immortal city. Clang! A deeper and more resonant bell rang out, and the Hunyuan bell, which had been suppressed by the Dingyuan Zhenhai pearl, suddenly broke free of its restraints and instead suppressed the radiance of the pearl atop the old dragon's head. Huh! The old dragon was somewhat surprised and immediately activated the power of its bloodline true spirit, turning the sea-suppressing pearl around. The multicolored light of the Hunyuan bell vanished instantly. There is a difference in level between the two magical artifacts. The Hunyuan bell, with the blessing of the Hunyuan pearl and the Hunyuan Tao fruit, plus the attribute restraint, is barely able to fight against it. The old dragon had obviously noticed this as well, and once again activated the sea-suppressing pearl, evolving into an even more terrifying bloodline supernatural power. Water dragons rose from the sea, spewing out powerful sound waves, while frost condensed into endless wind blades, turning the water dragons into ice dragons, accompanied by lightning and thunder. At the heart of all this is the precious pearl atop the old dragon's head. Faced with an attack that was clearly more terrifying than before, Chen Mobai simply unleashed the primordial Tao fruit. In his current state, Fang Kunshu can sense the various Tao powers emanating between heaven and earth, and the most abundant of them are naturally the five elements Tao. After thoroughly refining the primordial Tao fruit, Chen Mobai's comprehension of the One Yuan Tao scripture had reached the great perfection of the nascent soul stage. Furthermore, the improvement of the square-inch book allowed him to reach the same level in the application of the One Yuan Tao scripture. As his divine sense flowed, the Hunyuan pearl activated the Hunyuan bell, continuously drawing the power of the five elements Tao from heaven and earth towards the Hunyuan Tao fruit. Gradually, the Tao fruit began to expand and transform, spanning the vast ocean of heaven and earth under a burst of five-colored light. A colossal statue, 1,000 meters tall, clad in a five-colored Taoist robe, with a solemn expression, emerged from the multicolored light and stood upon the sea. This is the most powerful hidden force of the primordial Tao fruit, the One Yuan incarnation. This is the legacy left behind by the One Yuan true Lord, protecting his own lineage. If the younger disciples have sufficient cultivation, they can make this external avatar unleash the power of the fifth-tier peak, equivalent to the power of the great perfection of the nascent soul stage. According to the realm of true monarch Yuan, it's not that he can't do more, but if he did, he would exceed the limit of the heavenly river realm and ascend directly. To activate the One Yuan Dao body, one needs to use primordial true qi as a source. Even with the blessing of the primordial Dao fruit, a nascent soul cultivator would likely be drained within a few moves. However, a nascent soul cultivator can sustain this for a long time. Once you've mastered the Hunyuan Pearl, as long as your divine sense can support it, and with the help of the Hunyuan Bell, you can continuously refine the void into the 5 elements of spiritual energy and condense Hunyuan true qi. Chen Mobai is even more unique. He felt as if he were now wandering in the 5 elements Tao, with the 5 elements Tao accompanying him with every thought, evolving into Hunyuan, and he could fight the old dragon until the end of time without exhausting himself. Thinking of this, he raised his hand, held the primordial bell in his palm, and gently shook it. Midst the clear and melodious chimes, the boundless celestial phenomena created by the old dragon with all its might were instantly dissipated by 5-colored light. Suddenly, the sea became calm and the wind ceased. The weather was fine and sunny. End of this chapter. Chapter 1134, Earth-Shattering. Chapter 1134, Earth-Shattering. A single avatar at the peak of the nascent soul stage can unleash half the power of this 6th-tier magic weapon by activating the primordial chaos bell. Only with such power can it be said that it truly lives up to its reputation of being able to subdue all 5 elements under heaven. Roar! However, the old dragon's sea-suppressing pearl was of a higher grade, and its true spirit bloodline could also unleash the power of a 6th-tier treasure, just like Chen Mobai. It roared and activated the pearl above its head once more. Endless giant waves surged behind it, transforming into 10,000 water dragons that roared and spat out frost-covered lightning, seemingly intent on utterly destroying the land, engulfing Chen Mobai and his primordial avatar. Ding ding ding! The avatar of the One Yuan carried the Hunyuan bell and shook it again. The bell's sound began to become deep and resonant, and 5-colored ripples spread out one after another, as if ripples were spreading in the void, colliding with the surging endless waves and the roars of 10,000 dragons. Rumble! With a deafening roar, the entire coastal land of Dongyi could no longer withstand the aftershocks of the collision between the 2 6th-order magic artifacts. Cracks began to appear, and endless, icy seawater poured in through these cracks, melting the soil and engulfing the rocks. Moreover, this powerful aftershock had only just begun to spread when more and more land began to crumble and be submerged by the sea. It spread all the way to the border of the 5 elements sect before being blocked by the heavenly curtain and earthly network array, but it quickly spread in all directions. Dongling Immortal City. The true monarch Wuchen, who had just taken the 3 mysterious jade dragon pill and gone into seclusion, was suddenly awakened by the unusual movements of the heavenly and earthly Quenji instruments. He opened his eyes and looked at the sect's most treasured artifact, his face filled with shock. Because on the celestial and terrestrial celestial instrument, the part representing the land of the eastern continent, where it bordered the sea, suddenly disappeared. This small area is actually a territory spanning at least tens of thousands of miles. He immediately connected with the magical artifact and quickly learned the reason. After much hesitation, true monarch Wuchen felt that breaking through his bottleneck was more important. However, he still sent a message to the other nascent soul cultivators in the eastern continent, asking them to go to the eastern barbarians to provide support. On the battlefield, Chen Mobai and the old dragon were already locked in a fierce battle. Both the human and the dragon had unleashed their most powerful magical abilities, and with the blessing of 2 6th-tier treasures, they could be considered the pinnacle of power in this world. Not to mention the changes in the celestial phenomena, even the void itself began to distort, an anomaly that could only occur when the power of the great Tao clashed. The old dragon coiled above the turbulent Quanhai Sea, with the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl atop its head. Its magical power was inexhaustible, and it unleashed a series of powerful divine abilities engraved in its bloodline. Like a series of jet-black true dragons, it roared as if it wanted to shatter the land of Dongzhou and completely submerge it. Faced with such a terrifying offensive, Chen Mobai remained calm, his eyes shining with golden light. Under the influence of the Fangkun book, he perfectly controlled the One Yuan avatar at the peak of the nascent soul stage. The primordial bell resounded continuously, refining the void into spiritual energy, drawing upon the true power of the 5 elements of heaven and earth, and evolving into the strongest spell recorded in the primordial Tao scripture. The Great Five Elements Extinction Divine Ray. Looking around, the world was filled with colorful light, as if a five-colored net had been woven at the original boundary between the Xuanhai and Dongyi. No matter how much water the old dragon controlled or what kind of supernatural powers it used, as long as it fell into this net, it would all disintegrate and turn into the most ordinary water flow, flowing back into the sea beneath its feet. This net woven from the five-colored divine light is like an insurmountable chasm. Not only the old dragon, but even creatures hidden in the seawater, once touched, will be cut apart in an instant and transformed into the purest five-element spiritual energy, which will then replenish the Great Five Elements Extinction Divine Ray. Roar. After unleashing hundreds of divine powers in succession, none of them could penetrate the divine light. The old dragon was completely enraged. It simply summoned the Dingyuan Zhenhai pearl above its head, which swept across the boundless ocean, as if it had overturned the Xuanhai Sea into the sky, and crashed down on Chen Mobai and his one Yuan avatar, who stood on the border of Dongyi. There was a moment of silence, followed by a deafening roar. The Great Five Elements Extinction Divine Ray burst forth with unprecedented brilliance in an instant, managing to withstand the Dingyuan sea-suppressing pearl for a single breath. However, it was ultimately cracked open by the overwhelming power of the true spirit. The azure radiance broke through the five-colored light net that seemed like an insurmountable chasm and fell on the head of the primordial avatar, which was 1,000 meters high, as if a hole had been torn in the sky, allowing the endless Xuanhai ocean to pour out. Chen Mobai's expression turned slightly solemn. The Hunyuan bell took flight automatically without his command, spinning continuously with a buzzing sound. It gathered all the true power of the five elements of heaven and earth that it could control, and even absorbed and swallowed the scattered Great Five Elements Extinction Divine Light, extracting all its power. It was like a colorful spinning top, colliding with the Dingyuan Zhenhai pearl that was smashing towards it. Rumble. Originally, some coastal lands of the eastern you were struggling to hold on, but in the aftershocks of this clash of magical artifacts, they completely collapsed. Apart from the 9 landmasses protected by the sword star by the myriad swords Dharma body and the creatures on them, the entire Dongyi landmass not located along the heavenly curtain earthly network array completely disappeared and was swallowed by the sea. A flash of silver light appeared, and the great void true lord stepped out from the void. He had been exploring the Dragon Abyss Cave, and after receiving news of true monarch Wuchen, he immediately used a void technique to rush over. He happened to witness this earth-shattering scene, and his expression changed drastically. With such power, even if he landed right in the center, his chances of survival would be slim, and at best he could only escape using a secret technique. At the same time, 2 beams of divine light shone from the bright mirror immortal city in the rear of the eastern barbarian lands, and within a few breaths, they flew to the side of true monarch De Kong. A flash of light appeared, revealing the other 2 nascent soul cultivators from the righteous path of the eastern continent, Na Yuanzhang and Shengxi. However, since they had only recently reached the nascent soul stage, their expressions were even more shocked than those of true monarch Dakong upon seeing this situation. Master Chen's strength is truly terrifying. This was the first time Shengxi had witnessed Chen Mobai's actions after he had reached the nascent soul stage. Seeing the old dragon standing on the sea, controlling the endless Xuanhai Sea, and with the Dingyuan Zhenhai pearl on its head, blocking it from setting foot on land, Shengxi was extremely shocked. In this state, the old dragon is already the strongest in the heavenly river realm. Above the profound sea, its magical power is boundless. It is estimated that even Yuan Kink back then would have to give way. However, Chen Mobai suppressed him in the Xuanhai Sea during a direct confrontation. The 3 people present had already realized that the old dragon was only able to exert its power by taking advantage of the terrain. If it left the Xuanhai Sea and set foot on land, even with the Dingyuan Zhenhai pearl on its head, it probably wouldn't fare well. After all, the one Yuan avatar at the peak of the nascent soul stage, combined with the primordial chaos bell, is far too effective at countering the 5 elements attributes. It's only because the Dingyuan Zhenhai pearl is of a high grade that it was able to suppress the Hunyuan bell in a single exchange. Let's attack together and make sure we drive the old dragon back. If we let it go berserk like this, another piece of the eastern continent will probably be lost. When true Lord De Kong gave the order, Na Yuanzhang and Shengxi nodded in agreement. In the blink of an eye, the three of them landed beside Chen Mobai. "Young friend, we are late." "I am ashamed," said the great void true lord, while Chen Mobai shook his head slightly, feeling a little relieved. The Hunyuan bell is of low grade. During its collision with the Dingyuan Zhenhai pearl, its spirit warned that it could not withstand the impact for more than 3 more times. Meanwhile, the old dragon opposite them hovered above the Chuanhai Sea, its true spiritual aura showing no signs of weakening, but rather growing stronger. If true monarch Dakong and the others don't come, after the 5 Elements sect rescues the creatures along the eastern Yi coast protected by the myriad swords Dharma body sword star, he will also have to retreat back into the heavenly curtain earthly network array to use the terrain advantage to fight against the old dragon. Even if a few kids come, it won't change the course of the battle. The old dragon remained unmoved when it saw the 3 great void true monarchs. As the oldest existing true spirit in the heavenly river realm, it was indeed qualified to call the eastern continent's righteous path God transformation child baby. Old lecherous dragon, from today onwards, your Xuanjiao royal court will be the greatest enemy of the righteous path of the eastern continent. It seems you are ready to follow in the footsteps of the golden lion royal court. Na Yuanzhang said in an icy tone, and the phantom of the tower of refining Tao appeared in his eyes, and a power that made even the old dragon's true spirit bloodline uncomfortable spread out. "What is the golden lion royal court? How dare it compare to my Xuanjiao royal court? My Xuanhai is boundless and will one day completely submerge your eastern continent." As the old dragon spoke, its eyes became deep and unfathomable. The sea-suppressing pearl had long since broken free from the Hunyuan bell's restraints and landed back on its head. "If you want to submerge Dongzhu, we will also take action to fill the Xuanhai Sea. At that time, even if you have the Dingyuan Zhenhai pearl, you will still be doomed." Shangxi spoke these words, and a talisman shimmering with a clear and ethereal light flew out from his sleeve. A profound aura that seemed to encompass all things made Chen Mobai feel threatened. "This is a 6th-tier spirit talisman." But that wasn't all. Another square bronze cauldron flew out of Shangxi's storage bag. Each of its legs seemed to be formed from a real dragon, and its 2 handles were also shaped like dragons with their mouths open and heads raised. Chen Mobai immediately recognized that the 6 dragon-shaped creatures with 4 legs and 2 ears were the 6 true dragons from the Eastern Imperial Court, who rode the 6 dragons to rule the heavens. The dragon-capturing cauldron, it's actually in the hands of your moral sect. You're truly hypocritical. Upon seeing the cauldron, the old dragon's expression changed for the first time, and he immediately began a curse at Shangxi. Even the expressions on the faces of true monarch Dakong and Na Yuanzhang were slightly strange. When the Eastern Imperial Court fell apart, the dragon-capturing cauldron, as a treasured heirloom, naturally became the focus of the Holy Land's attention. Several nascent soul cultivators took action and fought against the mysterious true dragon, but they were helpless and could only watch as the dragon-capturing cauldron was taken away. "It's just a replica. This is a dragon cauldron forging alchemy vessels, which was originally made by the Emperor and Empress of the Eastern Imperial Court to collect rare and precious materials from all over the world in order to refine the immortal pill." Shangxi, however, remained calm and explained the origin of this 6th-order pill cauldron. During the height of the Eastern Imperial Court's power, the successive nascent soul cultivators of the moral sect were all alchemists exclusively for the royal family. This alchemy cauldron was for their use. After the Eastern Imperial Court was destroyed, this cauldron naturally belonged to their moral sect. Upon hearing that it wasn't the dragon-capturing cauldron, the old dragon immediately lost its fear. It snorted coldly, glanced at the object again, activated the power of the sea-suppressing pearl, and commanded the endless Xuan Sea to surround itself, preparing to retreat. Although its magical power is inexhaustible above the Xuanhai Sea, and it is protected by a 6th-tier peak treasure, making it invincible, its divine sense and energy are limited. After all, it's not young anymore, while these are mostly in their prime. Moreover, whether it's the primordial bell, the heavenly refining tower, or even the 6th-order spiritual talisman above Shangxi's head, they are all aimed at its 6th-order power. If it accidentally goes wrong, the Xuanjiao royal court might really disappear. Let's save it for another time, and slowly while we can deal with it. After all, these 4 nascent soul cultivators can't stay in Dongyi forever. Now that the sun god tree, which has a mutually restraining effect on it, is gone, the coastal areas of Dongyi are completely undefended for it. It can come and go as it pleases. There's no need to rush. Of course, we still had to say the polite words. From now on, your eastern continent will live in fear day and night. I will harness the power of the Xuanhai Sea to slowly submerge the land where your ancestors have lived for generations. Upon hearing the old dragon's words, Na Yuanzhang snorted coldly. The tower of refining Tao in his eyes suddenly seemed to materialize, bursting forth with a mysterious immortal light. This light, carrying the power to imprison the true spirits of the world, covered the enormous black-scaled, golden-eyed dragon that was circling the sea. However, as the sea-suppressing pearl turned, its azure radiance blocked the mysterious immortal light. The great void true monarch raised an eyebrow, and the golden and silver rings in his hand flashed. The Xuan Yu immortal light, which was about to be melted by the azure radiance, suddenly disappeared from its original spot. Then, it teleported through the defense of the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl and landed on the old dragon's neck. You sons of bitches from the Taixu Misty Palace, all you know how to do is launch sneak attacks. The old dragon felt a tightness around its neck, and its true spirit bloodline seemed to be unable to be used. It cursed angrily and swallowed the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl directly. A deep blue glow emanated from its mouth, instantly spreading throughout its entire body and dispelling the mysterious and ethereal light of the Tower of Heavenly Refining. At this moment, Shanxi had already wielded the sixth order pill cauldron and slammed it heavily onto the old dragon's back. The great void true monarch's body shimmered with silver light as he unleashed the void lock with all his might. The old dragon, which was about to rebel, suddenly froze on the surface of the sea. With a dull thud, dozens of jet-black scales shattered under the immense force of the cauldron. However, beneath the scales, the old dragon's flesh and blood had already been protected by the sea-stabilizing pearl, so the cauldron merely bent the old dragon's back and slammed it into the sea, causing a giant wave. Then the old dragon's long body, like a bowstring stretched to its limit, suddenly snapped, sending the cauldron flying into the sky. But at this moment, wisps of multicolored light flickered from the gaps in the old dragon's scales. Then, the spot on its back where the cauldron had smashed open was as if a gash had suddenly been cut open, and thousands of black scales, along with a thick layer of skin, were peeled off. End of this chapter. Chapter 1135, Obtaining the Dragon's Gall. Chapter 1135, Obtaining the Dragon's Gall. Given Chen Mobai's combat abilities, he naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity to use the Void Lock on the Great Void True Monarch. In an instant, the one incarnation controlled the water elemental energy surrounding the wound on the old dragon's back, and condensed it into the Great Five Elements Extinction Divine Ray using the Five Elements Genesis method. Because the power of this Great Five Elements Extinction Divine Ray belonged to the old dragon itself, the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl did not recognize it and allowed it to cut into the dragon's body. The entire skin on the old dragon's back was peeled off by the Great Five Elements Extinction Divine Ray, which pierced through the entire dragon's body in an instant. From a distance, it looked like rays of multicolored light, like sharp blades, emanating from the old dragon's spine and abdomen, with scales falling everywhere and drops of blood containing the power of frost gushing out. The sudden, penetrating wound caused the old dragon to let out a scream. It has not been damaged for thousands of years. The Great Five Elements Extinction Divine Ray pierced through the body, even penetrating and severing its liver and gallbladder in the waist and abdomen area. Under intense pain, the old dragon went completely mad. Under the influence of the true spirit's blood essence, the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl unleashed unprecedentedly fierce true power, which spread outwards from its throat in all directions. Although true Lord Dekong released the Void Lock in time, he was still pale and blood was seeping from his nose. Shanxi immediately took out a pill for him, and he swallowed it without hesitation, refining it to suppress the churning blood and qi and the trembling sea of consciousness within his body. Under the power of the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl, neither the Sixth Order Alchemy Cauldron nor the Xuanyu Immortal Light of the Tangshan Refining Tower could withstand its power. Although the Great Five Elements Extinction Divine Ray is unpredictable and mysterious, it is certainly impossible to resist. But Chen Mobai had already accomplished his goal. The last ray of the Great Five Elements Extinction Divine Ray pulled the severed half of the dragon gall from the wound on the old dragon's back, and in an instant, it disappeared into the primordial chaos bell that descended from the sky. The power of the sea-suppressing pearl struck the gray-white bell wall, and the two Sixth-Order magic artifacts once again unleashed earth-shattering power. However, this time, Because it was above the Chuan High Sea, the Hunyuan bell was quickly suppressed by the azure radiance. The primordial avatar raised its right hand, crossed the boundless Chuan High Sea, landed on the Hunyuan bell, grasped the bell's nose and pressed it down heavily. At this moment, the power of the primordial Tao fruit also reached its peak. Although the true power of the water element Great Tao of Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl was vast and boundless, a portion of it was dissipated in that instant. But soon, an even more powerful azure light spewed from the old dragon's mouth, and the Hunyuan bell could no longer restrain itself. With a loud bang, it was directly blasted away. However, Chen Mobai had already protected the gentian. The old dragon wanted to snatch back its gall, but the primordial bell had already been taken by the one primordial incarnation and landed above the border of the eastern barbarians. Just as it is invincible above the Chuan High Sea, if it dares to set foot on land, not to mention the 4 nascent soul cultivators of the eastern continent, Chen Mobai alone could stop it. Moreover, the unpredictable and bizarre 5 elements extinction, divine ray, just now truly frightened it. When the one Yuan true lord was invincible throughout the heavenly river realm, it had not yet been born, so, although it had heard of this divine power, this was the first time it had actually encountered it. If it weren't for the protection of the sea-suppressing pearl, it would probably have been cut in too long ago. It truly lives up to its reputation as the strongest divine power left behind by an ascended cultivator. The old dragon was even secretly pleased that it had managed to test this move with just half of its gall bladder. It felt like it had gained something and wouldn't be ambushed again next time. You wait, I will come back and flood the eastern continent. With that thought in mind, the old dragon left behind a few polite words before diving directly into the depths of the Chuan High Sea. Chen Mobai and the other 3 naturally wouldn't pursue them. Once inside the Chuan High Sea, the old dragon's power in controlling the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl will be even stronger. If they also dive into the sea, the roles of offense and defense will likely have to be reversed. It's unclear when this problem will be completely resolved. Shangxi sighed as he watched the receding tide, now devoid of the power of the sea-suppressing pearl. Since the human race established its lineage, the eastern continent has been in constant conflict with the royal courts of various demon races. It was only with great difficulty that the 3 royal courts were destroyed during the peak of the human emperor's reign, but this also led to the decline of the eastern continent's royal courts, which eventually disintegrated. Of these, the threat posed by the Chuanjiao royal court is the most enduring. At the height of the eastern imperial court, the true lord of the sea-turning gate, one of the 10 directions palaces, was stationed here for a long time to resist the Chuanhai demon race from coming ashore. During the final battle against the 9-headed great sage, there were even 3 nascent soul true monarchs from the 10 directions palace on this battlefield. Even so, the Chuanjiao royal court was not defeated. Xuan Yuan Zhenjin of Kaiyuan Island died in battle, Xuan Guang Zhenjin of Fan Haimen was seriously injured, and Fu Hai Zhenjin of Zhai Daiguan was suppressed into the sea eye and disappeared. It was that battle that made the eastern lands realize the power of the sea-suppressing pearl. Fortunately, the Eastern Imperial Court was at its peak at that time, and the Golden Dragon King of the Chuanjiao Royal Court was also killed. Humanity was considered to have won this battle. From then on, the righteous forces of the Eastern continent were no longer bothered by the Chuanjiao Royal Court, because they knew that if they were to fight to the death, the righteous path of the Eastern continent would also suffer heavy losses. Now this calamity has finally erupted. The 9 heavens demon-slaying sect being attacked is one thing, the flooding of the eastern barbarians is another, and things shouldn't happen more than 3 times. The old dragon's attitude today proves that it has no intention of reconciliation at all. Next, this place will definitely suffer a lot of hardships. Sect leader Chen, we disciples are all in the eastern lands. We may still need you to oversee this battlefield. Shangxi said somewhat embarrassedly that the main reason for opening up the eastern barbarian lands was so that one day, when the righteous path of the eastern continent and the Chuanjiao royal court went to war, there would be a battlefield far away from the eastern lands, so that it would not affect their holy lands. Now that this place is the territory of the 5 Elements sect, if Chen Mobai doesn't want it to be destroyed and his centuries of hard work ruined, he definitely has to take responsibility for it. It is my duty. Chen Mobai made no excuses. After bringing the eastern barbarians under the 5 Elements sect's control, he had already prepared for the worst. However, he also took this opportunity to ask for some supplies and manpower. The war with the Xuanjiao royal court will be the main theme of the righteous path in the eastern continent for hundreds or even thousands of years to come. The Five Elements sect was willing to take the lead, and all three nascent soul cultivators present agreed to the conditions they proposed. Na Yuanzhang even stated that after returning, he would send 10 nascent soul elders to support the Five Elements sect. There are many demons in the Xuanhai Sea. I will also order the righteous forces of the eastern continent to come to the eastern barbarian lands to slay the demons, just like when we opened up the eastern mausoleum domain. Shangxi nodded and made a promise. However, the moral sect was in charge back then, but in this war with the Xuanjiao royal court, the Five Elements sect became the dominant Holy Land. Whether the Five Elements sect can unite these forces and achieve the same level of success as when it opened up the eastern mausoleum domain depends on its own capabilities. After all, in order to motivate the major forces in the eastern continent, the moral sect had provided precious medicinal resources such as the Tong Sheng True Spirit Pill, the Condensing Infant Pill, and the Profound Ice Spirit Liquid. Chen Mobai was not worried about this at all. Previously, he had only given face to the moral sect, so he had not overly dumped the high-level resources of Dangxia Pavilion and Xianshan Shop into the eastern land. In the face of war, there is no need to hide anything anymore. All kinds of exquisite pills, magical artifacts, and talismans refined using immortal techniques can be brought out to broaden the horizons of cultivators in the eastern continent. If we want to eliminate future troubles, we still need to find a way to deal with the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl. I don't know if we can borrow the primordial water control flag. I plan to use the sixth-order spiritual vein of the Five Emperors Mountain to refine the Hunyuan Bell and see if we can upgrade this magic weapon to the sixth-order high grade. In that case, under the attribute restraint, we might be able to completely suppress the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl. After this encounter, Chen Mobai was eager to upgrade the Hunyuan Bell. He has now completely refined the primordial Dao fruit, and the primordial bell has long been refined to his liking. He's just waiting to reach the level of a sixth-order weapon refiner before he can try it out. A sixth-tier weapon refiner needs to refine a sixth-tier magic weapon. Chen Mobai once upgraded the Yuanyang sword by chance, which, according to the Tian realm, would barely qualify him as a sixth-order weapon refiner. However, Chen Mobai has always held himself to high standards and intends to follow the standards set by the immortal sects. Although the immortal sect has never had a sixth-order weapon refiner, the standards for sixth order are universal. It needs to be refined into 3 sixth-tier works. Besides the Yuan Yang sword, Chen Mobai is also working on the purple lightning sword and the Du Shui 8 scenery lamp. Both of these magical artifacts are undergoing upgrades, but advancing to the 6th rank will take a very long time, possibly even indefinitely. After all, a 6th rank magical artifact, in addition to materials, also requires the forging of the Great Tao. Under these circumstances, he felt he needed to rely on the strength of his peers and win by using materials. Upgrading to a 6th-tier magic weapon, is sect leader Chen planning to advance to a 6th-tier weapon refiner? Shangxi and the other two were all taken aback when they heard this. Among the nascent soul cultivators currently alive in the Heavenly River realm, the one with the highest weapon refining skills is the Flame Immortal, but he has failed every time he has tried to create a 6th-order magic weapon. If Chen Mobai can upgrade the Hunyuan Bell, he will undoubtedly become the #1 weapon refiner in the Tian realm. That's right. Besides refining the 6th-order spiritual veins of the Five Emperors Mountain, if we have the corresponding 6th-order metal essence, the chances of success will be even higher. As soon as Chen Mobai said this, the 3 people present understood what he meant. In the treasure trove of my moral sect, there is a 6th-order azure yuan crystal. After I return, I will discuss it with the elders. However, I think they will all be grateful for the merits of sect leader Chen in resisting the Xuanjiao royal court and will be willing to take it out. Shangxi immediately expressed his opinion, and Chen Mobai looked at him with even higher regard. I happen to have a bag of divine fire sand on hand, a 6th-grade spiritual material containing both earth and fire attributes. Lord De Kong directly took out a box from his storage bag. Na Yuanzhang looked embarrassed because their 9 heavens demon suppression, sect's treasure trove, did not have any 6th-grade spiritual material suitable for the Hunyuan Bell. The 9 heavens profound thunder gold they had previously kept as a last resort was already their most valuable possession. End of this chapter. Chapter 1136, Wandering Mountain opens. Chapter 1136, Wandering Mountain opens. Just as Na Yuanzhang was feeling awkward, a surge of powerful and pure spiritual energy suddenly rose into the sky in Dongyi, thousands of miles away. Those present were all nascent soul cultivators, so they naturally sensed it and couldn't help but look at each other in bewilderment. The purity of this spiritual energy has surpassed the fifth rank. However, in the eastern Yi lands, the most abundant spiritual energy was previously found in the fifth-order superior spiritual vein of the Golden Crow, immortal city. It was during the time of the distant Eastern Imperial Court that a sixth-order spiritual vein was created using a massive amount of resources when the true Lord of the Sea-Turning Gate was stationed here. Could it be? Thinking of this, Shanxi looked in the direction where the sixth-order spiritual energy was rising, did some calculations with her fingers, and couldn't help but look surprised. That's where Mount Wandering is located. I never expected it to appear at this time. As a local strongman, Chen Mobai naturally discovered the source of the spiritual energy earlier than Shanxi. Fanghuang Mountain is the remains of Fanheimen. After the war between the righteous and the demonic forces ended, in order to bring the Eastern Yi land into the heavenly curtain earthly network array, he personally visited and inspected all the mountains and spiritual veins of the Eastern Yi, including the Wandering Mountain. He discovered that the core of this mountain range was sealed by a powerful array restriction, and just as he was about to enter using a secret technique of the void, he triggered a warning from Tangshanjai. Chen Mobai, being cautious, stopped immediately and then sent Luo Yixuan over. He realized that the array restrictions sealing the Wandering Mountain spiritual veins had become much less effective over the long years and could break completely at any time. Since this is the site of the 10 Directions Hall of the Eastern Imperial Court of the Turning Sea Gate, it may contain the foundation equivalent to a holy land. If the 5 Elements sect can take it over, it will greatly enhance the sect's foundation. But Chen Mobai did not expect that the array restrictions of Wandering Mountain would remain so sturdy until now. As a top-tier geomancer, Chen Mobai scanned the area with his divine sense and immediately understood the reason for the emergence of the ruins and the sixth-order spiritual vein. The fifth-order spiritual vein, where the sun god tree is rooted, is the hub of the coastal land of Dongyi. After a great battle between Chen Mobai and the old dragon, this spiritual vein, which was no longer suppressed, was completely shattered along with the land, which in turn affected the adjacent Wandering Mountain spiritual vein. Because Wandering Mountain is located on the eastern Yi side, at the border of the 5 Elements sect and the Bathing Sun Sea, Chen Mobai did not include it within the scope of the Heavenly Curtain Earthly Network Array. In this earth-shattering battle, it was naturally affected by the aftershocks of the collision between the 2 sixth-order magic weapons, causing the array restrictions, which were already on their last legs, to completely fail. Chen Mobai was somewhat worried about this. After all, if it were just fifth-order spiritual veins and ruins, Shanxi and the others probably wouldn't be interested. But 6th rank. Sect leader Chen, that place might be the place where true monarch Chuan Guang passed away. There might be many valuable items from the overturning Sea sect and the Eastern Imperial Court. Our sect has the most ancient books from that era, which record many of the Imperial Court's restrictions and secret techniques. We are willing to offer them up to help you clear the obstacles. As expected, Shenzai spoke up. Although the words were very euphemistic, the meaning of wanting to go along was very clear. My sect is the same, Na Yuanzhang immediately followed up. My void escape technique can ensure that we can freely enter and exit it, said true monarch Dakong, much more directly. But Chen Mobai also knows the void escape technique. However, having just received their 6th grade spiritual materials, Chen Mobai felt it would be difficult to refuse to drive them away at this point. Then let's go together. I don't know much about the 10 Directions Palace at that time, so I'd appreciate it if you fellow Taoists could enlighten me. Chen Mobai's straightforward words made Shanxi and the other 2 nod repeatedly. The 4 nascent soul true lords simultaneously transformed into streaks of light and headed towards Mount Wandering. Chen Mobai also did not forget to use the Tangshan instrument to give Zhou Yi an order, instructing him to lead the disciples of the 5 Elements sect to the land protected by the 9 sword stars of his 10,000 swords Dharma body outside the heavenly curtain earthly network array, and to rescue all the living beings there. Meanwhile, there are also places similar to Wandering Mountain that were simply submerged by the sea and reappeared after the tide receded. Perhaps there are surviving cultivators there who can fly around and rescue the survivors. In addition, because the old dragon ran fast, many Xuanhai monsters were left behind when the tide receded. Those that could be killed were all killed, and those that could not be killed were rushed back to the sea. Chen Mobai gave a general outline of several important instructions, and then arrived with the 3 nascent soul cultivators above the wandering mountain, which had resurfaced from the sea. After the old dragon swallowed the pearl and dived into the underwater dragon palace, the originally turbulent Xuanhai Sea gradually calmed down. The Golden Crow immortal city has completely disappeared, but that dark reef still remains. Just as the 5 Elements sect was making great efforts to save the people of Dongyi, an inconspicuous sword light streaked across the sky and landed on the reef. The sword light dissipated, revealing Ku Zhu's figure. He didn't wait long before a monk in a black robe peered silently. "What do you want from me?" Ku Zhu frowned as he looked at the cultivator from Kainyun Island in front of him. When he was first taken away by him, Ku Zhu only felt that this person was unfathomable, but now he doubted whether this guy was even human. Ku Zhu's cultivation level was already at the late nascent soul stage, and he had traversed the eastern and western continents. However, it was only when facing Chen Mobai, a nascent soul true monarch, that he felt this unfathomable and elusive depth. The guy in front of me definitely can't be a nascent soul cultivator. Bai Wu has fled to Nanju, you should kill him. The cultivator from Kainyuan Island explained why he had summoned Kuzhu, and the latter's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Although so many years have passed, Kuzhu will never forget the deep-seated hatred between Yu Raihai and Kong Sanggu. However, before, Bai Wu Lao Zhu hid in Jin Wu Xian Cheng every day, protected by a fifth-order great formation. Even if he wanted to kill him, he was powerless to do so. Now that Golden Crow immortal city is gone, and White Crow ancestor is all alone, this is the best opportunity for him to take revenge. How do we find him? Kuzhu immediately pressed for answers. The cultivator from Kainyuan Island handed him a dark blue-green talisman. Beiwu took a lot of my resources, and I planted a mark on him. This talisman can be used to track him. Kuzhu accepted the talisman and channeled his heavenly abyss true qi into it. Soon, a direction appeared in his mind. Bai Wu is a seasoned veteran, yet he didn't notice your tricks. Kuzhu asked, somewhat surprised. He did refine the resources I gave him, but I also left a mark on something else. As the cultivator from Kainyuan Island spoke, a strange smile appeared on his face. Kuzhu looked puzzled, not knowing what it was. My original agreement with Bai Wu was that he would open the city gates and let the Xuanjiao royal court land, and give him the resources to break through to the nascent soul stage. Before he took action, he only gave me half of the things. However, Beiwu doesn't trust me and is a selfish person. I anticipated that he would break off and take away the most precious sun god tree in the sun-bathing sea, so I planted a mark in advance. After you catch up with and kill him, you can keep those resources for your own use, and offer the sun god tree to the Eastern Wilderness Azure Emperor of the 5 Elements sect to gain his trust. The cultivator from Kainyuan Island spoke at length, causing Ku Zhu to frown even more. You're also colluding with the Xuanjiao royal court. Despite his reclusive personality and countless killings, Ku Zhu still considered himself a righteous cultivator, so he instinctively felt some aversion towards him. It's a case of collusion. I use them, and they use us. After all, the only way to overturn the righteous path's rule over the world in the eastern continent is to get these demon royal courts to take action. These words from the cultivator from Kainyuan Island startled Ku Zhu slightly. Asu. In other words, it's not just this guy in front of you. And which force wants to overthrow the righteous path of the eastern continent? Ku Zhu felt that he might be caught in a big situation, but he had already fallen into it when he accepted the heavenly abyss Dao fruit, and there was no turning back. Why do we need to gain the trust of the Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness? Ku Zhu suppressed his doubts and asked a question that he thought he should be able to answer. The 3 border regions of the eastern continent are barren lands. This person is also a man of great talent and ambition. He is certainly not willing to let his sect be trapped here. In the future, we can cooperate with him to confront him and join forces to attack the eastern lands and overthrow those ancient holy lands. Ku Zhu nodded slightly at the words of the cultivator from Kainyuan Island. He didn't ask any more questions. He transformed into a sword beam and, following the talisman's instructions, chased after the white crow in the direction it had fled. Seeing him disappear, the cultivator from Kaiyuan Island turned and looked deeply into Dongzhou. Chen Mobai and the other three nascent soul true monarchs arrived above Wandering Mountain. The original array formations and restrictions here have become ineffective due to the changes in the world and the shifting of mountains and rivers. The pure sixth-order spiritual energy soaring into the sky from the very center made everyone present nod in approval. A sixth-order spiritual vein is already the standard for a holy land. Strange, the spiritual energy here seems a bit weak. But soon, Shengxi realized something was wrong. Although the spiritual energy surging from the center of the Wandering Mountain spiritual veins is also sixth-order spiritual energy, it is only barely up to standard, and sometimes it is only at the peak of fifth order. This fluctuation is generally a sign that a spiritual vein has just been upgraded. But this spiritual vein has existed for tens of thousands of years. This shouldn't be happening. At the core of the spiritual vein, something is devouring and absorbing spiritual energy. Chen Mobai spoke up, saying that after the array restrictions of Wandering Mountain failed, he could listen to the sounds of the empty valley and hear most of the situation inside. Guessing from the outside is a waste of time. Let's go in and take a look. As the great void true lord spoke, he raised his golden and silver rings. Everyone nodded and flew together toward the center of Wandering Mountain. Although the protective formations and restrictions had failed, they had also evolved into a more chaotic mix of power and spiritual energy. Fortunately, all four of them were nascent soul true monarchs, and with the help of the void secret technique of the great void true monarch, they easily entered the interior of the ruins. A flash of silver light, and the figures of the four appeared on the moss-covered stone bridge. Looking around, one could see that amidst the vast mountains, buildings from the Eastern Kingdom's imperial era revealed their true forms amidst the chaotic torrent of spiritual energy. The ancient stone bridge where the four stood spanned between two mountains, with a babbling brook flowing below. On the banks and in the water stood pavilions and towers of varying shapes and sizes, with upturned eaves and carved beams and painted rafters, but many of them were already dilapidated and covered by greenery. The scene before them reminded Shengxi and Nai Yuanzhang of the images of the Eastern Imperial Court passed down within their sect, and they couldn't help but sigh slightly. There's no mistake, this is the border pass where the successive nascent soul cultivators of the Sea Gate once stood guard. The 10 Directions Palace is a powerful fiefdom of the Eastern Imperial Court, guarding the 10 directions of the world. It wields immense power, and the overturning Sea Gate has stood in opposition to the Xuanjiao royal court for generations, making it a formidable force. However, after that great battle, much of the land along the coast of Dongyi was also shattered and submerged, just like the result of Chen Mobai's battle with the old dragon today. After the war, due to heavy losses, the Eastern Imperial Court also began to tighten its policies and abandon this border post. At that time, the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression Sect and the Morality Sect were still under the command of the Eastern Imperial Court and were even worried about their own survival, so naturally they would not send anyone to this place. After the Eastern Imperial Court disintegrated, the Eastern barbarians once again became a land beyond the reach of civilization, and the ruins of Fanhamen were naturally submerged in history. 10,000 years ago, the burning heaven and pure land opened up the Eastern barbarian lands and took on the heavy responsibility of confronting the Xuanjiao royal court. They also searched for the border ruins of the overturning Sea Gate. However, at that time, the array restrictions of the Wandering Mountain were still in place. Although they found some traces, they could not enter, so it has been until now. Chen Mobai and his companions walked along the stone bridge to the very top of the mountain. There stood a huge stone tablet, covered with dense ancient characters, and around it were stone statues, some lying down and some standing, each with its own majesty. The core of the sixth-order spiritual vein was suppressed by this stone tablet, and most of the spiritual energy that surged out was absorbed by the stone tablet. Shengxi translated all the text. This stone tablet is a boundary stone bestowed by the human emperor. It contains a small world and is the most precious treasure passed down through generations of nascent soul cultivators in the Fanhai sect. The stone tablet also records that it contains a secret realm of the royal family, which is also the foundation that enables the Fanhai sect to fight against the Xuanjiao royal court. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai's eyes narrowed. The heavenly river realm actually possesses such a supreme treasure. being protected and passed down by successive generations of nascent soul cultivators. It is certainly no less than the minor realms of immortal sects, and may even surpass them. How do we get in? Chen Mobai asked curiously. At the same time, he had already memorized the text on the stone tablet and planned to find relevant materials to translate it when he got back. It requires a secret technique from either the Eastern Imperial Court or the overturning Sea sect. Shanxi shook his head, indicating that he needed to go back and check the sect's records to see if there were any relevant records. Na Yuanzhang is the same. After the fall of the Eastern Imperial Court, the two factions divided up almost all the royal jade slips. If neither faction had any records of them, then there would probably be no way to save them. Chen Mobai looked at the silent Grand Void True Lord, and Shanxi and Na Yuanzhang also realized what was happening and looked at the senior at the same time. My void armor technique allows me to enter. After gazing at the stone tablet for a long time, True Lord Dakong nodded and said these words. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai thought to himself, "You'd better not go in." Chapter 11:37 Shocking Secret. Chapter 11:37 Shocking Secret. This wandering mountain is in the eastern Yi region. After the destruction of the bathing sun sea, there will be no sovereignty dispute, and it belongs to the Five Elements sect. Chen Mobai has had people guarding the area for so many years, and he doesn't want the Great Void True Lord and his group to steal the fruits of his labor. Would there be any danger inside, considering it was left behind by the Eastern Imperial Court? Chen Mobai offered a subtle reminder, but Dekong Zhenjin seemed not to understand. Don't worry, I'll leave my location before I go in, so I can come out anytime if there's any danger. I am so confident, said the Great Void True Lord, even giving Chen Mobai a wink. He escaped from the dangerous Dragon Abyss Cave, so he'll be able to get out here easily. Excellent, excellent. Shanxi and Na Yuanzhang nodded repeatedly after hearing this. Both of them were also very interested in the secret realm contained within the boundary stone. After all, it's a secret realm left to the overturning Sea sect by the royal family. It might contain power related to the 6th rank. This is something that even the Holy Land should take seriously. Then please make a move, senior. Seeing that he couldn't stop it, Chen Mobai could only say that. However, the opening of the Wandering Mountain ruins at this time might be the best thing for the Five Elements sect. After all, this matter certainly couldn't be kept secret from the other holy sites. Now that the 4 nascent soul cultivators have come together, it means that the Five Elements sect did not hoard the good stuff, so they are being peaceful and harmonious. In the Heavenly River realm, there are countless instances of people turning against each other over secret realms and ruins. If it involves the Eastern Imperial Court, it is given special attention by these holy lands, and they even need to report it to the upper realm. No matter what valuable items are hidden within the boundary stone, this 6th-order spiritual vein here belongs solely to their Five Elements sect. With this guaranteed reward, Chen Mobai began to calm down. After making his preparations, True Lord Dekong solemnly approached the stone tablet, raised the gold and silver rings in his hands, and instantly transformed into silver light, disappearing from the spot. Seeing the remaining traces of emptiness, Chen Mobai felt a little itchy to touch them. His void escape technique, since being mastered, has yet to prove its worth. However, even within the Taixu Misty Palace, only a handful of people have mastered this secret technique, so he certainly wouldn't reveal it. He could only send these guys away before going in to take a look. True Lord Dekong can be considered to have paved the way for him. This place has abundant spiritual energy, making it a perfect training ground for sect leader Chen. Shanxi probably knew Chen Mobai's feelings at this moment, so she spoke first to confirm the sovereignty of Wandering Mountain, indicating that the moral sect had no covetousness for this 6th-order spiritual vein. Na Yuanzhang nodded in agreement. I have mastered the Chaos Pearl, so I don't really need spiritual veins. Chen Mo replied with a forced smile, but although he was nothing special, he would definitely be of great use to the Five Elements sect. At least when one reaches the nascent soul stage, having a 6th-order spiritual vein can increase the probability by at least 50%. Originally, he planned to integrate all the spiritual veins in the 3 regions of the Eastern Wilderness and use the Heavenly Curtain and Earthly Network Array to upgrade the Yellow Dragon Cave to a 6th-order spiritual vein. However, in that case, many spiritual veins would be downgraded by 1 level. With Mount Wanderer, this can be avoided. This mountain is right at the border between the Eastern barbarians and the Xuanhai. With sect leader Chen here, the Xuanjiao royal court will definitely not dare to set foot on land. Shangxi continued to speak kindly, and Chen Mobai nodded in agreement. He then inquired about the Eastern Imperial Court and the Ten Directions Palace. Although these things are collected and recorded in the classics of the Yiyuan Daigong, they are certainly not as well known as those of the Daidezong and Jiyushan Dangmazong who experienced that era. At its peak, the Eastern Imperial Court had double-digit nascent soul true monarchs, and the human emperor was a void refinement great power. It also had a foundation of fifth-order puppets similar to the 12 golden-armored heavenly gods. Even if it were placed in the spirit void immortal realm, it would be a powerful force second only to those Tao Lord true immortals. However, such a powerful force is naturally the target of everyone's attacks. Not to mention the 8 royal courts of the demon race, the 18 sects of the demonic path also have their successors hiding in various places in the Eastern Imperial Court, using the Imperial Court's fortune to trigger the most famous Ghost Mother calamity. In order to kill the Ghost Mother, the human emperor had to use power that surpassed the limits of the heavenly river realm, and he himself was seriously injured. He could only ascend to find a way to recover. But according to our investigation in these holy lands, we have discovered that there are many hidden secrets in this calamity, because during that calamity, a very powerful person suddenly disappeared. That is the Empress. She is also at the refinement stage. If she had joined forces with the human emperor, the Eastern Imperial Court would not have lost so much of its resources during the Ghost Mother calamity. Therefore, our ancestors speculated that the Empress might be the mastermind behind the Ghost Mother's calamity, with the aim of making the human emperor ascend or die, or at least leave the heavenly river realm. These secrets from tens of thousands of years ago are known to very few people in the Eastern continent. After Shangxi read the sect's records about the Eastern Imperial Court, he had never had anyone to confide in or discuss them with. This was a rare opportunity, so he spoke freely. That's right. After I became a nascent soul cultivator, I had some exchanges with several ascended ancestors from the upper realm and learned a lot of secrets. For example, the human emperor who suppressed the Ghost Mother tribulation was already at the peak of the void refinement stage in the heavenly river realm, just one step away from achieving Tao integration. If he were to attain the Tao in the mortal realm, no force in the 5 continents and 4 seas could stop him from unifying the heavenly river realm. In that case, he would be the heavenly emperor of the mortal realm. If he ascends after achieving this, that human emperor will be able to rightfully inherit the great Tao of the heavenly emperor and become the new pure Yang great power, the second heavenly emperor. However, it is clear that many Tao lords and true immortals did not want to see this happen, so they triggered the tribulation of the Ghost Mother, forcing him to ascend. The origin of that empress is very mysterious, but there is no trace of her in the immortal realm, so the patriarch guessed that she might be a demon from beyond the realm. Na Yuanzhang told Shangxi so much, revealing the secrets he had discovered. The heavenly emperor wanted to transcend, but many Tao lords in the immortal realm did not want him to. However, this matter could not be done openly, so it is possible that someone secretly joined forces with the demonic giants of the outer heavens to set up this scheme. Brother Tao, you only know one side of the story, not the other. After hearing what Na Yuanzhang said, Shangxi couldn't help but reveal even more secretive matters. Chen Mobai's ears perked up, completely forgetting that true monarch Dakong was exploring within the boundary stone, and he was completely captivated by the gossip being told by the 2 Holy Land transformation gods. The calamity of the Ghost Mother was not solely instigated by the Emperor and Empress. According to the speculation of our ancestors, the human emperor may be the real mastermind behind the scenes, who wants to use the Ghost Mother to sever the connection between heaven and earth, so as to calmly complete the achievement of merging with the Tao in the human world and unifying the heavenly river realm. However, there was a peerless person who saw through this conspiracy, and with the help of the Ghost Mother, directly sent that generation of human emperor to heaven. Upon hearing Shangxi's words, both Chen Mobai and Na Yuanzhang were startled. However, this guess does indeed fit all the clues very well. Your clan truly lives up to its reputation as the one that has produced the most imperial preceptors. You've even managed to uncover such a secret. For the first time, Na Yuanzhang felt admiration for the moral sect. If the emperor of that time had known about these things, even the moral sect would have been wiped out. However, the sages of the Dayad school have preserved this secret to this day. Not at all, not at all. Our two ancestors walked this path together as if treading on thin ice. Shanxi was very modest. In the history of the Eastern continent human race, there were many sacred sites, but only the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression Sect and the Morality Sect have been preserved to this day. It is precisely for this reason that the two factions are hailed as the ancient Holy Land of the Eastern continent. The Taixu Pyo Male Palace only moved into the Eastern continent and established a branch temple after the Eastern Imperial Court was destroyed. Before that, it was just a merchant guild that left people here. I wonder which extraordinary person sent that emperor to heaven. Chen Mobai, curious, continued to ask, interrupting the two of them from their mutual flattery. I don't know. Our sect has been investigating this matter for tens of thousands of years. Shanxi shook his head, and Nai Yuanzhang naturally knew nothing about it either. This can be considered an unsolved mystery in Dangzhou. Was the appearance of the nine-headed great sage for the same reason? Chen Mobai then asked. After the establishment of the Eastern Imperial Court, there were three great calamities: the Ghost Mother, the nine-headed great sage, and the Supreme True Demon. The one who exhausted the last reserves of the Eastern Imperial Court was the nine-headed great sage who appeared out of nowhere. The human emperor died in battle, and most of the nascent soul cultivators in the 10 Directions Palace perished. After that battle, the Eastern Imperial Court no longer had the power to suppress the mortal world. Holy lands such as the Nine Heavens Demon-Slaying Sect and the Moral Sect also began to break free from their shackles and tasted the freedom to obey orders but not summons. The arrival of the Supreme True Demon from beyond the realm was the final straw that broke the camel's back for the Eastern Imperial Court. The powerful Tao Lords of the immortal realm joined forces to change the world, so that the heavenly river realm could only stay at the peak of the nascent soul stage at most, and the heavenly emperor could no longer interfere in the mortal world. Without the radiance of the heavenly emperor, many true spirits that the Eastern Imperial Court had attracted during its heyday began to make their moves, and even the supreme treasure, the dragon-capturing cauldron, was snatched away from the sky. From then on, all forces knew that the Eastern Imperial Court was a paper tiger, and its superficial glory could not be maintained. It began to disintegrate, and in just 800 years, it was completely destroyed while holy lands such as the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression Sect were watching. The appearance of the nine-headed great sage was an accident, but after it displayed its talent, it caught the attention of the Tao Lords of the upper realm. Although there is no evidence, the fact that it was able to practice void realm in the mortal realm most likely means that it received the inheritance of the Tao Lord of 10,000 spirits. Shanxi answered Chen Mobai's question. Although there are quite a few seventh-order true spirits in the Linkang immortal realm, the nine-headed great sage, a half-demon anomaly, has a complex and mixed bloodline. To perfectly harmonize and refine his void realm, a cultivation method tailored to his needs is required. The founder of the Myriad Spirits sect, the Taoist master of myriad spirits, was a master of this art. Won't the heavenly emperor hold them accountable? Chen Mobai also had grudges against the Wanling sect, so he couldn't help but ask again. The position of heavenly emperor must be fair and just. Without conclusive evidence that it was Wanling Daejun who did it, the heavenly emperor cannot take action against him. However, in order to avoid suspicion, Wanling Daejun has since forbidden the disciples of Wanling sect in Jiangsu from ever setting foot in Dangzhou again. Chapter 11, 38 Sixth-Tier Treasure Ship. Chapter 11, 38 Sixth-Tier Treasure Ship. Just as Chen Mobai was asking Shanxi and the others about the gossip of the Eastern Imperial Court, a silver light suddenly flashed in front of the stone tablet. Slightly surprised, the great Sky True Lord appeared before the three of them. "Senior, how is it?" Seeing that True Monarch Dakung showed no signs of fighting or injury, Chen Mobai asked. "There's a big guy inside." True Lord Dakung did not hide anything and told about what he saw inside the boundary stone. The so-called secret realm was actually a weapon-forging workshop in the Eastern Imperial Court that manufactured war artifacts, and the things built inside were very familiar to the people present. "It's a treasure ship." I saw many broken and unfinished treasure ships. The one in the very center was a sixth-order ship, enormous in size. It should be one of the legendary 6 dragon treasure ships of the human emperor's fleet. After hearing what True Monarch Dakung said, Chen Mobai and the other two were all surprised. The human emperor fleet was one of the foundations that enabled the royal family of the eastern lands to suppress the world. Among them, there were six-tier treasure ships, each named after one of the 6 dragons in the 6 dragons riding the heavens scripture. No wonder the Sea Gate was able to resist the Xuanjiao royal court here. It turns out they possess such power. Which one is the 6th-tier treasure ship? Is it still intact? Na Yuanzhang couldn't help but ask. He harbored the deepest hatred for the Xuanjiao royal court, and if he could find a suitable one to restrain it, he might just ride it to wreak havoc in the Xuanhai Sea. It is yellowish all over with a faint golden glow. It should be the Yellow Dragon treasure ship, and it is the most severely damaged of all the treasure ships inside. The answer from the Great Void True Lord left Chen Mobai, and the other two looking disappointed. The significance of a 6th-tier treasure ship as a war weapon is almost the same as that of their sect's treasure weapon. However, sect treasure weapons are not easy to move, but treasure ships are meant to be moved. In the past, the imperial court of the eastern lands used 6 dragon-shaped treasure ships to patrol the sky and suppress the seas, dominating the 9 heavens and 10 earths, displaying astonishing power. Moreover, only those at the nascent soul stage can activate 6th-tier magic artifacts, but as for treasure ships, as long as there are enough people, even nascent soul cultivators can unleash their power. Strategically, treasure ships are more intimidating than magical artifacts. This was also the shadow that haunted the Eastern Holy Land when the human emperor was ruling the world. Once the 6-dragon treasure ship landed above the Holy Land, it meant that the human emperor was going to hold the Holy Land accountable. Senior, could you take us inside for a look? Our sect's treasure vault contains some blueprints for the Eastern Imperial Court's treasure ships. Perhaps we can find a way to repair them. Shengxi asked the question, and Na Yuanzhang beside him nodded repeatedly. When the Eastern Imperial Court was destroyed, the first thing the two factions did was to seize all the written jade slips they could find and move them to their own sects. The collection also includes blueprints for building 6th-tier treasure ships. Everyone was hoping for the best and wanted to try to see if it could be fixed. Can. As he spoke, True Lord Dakong raised the golden and silver rings in his hands, bringing everyone present into the boundary stone. With a shimmering silver light, Chen Mobai could already hear the sound of the waves. They stood atop a dock, surrounded by an endless lake. However, those present were all nascent soul true monarchs, and as they activated their divine senses, they discovered that there were still boundaries. This small world is roughly the size of half of the Dongyi region. Inside the towering dock, rusty forging anvils and hammers lay scattered about. A row of majestic gantry cranes stood silently like giant beasts. A huge treasure ship, broken into 3 pieces, had lost its ability to float and was suspended on it. Chen Mobai and his companions used their divine senses to quickly survey the area. It seemed that their evacuation had been very hasty, with many broken materials and tools carelessly discarded. On the vast lake surrounding the dock, numerous treasure ships, some under repair and others unfinished, stood, some even half-submerged. There is a diary here. On the lake, in the hidden compartment of an overturned treasure ship, Shengxi found a booklet. The person who left it was a nascent soul cultivator, which is why the restrictions were still in place after so many years. With a gentle wave of his hand, Chen Mobai unleashed his primordial chaos true qi, which dissolved the restriction. In front of the 3 of them, Shengxi opened the diary. The words on it were the same as those on the stone tablet. After reading them, he made a brief summary. During the battle with the Xuanjiao royal court, the losses were too great, so the Eastern Imperial Court abandoned this border. True monarch Xuanguang led the remaining treasure ships, carrying the cultivators from the Fanhai sect in the Imperial Court, and left Dongyi. However, true monarch Xuanguang was somewhat unwilling, so he left some disciples of the overturning Sea sect here to monitor the movements of the Xuanjiao royal court while repairing these treasure ships, preparing to take revenge after the Eastern Imperial Court has recovered. The owner of the diary, Zhang Tian, is the nascent soul elder left behind by the overturning Sea sect to be in charge of this place. He said that his Dao heart was shattered in the great battle with the Xuanjiao royal court, so he did not pay much attention to the tasks under his command and let his subordinates do a sloppy job. But there are also some people who are loyal to their duties and are doing their best to repair the 6th-order treasure ship. The turning point came 100 years after true monarch Xuanguang withdrew. News came from the eastern land that he had passed away due to serious injuries. This caused the disciples of the overturning sea sect on Wandering Mountain to lose all hope and stop repairing the sixth-tier treasure ship. Many people were anxious to leave and return to the eastern land, but without the imperial court's order, they could not abandon their posts. In the third year after the news of Xu and Guang Zhenjin's death, a large-scale rebellion broke out at this border. Two other nascent soul elders led their disciples to escape from this prison. They sailed on some repaired treasure ships, one into the desolate ruins and the other disappeared in the direction of the Xuanhai Sea. Zhang Tian led the remaining dozens of disciples here, waiting for the passage of time, until they all eventually passed away. Because he was a nascent soul cultivator, he was the only one left, and he decided to return to the Eastern Imperial Court to demand an explanation. This concludes my diary entry. Chen Mobai and the others looked at the yellow dragon treasure ship, which was suspended in midair. It was once the pride of the Imperial Court, but now it was broken and shattered. The bow of the ship seemed to have been completely destroyed, and the traces of metal splicing were clearly visible. Some gaps had not even been completely repaired. The three sections of wreckage resembled the broken spine of a yellow dragon. The howling wind blowing across the lake made the golden yellow treasure ship faintly shimmer with a dim spiritual light. Here are the complete set of blueprints for the treasure ships left by Zhang Tian. Following the clues in the diary, Shengxi found a sealed box in a wooden hut in the dock. Chen Mobai opened it with his Hunyuan True Qi and found it filled with countless jade slips. Among the thousands of jade slips, there are not only blueprints for the sixth-order Yellow Dragon treasure ship, but also blueprints for the first to fifth orders, with various styles. This border pass of Wandering Mountain was originally one of the most core treasure ship forging factories of the Eastern Imperial Court, so it possesses these most important blueprints, even more complete than those collected by the Moral Sect and the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression Sect. What they regretted was that there was only one copy of the blueprints for the Six Dragons treasure ship, the Yellow Dragon version. It's a pity. Repairing this Yellow Dragon treasure ship will require a massive amount of resources, and some key parts will even require sixth-grade spiritual materials. After reviewing the blueprints, Nai Yuanzhang looked regretful. The materials used to build a treasure ship could be used by a weapon refiner to attempt to refine dozens of sixth-tier magic weapons. Only during the Eastern Imperial Court era could such extravagance be found. The core power furnace of the treasure ship has indeed been dismantled. At the same time, Shengxi also checked the core of the Yellow Dragon treasure ship with his divine sense, referring to the blueprints inside. The most precious part of the treasure ship is its power furnace. Even if they were given the complete set of blueprints now, they still wouldn't be able to build it. This power furnace is equivalent to a sixth-tier magic weapon, or even more complex, and can only be crafted by a sixth-tier weapon refiner. The Sixth Dragon treasure ship of the Eastern Imperial Court was forged by the combined efforts of several top sixth-tier weapon refiners from the 5 continents and 4 seas, and dozens of fifth-tier weapon refiners. The reason why the Eastern Imperial Court only had 6 Tier 6 treasure ships at its peak was because it only successfully forged 6 Tier 6 power furnaces. If this were still available, Shengxi would have been prepared to summon Wuchen Zhenjun and fight to get it. Without the power furnace, the most precious thing for these nascent soul true monarchs was that box of jade slips. What should we do with this? Chen Mobai, however, did not notice what Shengxi and the others were thinking. He pointed to the 3 sections of the Yellow Dragon treasure ship hanging on the Dragon Gate frame. After obtaining the blueprints and knowing the materials used to build the treasure ship, he had already decided that even if he had to be shameless, he would still claim one of them. Although given the current situation in Dongzhou, the treasure ship is definitely beyond repair. The wreckage is made of at least 5th-grade spiritual materials, and some are even 6th grade. The Hunyuan Bell can refine the essence of 5 metals, which is exactly what I needed to upgrade to a 6th-grade superior item. These materials can make up for a large part of that. The only thing that Chen Mobai regretted was that, after tens of thousands of years, the spirituality of these materials had completely dissipated. Otherwise, he would have definitely dismantled them and used them to refine magic weapons, giving each of the nascent soul cultivators of the 5 elements sect a set of 5th-tier artifacts. Since Wandering Mountain is the territory of sect leader Chen, the things here should naturally belong to the 5 elements sect. Shengxi smiled and said this. Nai Yuanzhang was slightly taken aback, but he did not object and nodded in agreement. The treasure ships left here are all scrap. The usable ones were taken back to the east by true Lord Chuanguang long ago. Even if some third or fourth tier treasure ships could be repaired, they would be beneath the notice of these holy lands of the east. The fifth tier scrap ships had all their good power furnaces removed, leaving only dilapidated structures that required major repairs. Even if they have the blueprints now, they don't have the corresponding repair personnel. This requires at least a fifth-tier weapon refiner to lead the effort, but the fifth-tier weapon refiners from both the Nine Heavens Demon Slayer sect and the Morality sect are all specialists in one area, and can only say they have a superficial understanding of the treasure ship. If we wait for them to learn by referring to the blueprints, who knows when that will take? It would be better to do Chen Mobai a favor. True Monarch De Kong hesitated for a moment. After all, even if the sixth-order treasure ship was just a wreck, it would still be of research value to the Taixu Misty Palace. But since Shanxi and the other person had said so, he naturally nodded in agreement. I need to make a copy of these 3,000 jade slips and take it back to headquarters. Great Sky True Lord made this request. No problem. However, the text on this jade slip is written in ancient script. I can take it back to the sect and give you all a copy after it has been translated. Shanxi spoke up, expressing his desire for the original blueprints for the treasure ship in this box. Considering that the moral sect had 2 nascent soul cultivators, no one present objected. Of course, Chen Mobai and the other 2 were also allowed to make a copy of the original. As the #1 weapon refiner in the eastern continent, with these blueprints and jade slips, sect leader Chen might be able to repair some 5th-tier treasure ships. I hope he will have the opportunity to guide us in the future. As they were leaving, Shanxi said something else. The reason for doing this favor was that Shanxi believed that in the entire eastern continent, only Chen Mobai, a 5th-level weapon refiner, could possibly understand these blueprints thoroughly. The Five Elements sect is currently at a critical juncture in its confrontation with the Xuanjiao royal court. If this can be used to enhance their combat strength, it would be a great thing. Leaving him the border dock at Wandering Mountain, along with the wrecked treasure ship, would give him the motivation to conduct research. This is the common property of our Eastern Continent Holy Land. If I really repair the 5th-order power furnace and build the 5th-order treasure ship in the future, I will never keep it to myself, and am willing to teach it openly to my fellow practitioners of the righteous path in the Eastern Continent. Chen Mobai solemnly said that after reviewing the blueprints, he knew that if he wanted to build a fleet of treasure ships, or even 6th-tier treasure ships, it would definitely not be possible to do so with the power of the Five Elements sect alone. It would require the combined power of the entire Eastern Continent. The Tian realm's shortcomings in inheritance and development might be addressed here, creating a small opening that could then spread to various industries. Young friend, your selflessness is admirable. Upon hearing Chen Mobai's words, De Kong Zhenjun was genuinely impressed. He thought to himself, as expected of someone who has mastered the great way of saintly virtue, I have never seen such thoughts and awareness before in thousands of years. It just felt too dazzling. Before leaving, Shanxi and the other 2 dismantled a 5th-tier scrap treasure ship, put the broken and now dormant power furnace into their storage bags, and planned to take it back to their sect and give it to the weapon refiners to study against the blueprints. Even if we can't find anything out from the research, it's good to keep it in a treasure trove for posterity. Chen Mobai was naturally reluctant. Although he hadn't figured out how to repair it yet, he was sure that if he left it to Cheng Xuanyuangsu and the others, they would have a way. However, having already secured the greatest benefits, he simply pretended not to see the actions of Shanxi and the other 2. Sect leader Chen, I'm entrusting this border battlefield to you. Once I return, I will persuade the sect elders to send the azure crystal as quickly as possible. Before leaving, Shanxi did not forget to comfort Chen Mobai. After all, the great enemy, the Xuanjiao royal court, depended on this man to hold them off. If I take a single step here, the old dragon will never be able to get ashore. Chen Mobai was determined to stop the Xuanjiao royal court at sea, even if it meant protecting the Wandering Mountain, a 6th-order spiritual vein beneath his feet. Chapter 1139, The 10-Year War. Chapter 1139, The 10-Year War. Young friend, I will set up a special teleportation array inside and outside the boundary stone for you to use to enter and exit. Before leaving, true Lord De Kong, considering that Chen Mobai did not have his own void escape technique, kindly stayed behind to help. Chen Mobai naturally thanked him repeatedly. Upon seeing this, Shengxi and Na Yuanzhang did not let Chen Mo see them off for free, but instead went to Mingjing Immortal City on their own. Besides helping to set up the teleportation array, true monarch De Kong stayed behind to handle some matters related to Dragon Abyss Cave. My puppet has discovered a strange place, filled with bird song and fragrant flowers, deep within the netherworld. I suspect it might contain clues to the Ascension platform. The Great Void True Monarch is the oldest among the nascent soul cultivators in the Eastern continent, so neither the threat of the Xuanjiao Royal Court nor the sixth-tier treasure ship is as important to him as the Ascension platform. Oh, Senior, do you intend for us to send our own puppets there to investigate as well? Chen Mobai asked, and De Kong Zhenjun nodded. Let's try using the puppet first, but that place contains a very strange natural barrier, or perhaps some kind of ghostly or divine power I'm unaware of. The puppet can only hover around the edge and can't get in. There was a hint of eagerness in De Kong Zhenjun's words. His mastery of the void technique lies in entering and exiting places shrouded by various restrictions, such as the boundary stone in front of him, and the Dragon Abyss Cave that previously connected the human world and the underworld. If he were to actually go there, he would be confident that he could easily enter, regardless of any restrictions or quarantines. However, the impression of his last entry into the netherworld was too profound, and true Lord De Kong was afraid of being chased by ghosts again, so he remained very calm. However, when Chen Mobai heard him mention this, it meant that he must have considered this aspect in his mind. Once the situation in Dangzhou stabilizes, we can call Wuchen and consider going to the netherworld at the edge of Longyuan Cave to check on the situation. As expected, Lord De Kong said those words. Sure, I'll come over when I have time. Chen Mobai did not agree immediately. After all, he was a principled person who would not stand under a dangerous wall or take risks. He still has over 3,000 years of lifespan left. There's really no need for him to go to the netherworld to find the Ascension platform. Young friend, if the situation here becomes urgent, you can call me and I'll come over. Before leaving, true Lord De Kong said these words, and then turned into silver light and disappeared from the spot. Chen Mobai listened to the fluctuations in the surrounding void with the sound of an empty valley, and once again swept his powerful divine sense across the entire Dongyi region. Only after confirming that all the nascent soul cultivators had left did he relax. He first tried out the teleportation array of the Great Void True Lord and confirmed that there was no problem. Then he used his own void escape technique to enter the boundary stone. With a flick of his right hand, the Hunyuan bell landed in his palm. If you refine all these materials, will it be enough for you to advance to the 6th grade high level? Chen Mobai pointed to the small world, where the shipyard was filled with scrap treasure ships. There are so many essences of metals, but unfortunately, they've all lost their spirituality. The spirit of the primordial bell appeared, swayed and circled the dock, landing in the center of the yellow dragon treasure ship, which had been broken into 3 pieces, with a regretful expression. Only the materials from this ship are useful to me. The rest combined probably wouldn't even be worth as much as that bag of fire god sand. When Chen Mobai and De Kong Zhenjun and others were talking on the battlefield by the sea, the spirit of the Hunyuan bell also heard it. For it, 6th-order spiritual materials were the most useful, although it could also convert these scrap treasure ships into 5-element spiritual energy. That would take a lot of time. Currently, on the eastern Yi side, the 5-element sect and the Xuanjiao Royal Court are engaged in a major battle, so efficiency is definitely the top priority. Next, the spirit of the primordial bell estimated the materials it needed for its advancement. The bag of divine fire sand in front of it, plus the 6th-order azure yuan crystal, and the wreckage of the 6th-order treasure ship, along with the 5 Emperor's Mountain spiritual veins, it would barely be enough. If we add the spiritual vein to the equation, it will be a sure thing. The spirit of the primordial bell pointed to the wandering mountain outside, which was also a 6th-order spiritual vein, but most of its spiritual energy was absorbed by the boundary stone to maintain this small world. I intend to use this spiritual vein as the cultivation ground for future nascent soul cultivators of the 5-element sect. Chen Mobai shook his head, dismissing the idea of the primordial bell spirit. Then we might need another 6th-tier spiritual material. The spirit of the primordial bell knew that it only had one chance to advance. If it failed with so many resources, there would not be a second 5 Emperor's Mountain for it to devour next time, so it wanted to play it safe. What about this boundary stone we're on? Chen Mobai, however, made a suggestion that left the spirit of the Hunyuan Bell stunned on the spot. This boundary stone is the crystallization of the void stone, containing the purest and most vast void power. Judging from the size of the stone tablet, it is the top 6th order peak spiritual material in this world, and even has some 7th order properties. It carries some of the Taoist essence of emptiness. It's good, but it doesn't quite suit my personality, so I might not be able to handle it. To be honest, the spirit of the primordial bell was a bit too high-ranking for it to refine the boundary stone. However, the chaos pearl possesses the power to refine the void into the 5 elements, and theoretically, it is indeed possible to refine it with Chen Mobai's assistance. Thinking of this, the spirit of the primordial bell looked at this small world with fervent eyes. Let me share my thoughts. A 6th grade high-quality item might be your ultimate dream for life, but I feel that this is just the beginning. The One Yuan Dao scripture records the method for refining the 7th order Hunyuan golden cauldron, which involves fusing the power of the 5 elements, Hunyuan, void, and end of life. You already possess the power of the 5 elements and Hunyuan. If you further refine this boundary stone and attempt to fuse the Tao of void, then you will only lack the power of end of life. And coincidentally, not long ago, when I killed the white bone Dharma King, I comprehended the principle of the end of life and the end of all things, and I have condensed a trace of the power of the end times, which can be refined into you when you advance in this level. In this way, you will lay the foundation for advancing to the Hunyuan Golden Cauldron. I think your limit is probably the 7th rank. After Chen Mobai finished speaking, the spirit of the Hunyuan Bell was already filled with excitement. Because that's really the case. Master, your talent in weapon crafting surpasses even that of our former master. Chen Mobai shook his head repeatedly at the words of the spirit of the primordial bell, indicating that he was merely standing on the shoulders of the primordial true lord. After all, the Hunyuan golden cauldron technique was left behind by the One Yuan true lord. If they could truly master this, then the 5 elements sect would be able to possess a 7th tier Tao attaining treasure to suppress evil, just like forces such as the Taixu Misty Palace, the Thousand Autumns Ink Forest, and the Heavenly Sea Mother Palace. Even in the face of a great calamity, they would have nothing to worry about. After reaching a consensus, Hunyuan Bell swallowed the bag of Li Hu Shen Sha and returned to Chen Mobai's domain to slowly refine this precious 6th order spiritual material. If the boundary stone is refined, this small world will definitely disappear. Therefore, before that happens, Chen Mobai needs to send someone to retrieve the things inside. Many of these scrap treasure ships have actually been almost repaired, except for the power furnace. With his mastery of weapon crafting and the 5 elements of music, Chen Mobai easily deciphered the blueprints on the more than 3,000 jade slips. He then summoned Sheng Jiaxi and Chen Lingaming, along with other 4th-tier weapon crafters from the One Yuan Dao Palace. Chen Mobai selected some key content, taught several lessons, and finally assigned tasks based on the learning progress. Sheng Jiaxi understood the least, so she was in charge of directing the 5 element sect disciples to find a new dock, move and transport these treasure ships, and take charge of the hard work of repairing the ships. Chen Lingaming had the best grades and was assigned the task of repairing the 1st to 4th stage power furnaces. He was the only one who could understand this part of the lesson. The rest of the Yan Huo and Xuan Shui were slightly better than Sheng Jiaxi, but they were still struggling. Let junior nephew Chen take the lead in this matter. If it can be accomplished, it will be a great achievement for generations to come. As soon as Chen Mobai finished speaking, Chen Lingaming nodded solemnly, indicating that he would certainly live up to the sect leader's expectations. Half a month later, Xuan of the Dayud sect personally came to Fangwang Mountain and handed a jade box to Chen Mobai. Inside was the 6th order azure elemental crystal. In addition, Xuan also brought a group of Dayud sect cultivators, preparing to be stationed in Dangyi for a long time to support the war between the 5 elements sect and the Xuanjiao royal court. Although Shengxi appears gentle and mild-mannered, he is decisive and efficient in his actions. After Xuan, all the major righteous forces in the eastern continent were also ordered by him to send 1/10 of their cultivators to the eastern barbarian battlefield. In just 6 months, the number of cultivators from the eastern continent gathered in Dangyi was no less than the number of cultivators in the eastern mausoleum domain at the time of its initial development. Chen Mobai also felt the pressure. Fortunately, the holy lands of the eastern continent helped each other. In addition to the moral sect, the Nine Heavens demon-slaying sect and the Taeksu Palace also sent a large army of cultivators to help share the heavy burden. The people in charge of the Holy Land were all people Chen Mobai knew very well. Yuan Zhen of the Nine Heavens demon-slaying sect and Zhang Pengkong of the Taeksu Palace. Millions of cultivators and dozens of nascent soul cultivators were stationed along the coastline. With the heavenly curtain and earthly network array as their support, they firmly blocked the Xuanhai demon beast army in the sea. This also amazed Chen Mobai at the profound foundation of the heavenly river realm. With just the eastern continent, its strength was almost on par with the immortal sects. The war dragged on, and soon 10 years had passed. Chen Mobai personally oversaw the defense of Wandering Mountain, which had become the front line since the disappearance of the sunbathing sea territory. The old dragons also had a tacit understanding. Once they surfaced, they were outside of the Wandering Mountain. The two most powerful beings in the heavenly river realm clashed dozens of times over the past decade, causing the heavens and earth to change color and the mountains and seas to tremble. If it weren't for the protection of the heavenly curtain and earthly network array, the eastern barbarians would probably have been reduced to ruins in the aftermath of their battle. During the battle, the old dragon actually improved. It seemed that the powerful opponent had made its true spirit bloodline more active. However, Chen Mobai's progress was even faster. He not only mastered the use of the One Incarnation technique, but also comprehended the primordial chaos Tao through it. Chapter 1140. All the puzzle pieces for defeating the old dragon. Chapter 1140. All the puzzle pieces for defeating the old dragon. At the horizon where the sea meets the sky, a colossal black dragon coiled and roared, its voice like thunder, drawing upon the power of the vast Xuanhai Ocean to rise and cover the heavens, engulfing the land of Dongyi. On the shore stood a giant 1,000 meters tall, carrying a gray-white stone bell that continuously vibrated with 5-colored ripples, as if erecting an invisible wall between heaven and earth, blocking all the incoming thunder, wind, frost, and tsunamis. Chen Mobai stood on the shoulder of the One Yuan avatar, his eyes swirling with 5-colored light. The very center of his right pupil was a hazy gray vortex, like a black hole that devoured everything. While fighting the old dragon, he attempted to master the primordial chaos Tao. Amidst the ringing of the bells, the 5-colored ripples gradually became thicker, not only resisting the power of the Xuanhai Ocean that the old dragon had unleashed, but even absorbing and transforming it into their own power. At that moment, a pale blue orb suddenly came hurtling down from afar. Seeing that his supernatural powers were ineffective against Chen Mobai, the old dragon could only resort to the most primitive method. Chen Mobai's expression was solemn. Faced with this supreme treasure at the peak of the 6th rank, he had few means to resist. The Hunyuan bell was held up by the Yiyuan avatar with its mouth facing the sky. The inside of the bell was a hazy gray, carrying a mysterious power that seemed to be able to suppress all things and phenomena. It collided with the Dingyuan Zhenhai pearl. Rumble! The sound caused the heavens and earth to tremble, and a terrifying shockwave that shifted the landscape spread outwards. The heavenly curtain and earthly network array was activated to its maximum power in an instant, but even so, many areas on the eastern Yi land still experienced earthquakes and tremors. Fortunately, over the past 10 years, the cultivators and humans here have become accustomed to this kind of tremor, and they all skillfully ran to the open-air platform that had been reinforced with a restriction. In the instant that the Hunyuan bell and the Dingyuan Zhenhai pearl collided, golden lines flashed and took shape in Chen Mobai's left eye. Then, his second primordial spirit rose from the back of his head and instantly rode the Yuanyang sword, transforming into a phoenix-shaped stream of light. Like lightning, it pierced through the void and stabbed towards the old dragon's brow. Without the sea-suppressing pearl, the 6th-tier flying sword made the old dragon feel its sharp edge. However, as the ruler of the Xuanjiao royal court, it still possesses something that can save its life. Suddenly, a scale between its brows shone with a golden light, like a golden shield, protecting the Yuan Yang sword. Chen Mobai was not surprised at all. After dozens of encounters over the years, both sides have long since figured out each other's strengths and weaknesses. The old dragon's vital parts, such as its brow, throat, and heart, had been refined from the scales of these 6th-order true dragon ancestors. Driven by its true spirit power and blood energy, even the Yuan Yang sword could not penetrate it in a short time. However, the sword cultivation path is incredibly destructive, and the old dragon could only use these scales to block it for a while, so it quickly returned on the Dingyuan Zhenhai pearl. With the precious pearl hanging above its head and standing above the Chuanhai Sea, it is invincible. However, at this moment, silver light flashed in the void, and two figures stepped out of thin air. One of them held an intricate and sophisticated spherical magic artifact, and shone an earthy yellow immortal light on the Dingyuan Zhenhai pearl, which was flying halfway. At the same time, Chen Mobai also controlled the One Yuan avatar, pushing the power of the Hunyuan bell to its limit, unleashing 5-colored ripples that landed on the Dingyuan Zhenhai pearl. The two 6th-tier magic artifacts combine to imprison the azure orb in midair. Heavenly and earthly Chuanji instrument, you shameless brat, all you know is sneak attacks. When the old dragon saw Wuchen and Dakong appear, it immediately cursed angrily, and then spat out a mouthful of blood essence that landed on the imprisoned Dingyuan Zhenhai pearl. While the pearl was imprisoned, Chen Mobai's Yuanyang sword, under the blessing of the great void true monarch's void secret technique, bypassed the golden scales and pierced into the old dragon's waist and abdomen. The gentian it had painstakingly nurtured was cut in half again. In excruciating pain, the old dragon disregarded its cries and unleashed the power of the Dingyuan Zhenhai pearl, which had been nourished by its own true spirit blood. After breaking free from the restraints of the two magical artifacts, the pearl was swallowed whole. A brilliant blue light flowed through its body, expelling all foreign energies, including the power of the void and the Yuanyang sword aura. Just as it was about to utter a few harsh words before running away, beams of earthy yellow immortal light suddenly rose from the Chuanhai Sea, instantly transforming into stone walls that completely enveloped its slender dragon body. It's as if a stone coffin has appeared between the sea and the sky. This is Wuchen Zhenjun using the heavenly and earthly Chuanji instrument to perform the earth element sealing technique of the moral sect, attempting to sever the connection between the Dingyuan Zhenhai pearl and the boundless Chuanhai. Chen Mobai and Dekong Zhenjun were also slightly expectant upon seeing this scene. 6 months ago, true monarch Wuchen broke through his cultivation and came out of seclusion. He came with true monarch Dakong, and the three of them made plans for today. The celestial and earthly Chuanji instrument is a supreme treasure of the earth element, capable of manipulating the ley lines of the eastern continent. It is also effective against the Dingyuan Zhenhai pearl. If the plan succeeds, the old dragon, without the support of the boundless Chuanhai Sea, will naturally be at the mercy of these eastern continent nascent soul cultivators. However, things did not go as they had expected. After the sea-suppressing pearl of Dingyuan was isolated by the earth element seal, the boundless profound sea suddenly erupted with unprecedented raging waves, one after another rushing towards the stone coffin floating above the sea surface. Chen Mobai simultaneously brought down the Hunyuan bell, intending to combine the power of the two magical artifacts to suppress it. However, with a cracking sound, a fissure appeared in the stone coffin. Then a burst of azure light, like a light sword slicing through the darkness, merged with the power of the boundless Chuanhai Sea, continuously drawing it into the stone coffin. Well, with a sigh from true monarch Wuchen, cracks began to appear densely, eventually covering the entire stone coffin. With a deafening roar, a pale blue pearl burst forth first, followed by the exasperated figure of the old dragon, scattering fragments of stone across the sky, which melted and disappeared beneath the surging, boundless Chuan Sea. Seeing this, Chen Mobai also took back the Hunyuan bell. Despite their careful planning, the two 6th-tier magic artifacts were still unable to suppress the Dingyuan Zhenhai pearl. It can only be said that the old dragon is indeed invincible above the Chuanhai Sea. But at this moment, the old dragon that had broken free of its seal dared not utter any more harsh words. After flying out of the stone coffin, it flew into the Chuanhai Sea without looking back, carrying the Dingyuan Zhenhai pearl. Even if it were to sacrifice its life essence, the three great nascent soul true monarchs of the eastern continent could only maintain their invincibility above the profound sea. If their life essence were exhausted, they might be worn down to death. As the storm subsided, Chen Mobai recalled his avatar and flew to the two men's side to express his gratitude for their help. It's a pity we missed this opportunity today. The old dragon won't be so careless next time. Wuchen Zhenjun looked in the direction where the old dragon had disappeared, his face full of regret. Although the earth element sealing boundary contains the word boundary, it is not a true Dharma boundary, and cannot completely sever the connection between the Dingyuan Sea-suppressing pearl and the Chuanhai Sea. The Great Void True Lord then analyzed the gains and losses and experiences of the battle just now. He was able to cultivate to this level because he was good at summarizing. From the beginning of Qi cultivation, he would review every battle, which is why he became stronger and stronger. Oh, the Dharma realm is actually this powerful. After hearing this, Chen Mobai couldn't help but look curious. Although the immortal sects also have the concept of the Dharma realm, neither the Spirit Venerable nor the successive generations of nascent soul cultivators from the Kunpeng Dao Academy have ever truly mastered it. Qi Yuheng is the most likely candidate, but he used it to temper his body and embarked on a different path. The Dharma realm on the Tian realm side is similar to the orthodox Dharma realm recorded in the 6 imperial scriptures. Each one is a condensed version of its own little world. However, unlike the immortal sects, where realm gates assist in comprehending the power of the void and establishing realms from the core formation stage, the cultivation realm of the heavenly river realm relies solely on one's own talent. Therefore, those who were able to enter the path throughout history were basically those with outstanding talent in the way of the void, or even void spirits. This is precisely why the sample size is extremely small, and even Chen Mobai, as a nascent soul cultivator, cannot obtain any detailed information. Only cultivators at the void refinement stage can truly master this technique. Once it takes shape, it becomes a complete world, capable of setting its own great Tao laws. Isolating the Dingyuan Zhenhai pearl within it is like sending it to the spirit void immortal realm. It has the same effect as stripping the primordial water control flag of its control over the profound sea. The Great Void True Lord spoke to Chen Mobai about the mysteries of the Dharma realm. Of all the ascendants from the Taixu Pyo Mil Palace throughout history, only a handful have been able to cultivate the Dharma realm, and these are mostly void spiritual bodies. It is precisely for this reason that the current generation of Taixu Saintess of the Eastern Continent, after forming her nascent soul, spends most of her time cultivating in the Central Continent headquarters and is highly regarded. I see. After hearing this, Chen Mobai suddenly understood. He is only one step away from mastering the Dharma realm. However, if we want to kill the old dragon, the Dharma realm alone may not be enough. After this ambush, the old dragon probably won't let the Dingyuan Zhenhai pearl leave its body again. To deal with it, we need to prepare to isolate and suppress it along with the Dingyuan Zhenhai pearl. Chen Mobai calculated in his mind that there were less than 4 years left before the arrival of the Zixel Palace from the immortal sect. He had to eliminate the threat of the Xuanjiao royal court before then. Otherwise, even if he returned to the immortal sect, he would still have something on his mind. In the upper realm, the northern whirlpool heavenly lord of the Jellyfish Palace refused Senior Yuan Kink's request to borrow the primordial water control flag. So if we want to deal with the Xuanjiao royal court, we may have to rely on ourselves. Chen Mobai then shared another piece of news, which Nai Yuanzhang had sent 4 years ago. It can only be said that Yuan Kink and the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect still don't have enough influence. With us here, the old dragon certainly wouldn't dare to leave the Chuanhai Sea. When Wuchen Zhenjin said this, he meant that he was already planning to guard Dongyi together with Chen Mobai. He broke through using the 3 profound Jade Dragon Pill, which meant he owed Chen Mobai a favor. Although the latter was unaware of this, he intended to repay some of it as much as possible. Oh, if you have time to help oversee things, I can go to 5 Emperor's Mountain and upgrade this bell. Maybe once it reaches the 6th grade superior level, it will be able to completely suppress the Dingyuan Zhenhai pearl. Upon hearing Wuchen Zhenjin's words, Chen Mobai's eyes lit up, feeling that he was about to complete all the pieces of the puzzle to defeat the old dragon. That's a minor matter. I have the heavenly and earthly Xuanji instrument, which is equivalent to the Dingyuan Zhenhai pearl in the Xuanhai in the Eastern Continent. However, the upgrading of the Hunyuan bell is no small matter. Do you really want to rush this, young friend? Wuchen Zhenjun was very confident in his ability to defend himself, but he did not want Chen Mobai to be too hasty. After all, as nascent soul true monarchs, they had such long lifespans that they could make full preparations before doing things with very slim chances. Please rest assured, Senior. I have already thought through this matter countless times in my mind, and I am very confident. In the past 10 years, besides fighting the old dragon, Chen Mobai has also helped the Hunyuan Bell refine precious 6th-order resources such as the Li Hu Divine Sand. He only needs the Boundary Stone, and the sixth-order spiritual vein to take the first step towards advancement. Since you say so, young friend, it seems you are more than 50% confident. I wish you success. I hope that after Senior Yiyuan, our eastern continent will produce another 6th-level weapon refiner. When Wu Zhenjian heard Chen Mobai say this, he was relieved. He knew that the young man in front of him was actually very steady in character. Chen Mobai thought for a moment, and suppressed the urge to refute true monarch Wu Chen. How could it only be 50%? For the past 10 years, apart from the time he spent fighting the old dragon, he had spent the rest of his time pondering this matter in his mind. He had considered all aspects that could potentially affect the advancement of the magic weapon, and was confident that there was a 99% chance of success. Go with peace of mind, young friend. Junior brother Wu Chen and I will help you guard this border. The Great Void True Monarch was also very much looking forward to Chen Mobai becoming a 6th-order weapon refiner, so that their eastern continent would have a top-ranked weapon refiner to be proud of. Thank you. Chen Mobai was very grateful. After speaking with the 2 nascent soul seniors, he went to the 5 Elements sect and told Mo Duguang about the matter. Mo Duguang, don't worry, sect leader, I'll take care of things here. The million-strong army of cultivators from the eastern barbarians was nominally there to reinforce the 5 Elements sect, so Mo Duguang was essentially the commander-in-chief on this side. However, he would always consult with the representatives of the 3 holy lands about various strategies and troop deployments. Out of respect for Chen Mobai, Zhang Pengkong and the other 2 were very polite and willing to follow his instructions. You only need to know that I am leaving. You don't need to inform the representatives of the Holy Land. Chen Mobai gave a final instruction, and Mo Duguang, knowing the seriousness of the matter, nodded solemnly. Woody Mountain. When Chen Mobai stepped out of the 1 Yuan immortal city, he concealed his aura and did not let Lion Shui know. However, it certainly wouldn't escape Xiao Yuli's notice. As the master of the Yiyuan Dao Palace, she was in charge of the entire mountain-protecting formation. Chen Mobai's entry into it alarmed her. Greetings, sect leader. When Xiao Yuli arrived at the Yiyuan Hall, she saw Chen Mobai's familiar figure. She breathed a sigh of relief and immediately bowed. What brings you to the 5 Emperors Mountain branch today, sect leader? Has the threat from the Xuanjiao royal court been resolved? Chen Mobai turned around, and Xiao Yuli saw the Hunyuan bell he was holding in his palm. She immediately thought of what he had said before, and her delicate body trembled slightly. Chapter 1141, The Primordial Bell Advances. Chapter 1141, The Primordial Bell Advances. On Mount Wudi, the mountain lord of Mude was somewhat surprised by the task Xiao Yuli had given him. Palace Master, if I take these disciples away, there will be no one left on the mountain. The primordial bell was about to absorb the spiritual veins of the 5 Emperors Mountain. To avoid affecting the disciples' cultivation, Chen Mobai instructed Xiao Yuli to send them all away. Xiao Yuli, in turn, used her position as palace master to order the mountain lord of wood virtue to take the disciples to the eastern barbarian lands to support the 5 Element sect's main vein. The most important thing is to make a good impression on the sect leader. The war between the eastern barbarians and the Xuanjiao royal court has reached its most intense stage, which is exactly when the main branch needs us. Xiao Yuli gave a long list of high-sounding reasons, and the mountain master of Mude Mountain was not against it, but he just felt that there were some problems with taking all the disciples away. But since Xiao Yuli, as the palace master, insisted on this, he had no choice but to comply. In any case, there are still some people available to be used in the immortal city of 1 Yuan at the foot of the mountain. Moreover, even if Xiao Yuli transfers them away, if they do anything to harm the sect leader will punish them, and it will have nothing to do with him, Mude. With this in mind, Mude felt at ease leading his disciples to Dongye. Meanwhile, Chen Mobai was in the back mountain, drinking tea with Tuda. I never expected to have the honor of drinking with the sect leader. Tuda looked old after losing his cultivation, but his spirit was much better than before. The 2 sat in a quiet pavilion halfway up the mountain, watching the clouds rise and fall in the distance, chatting and sipping tea like old friends. I have good news and bad news. Which would you like to hear first? Chen Mobai put down his teacup and asked the question in a somewhat languid manner. Seeing this, Tuda immediately picked up the teapot and poured tea for Chen Mobai. Just listen to the good news. At my age, I only have 1 breath left. If I get bad news, I might not be able to accept it and just leave. Chen Mobai had never realized before that Tuda was such a humorous and witty person. Ha ha ha, then I'll tell you the good news. The star transformation failed. Amidst the laughter, Chen Mobai told Tuda something that made him beam with joy. Good, good, good failure. Back then, Tuda and Xingjai were competing for the last half of the Tong Sheng True Spirit Pill in the Eastern Mausoleum region. They almost broke off all relations, and even had the idea of secretly ambushing and killing each other. Fortunately, the Dayad sect was very strict back then, and Xingji was very cautious, so he didn't get the chance. Seeing that Xingji had obtained the Tong Sheng Zhen Ling Dan, and decisively asked Wu Chen Zhen Jun for an escort, Tu De knew that he would not have another chance, so he went all out and returned directly to Wu Dai Shan to begin his breakthrough to the nascent soul stage. When Starry Sky also failed, Earth suddenly felt that his own failure wasn't so unacceptable. It's true that people need to compare themselves to others. Is Xingji dead? Tuda asked again. Before, when he was in the back mountain, Chen Lingaming would come over to talk to him from time to time. But these years, the latter has been busy in Dongyi, and Xiao Yuli doesn't like him, so he hasn't had any contact or conversation with anyone for 10 years. He didn't die. Perhaps the Three Lights' divine water is quite mysterious. Chen Mobai shook his head. The four great holy lands of the East are all paying close attention to this matter, since if the star pole god is transformed, there will be one more holy land. Moreover, Xingji had made a deal with the Eastern Holy Land in order to qualify for the exchange. Now that he has failed, although he doesn't have to hand over the formula for the Three Lights' divine water, he does need to take out the immortal book Jade Slip so that all four holy lands can study it once. The immortal book Jade Slip has already been deciphered by Shengxi and is currently in Nai Yuanzhang's hands. After that, it will also be available from the Taixu Misty Palace and the Five Elements sect. Because Chen Mobai had been busy fighting the old dragon of the Xuanjiao royal court all these years, he voluntarily put himself last in the queue. Moreover, this thing no longer held much appeal for him. After all, the numerous Dao fruit pill recipes on the pill cauldron jade tree are all no less valuable than the Three Lights' divine water. What a pity! Upon hearing that Xingji was not dead, Tude looked disappointed. Just then, a five-colored beam of light landed in front of the two of them. It was Xiao Yuli. She said to Chen Mobai with a respectful expression, "Sect leader, Mudo has already taken away all the people on the mountain. You can't do without someone to serve you, so I'll stay and help you." Xiao Yuli's idea was to try and gain access to the 6th-level weapon refiner qualification. When Huo Zhengxian City was refining 5th-order magic weapons, she did not perform well, but she felt it was because she had not prepared in advance. If she had studied under the sect leader like Chen Lingaming beforehand, she would definitely not be worse than Chen Lingaming. If she can successfully participate in this event, she will become the second-best weapon refiner in the Heavenly River realm, second only to the sect leader. Moreover, this is an upgrade of our own sect's most treasured artifact, the Hunyuan Bell. With this in mind, she was even more determined not to miss this opportunity. Is Wudi Mountain going to disappear? After hearing Xiao Yuli's words, Tu De finally guessed what bad news Chen Mobai was going to say. His face darkened, and he sighed as he asked. It won't disappear. It's just that the 6th-tier spiritual vein will no longer exist, but it might be a bit hard for you to accept. Chen Mobai said this to Tuda, then put down his teacup, got up and left with Xiao Yuli. Clang! A clear and resounding bell rang out, causing the majestic Five Emperors Mountain to tremble in an instant. Tuda stood up and looked at the beautiful scene of the 1,000-meter-high primordial avatar waving its hand at the cloud-shrouded mountain peak, where rich and pure spiritual energy of the 5 elements surged in and transformed into colorful rays of light. He found that amidst his resentment and jealousy, a hint of expectation had also appeared in his heart. He hopes that a new 6th-tier weapon refiner will emerge from the legacy of his ancestor, even if this person is the greatest enemy who ruined his life. On the square in front of the Hall of 1 Yuan, Chen Mobai's expression was solemn. He formed the 1 Yuan seal with his hands, and the Hunyuan pearl transformed into a 5-colored peacock, landing on the constantly trembling and resonating Hunyuan bell. The array here was set up by him personally. Under his divine sense, all the array plates and flags operated, drawing out the essence of the 6th-order spiritual vein and transforming it into strands of rainbow light, like ribbons, which fell on various parts of the gray-white stone bell. Amidst a buzzing sound, a five-colored pearl, enveloped in multicolored mist, flew out from the center of the Five Emperors Mountain spiritual vein. These are two magical artifacts that Chen Mobai left here to serve as the hub of a sixth-order grand formation. Tianyuan Pearl and Tei 5 Smoke Silk. Among them, the Tianyuan Pearl is already a mid-grade fifth-order pearl, while the Tei 5 Smoke Silk is a low-grade fifth-order pearl. Besides being nurtured by the sixth-order spiritual veins, they had also spent a considerable amount of time with Chen Mobai, and their spirituality had already been cultivated. The Hunyuan Bell had been on Mount Wudi for over 6,000 years. Now that it has returned, everything above and below naturally returned to its control, and these two magical artifacts were no longer needed. Under Xiao Yuli's tense gaze, Chen Mobai opened all the restrictions on the Five Emperors Mountain. As he activated his hand seals, the vast sixth-order spiritual energy, now unrestrained, surged out, causing the entire Five Emperors Mountain to shake violently, and even the one yuan statue in front of the main hall began to sway. Chen Mobai immediately threw the Tei 5 Smoke Silk over to protect the ancestral master statue, and then directed all the surging five-element spiritual energy toward the gray-white stone bell in the sky. The bell began to vibrate, emitting a deep hum. The dense spiritual energy, so intense that Xiao Yuli could barely breathe, formed a massive five-colored vortex at the mountaintop. This was because the vast spiritual energy at its center was being rapidly absorbed by the Hunyuan Bell. Chen Mobai's expression remained unchanged. The knowledge about sixth-order weapon refining left by Dan Ding Dao Ren began to surface in his mind. He selected the useful parts based on the current situation and began to use the Cantong Qi to control the Hunyuan Bell. Refining magical artifacts is actually quite similar to cooking. Each artifact is like a dish, where the ingredients are key, and the cooking technique is also crucial. Under the guidance of the master craftsman Chen Mobai, the Hunyuan Bell absorbed and refined the sixth-order spiritual vein of the Five Emperors Mountain as planned. Gradually, its grayish-white stone surface began to radiate a jade-colored luster. This means it has begun its advancement towards the sixth-tier superior grade. Seeing this, Xiao Yuli was overjoyed. But for Chen Mobai, this was just the beginning. With a thought, the void above the primordial bell slightly distorted, and a huge stone tablet descended from the sky. It was the boundary stone. A sixth-grade superior quality is his minimum target for this refinement. His ultimate goal is to further refine the power of the void and the power of the end of time, laying the foundation for advancing to the primordial golden cauldron. The moment the boundary stone fell, the Hunyuan Bell also flipped over, its mouth facing the sky, like a bottomless pit swallowing one end of the stone tablet. With a loud bang, suddenly the boundary stone burst forth with dazzling silver sparks, like shooting stars in the darkness, blindingly brilliant. Chen Mobai sensed the strain emanating from the spirit of the primordial bell, and immediately took over the refining process, using the covenant of mutual understanding. He could call himself an expert on the power of the void. Even at this moment, Turtle Treasure was displaying a pop-up window, expressing its desire to devour this suddenly emerging powerful void energy. Chen Mobai naturally prioritized upgrading the Hunyuan Bell. He pushed the Cantong Qi to its limit, causing the Hunyuan Bell to emit five-colored flames, which were extremely rich in pure sixth-order spiritual vein origins. Then, the Daoshuai 8 scenery lamps flew out and ignited 9 Daoshuai fires under the Hunyuan Bell, which returned to 1 and sublimated, continuously helping to temper the bell. Gradually, a drop of silver liquid suddenly melted from the surface of the boundary stone, which was not originally quite compatible with the attributes of the Hunyuan Bell. The silver droplet, like a blazing sun, slid down the boundary stone, emitting a dazzling silver light that illuminated the entire mountaintop. Chen Mobai sensed that this drop contained the powerful void energy of a nascent soul cultivator from the immortal sect. And this is less than 1/10,000th of the boundary stone. As time went on, the Hunyuan Bell vibrated more and more violently, and suddenly a crack appeared on the bell wall. Xiao Yuli gasped upon seeing this, but Chen Mobai breathed a sigh of relief. A click sounded. A piece of stone peeled off the Hunyuan Bell, revealing its transformed, white jade-like new body. Chapter 1142, The Six Imperial Scriptures Completed. Chapter 1142, The Six Imperial Scriptures Completed. Chen Mobai nodded slightly as he watched the Hunyuan Bell begin to transform. This means the advancement has been successful. The rest depends on when the primordial bell will completely digest the boundary stone. If you can refine it, it means you have the potential to advance to the Hunyuan Golden Cauldron. If you can't refine it, you can only stay at the 6th grade upper level. Chen Mobai naturally hoped for success. Under his control of the Kantunki, the silver droplets sliding down from the boundary stone were exactly the size that the Hunyuan bell could absorb and refine. Another piece of stone peeled off, revealing the jade-like bell body shimmering with a warm, soft light. Faintly visible, mysterious silver patterns flowed across its surface. These lights seemed to have a life of their own, dancing around the Hunyuan bell. Wherever they passed, pieces of stone peel cracked and fell away, gradually revealing the complete new Hunyuan bell. Once all the stone skin had fallen off, a particularly melodious and clear bell rang throughout the entire Wudi Mountain. In that instant, the form of the Hunyuan bell underwent a dramatic transformation. Compared to its previous rough and rustic gray-white appearance, it had now become an elegant and warm white jade bell, its entire body delicate and pure. The silver patterns flowing inside and outside the bell wall resembled auspicious clouds, adding to its mystique. After the Hunyuan bell completed its transformation, the 5 Emperors Mountain suddenly began to surge with wind and clouds. The already surging 6th order spiritual energy was now as if it had been captured by an invisible hand and directly pulled out from the depths of the earth. Wave after wave of colorful light orbs, like a torrent, were swallowed up by the white jade bell. The back mountain, too, sensed that the originally extremely dense 6th order spiritual energy around him began to rapidly decline. Within a few breaths, it plummeted to the upper 5th order, then the middle 5th order, and finally the lower 5th order. It only stopped just before it was about to break through the 5th order. At that moment, he knew that the primordial bell had been upgraded to a 6th grade superior level. Tude looked at the face of the man in front of him, his expression very complicated. After accomplishing this, Chen Mobai's status will at least be comparable to that of the One Yuan True Lord. Such an opponent, even the successive nascent soul cultivators of the Tao Palace might not be able to defeat, let alone him. After accepting his mediocrity and failure, Tude suddenly felt at peace. Zhao Yuli had no time to lament the great downgrade of the 5 Emperors Mountain spiritual veins. Seeing the Hunyuan bell successfully promoted to the 6th grade superior level, she was filled with excitement and said what was on her mind. The sect leader's weapon refining skills are the best in the world. Even before the One Yuan ancestor ascended, he did not have such a level as you. It's merely an upgrade on the existing foundation. It can't compare to how the ancestor created the Hunyuan bell from scratch. Chen Mobai was very humble. Having refined many Tao fruits from the pill cauldron jade tree, he naturally knew that creation was the most difficult. The upgrade of the Hunyuan bell to a 6th grade superior item was actually based on a predetermined path. All Chen Mobai needed to do was find materials and assist it in refining the spiritual veins, etc. Everything has a traceable origin. If you asked him to forge a 6th grade high-quality Hunyuan bell from scratch, even if you gave him enough materials, it would be absolutely impossible for him to succeed. That's also the #1 weapon refiner in the world right now. Zhao Yuli's words brought a smile to Chen Mobai's face. He looked up at the primordial bell, which was still diligently refining the boundary stone even after advancing to the 6th rank superior grade. Estimating that it might take a while, he took out a futon and sat down directly in front of the primordial hall. When you practice the One Yuan Tao scripture, do you have any questions? I happen to have time now, so I can answer them for you or even explain them. After the Hunyuan bell was upgraded, it no longer needed Chen Mobai to guide it step by step with the Cantong Qi, and it could refine it on its own. So he simply started to guide Zhao Yuli. Thank you, sect leader. Indeed, there are quite a few problems. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuli was naturally overjoyed. To receive personal guidance from a nascent soul cultivator in a sect is an extremely high level of treatment, even in the Central Plains. Moreover, Chen Mobai has already cultivated the Tao scripture of One Yuan to level second only to the One Yuan ancestor. He is also a great and virtuous teacher who excels in education. For Zhao Yuli, he is even better than the One Yuan ancestor himself. On Mount Wudi, the Hunyuan bell stands tall in the air, continuously playing a serene and soothing chime that calms the mind. Zhao Yuli sat upright on a futon in the hall with her eyes closed, digesting what Chen Mobai had explained. Her whole body radiated 5-colored light, clearly indicating that her understanding of the One Yuan Dao scripture had reached a new level. Gradually, wisps of spiritual energy surged toward her, and a burst of energy breaking through the bottleneck caused Chen Mobai to look surprised. He hadn't expected Xiao Yuli to be so talented, that she was about to break through to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm at this moment. However, the spiritual veins of Wudi Mountain are now all controlled by the Hunyuan Bell, and the attempt may fail due to insufficient spiritual energy. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai took out the heavenly origin pearl and placed it on Xiao Yuli's head. Soon, pure spiritual energy from the 5 elements began to fall. He then took out several top-grade spirit stones that had been fully charged in the spiritual veins of the 5 Emperors Mountain and placed them around her to set up an array. While supplying spiritual energy, it also isolated Xiao Yuli and the heavenly origin pearl from the 5 Emperors Mountain. After doing all this, Xiao Yuli, who had been looking somewhat anxious, immediately relaxed. Chen Mobai was multitasking, keeping an eye on the Hunyuan Bell refining the boundary stone, watching Xiao Yuli, who was in seclusion in the Yiyuan Hall, but most of his attention was devoted to comprehending the 6 imperial scriptures. During this lesson with Xiao Yuli, he reinforced the legacy of the Yiyuan Dao Palace. Some of the content, which was not found in the One Yuan Dao Jing, allowed him to make connections and suddenly mastered the 6 imperial scriptures. Xiao Yuli is an earth spirit body, but Su Zilu once said that the most compatible with primordial true qi is not the earth spirit body, but the primordial body. The One Yuan True Lord is a Hunyuan body. After he achieves great success in his cultivation, he can possess all the characteristics of the 5 elements spiritual bodies. He can even use the wonderful technique of the 5 elements transformation to transform into spiritual bodies such as wind, thunder, light, and darkness. People in the heavenly river realm might not understand this principle, but Chen Mobai was very clear about it. The so-called unique spiritual root, or unique spiritual body, is derived from the combination and transformation of the 5 elements. His 5 elements immortal spiritual roots already make him a super primordial body, surpassing even a true monarch of One Yuan. Theoretically, he could achieve this, but he had tried several times before without success. At that time, Chen Mobai thought that the One Yuan True Lord had kept this part of the inheritance to himself. Now, however, he knows that it was because he had not comprehended the great Tao of primordial chaos before. Only the primordial chaos, vague and indistinct, can reveal the laws of the world. Therefore, after teaching Xiao Yuli, Chen Mobai, having grasped this point, immediately used the primordial chaos Tao to unleash the profound mysteries of his super primordial chaos body. After 3 months of arduous practice and meditation, using the 5 tones of the musical scale, he finally transformed the 6 spiritual roots and 6 spiritual bodies required for cultivating the 6 imperial scriptures within his body. Chen Mobai was certain that even if the Long Chu ancestor and Zhang Li ancestor of Kunpeng Dao Academy were resurrected, they could not possibly possess such a supreme and wondrous body that was in accord with the 6 imperial scriptures as he did. He even felt that the legendary true spirit candle dragon might not be as compatible with him as he was with the 6 imperial scriptures. After all, the 6 imperial scriptures were passed down by Zhulong to the cultivators of the Zhulong Dao, and they are methods of cultivation for human beings. After transforming into 6 spiritual roots and a spiritual body, and adding the 5 musical notes, Chen Mobai easily cultivated the 6 imperial scriptures to the level of the nascent soul stage. If Qi Yuheng were to see this scene, he would probably be extremely ashamed. However, the 6 imperial scriptures at the nascent soul stage have only just begun to reveal their profound mysteries. Among the 7 great nascent soul cultivation techniques of the immortal sect, although everyone has their own ranking in mind due to the different scope of application, most cultivators still recognize the 6 imperial scriptures as the #1 divine technique of the immortal sect. The so-called riding the right course of heaven and earth, controlling the changes of the 6 qi, to roam the boundless, carefree, and at ease refers to this state. A wisp of light flickered between Chen Mobai's brows, indicating that his divine sense was beginning to circulate along the candle dragon holding light technique, combining and sublimating with the 6 imperial scriptures. As time passed, the sky around Wudi Mountain darkened. Lion Shui, from the immortal city at the foot of the mountain, stood at the window, looking at the sudden darkness with a strange expression. "It's only midday." Recalling the recent departure of all the disciples from the mountain led by Master Mude, Lion Shui was even more suspicious, feeling that Palace Master Zio Yuli might be up to something. However, since she was personally appointed by Chen Mobai as the palace master of the One Yuan Dao Palace, Lion Shui dared not report her to the Five Elements sect. At this moment, exclamations suddenly rang out in the immortal city. Startled from her reverie by the voices of the disciples, Lion Shui looked up at the sky above the Five Emperors Mountain and stared wide-eyed in shock. Darkness enveloped the sun in the sky, as if the heavens and earth had closed off, obscuring the sun. This scene made Lion Shui feel that the sun was like an eye and darkness was like an eyelid. A huge and terrifying creature was hiding in the darkness, and its pupils were the light. Now it had closed its eyes, so the earth had also fallen into night. Not only Lion Shui, but all the cultivators who saw the sun disappear had this image in their minds. Above their heads, there seemed to be a terrifying behemoth that could turn day into day when its eyes were open and night into night when its eyes were closed. Lion Shui cast a spell to provide light, but found that as soon as it was lit, an invisible, dormant force surged in and extinguished it. Not only magic, but also any jewel, magical artifact, talisman, etc., that can emit light are subject to the same principle. It seems that at this moment, no light is allowed to appear. A chilling stillness and desolation swept over, making all the cultivators in Yiyuan Immortal City feel extremely oppressed. Many cultivators with keen senses felt that in the darkness above, there seemed to be a colossal and majestic being that ruled over the cycle of day and night, slumbering in the darkness. When it rested, all light would disappear. Once they awaken it, the endless light and heat will turn all living things on earth to ashes, bringing destruction. Even Lion Shui, a nascent soul cultivator, felt at this moment that his life and death were no longer in his own hands. He immediately turned around, wanting to leave using the teleportation array, but found that the spiritual vein was already depleted, so the teleportation array attached to it was naturally ineffective. A terrifying entity has occupied Five Emperors Mountain and devoured a sixth-tier spiritual vein. After realizing this, Lion Shui was even more terrified. It should be noted that Mount Wudi has a sixth-order grand formation personally set up by the sect leader, which can hold off even the nascent soul cultivators from the morality sect and the Nine Heavens demon-slaying sect for a period of time. Who exactly is it? Is it the Venerable One? The scene of turning day into night reminded Lion Shui of the past when Mingzun attacked the mountain, creating the netherworld. It was also a scene that blotted out the sky, but that time it was eerie and chilling. This time, however, there was a kind of awe-inspiring, majestic depth and vastness that stirred the soul. It is completely different from the Mingzun's Netherworld Sutra. Thinking of this, Lion Shui breathed a slight sigh of relief. Then, remembering something, she activated a talisman that could connect her with Su Zilu, hoping to contact the sect leader through her to resolve this strange matter. On Mount Wudi, Chen Mobai was completely immersed in the mysteries of the six imperial scriptures. In the darkness that seemed to engulf everything, he discovered endless mysteries, and with each mystery unveiled, his understanding of the world deepened. All the mysteries of the six imperial scriptures are hidden in the depths of this darkness. The candle dragon's light-carrying technique is a tool that draws mysteries from the darkness into its mouth, allowing it to absorb and digest them. Relying on the protection of the pure Yang Dao, he recklessly immersed himself in it, revealing and exploring the mysteries within the darkness. As time passed, his six imperial scriptures had unknowingly reached a great level of mastery. He held the six primordial energies of yin, yang, wind, rain, darkness, and light in his grasp, and the mysteries of the Taiyuan Heavenly Book, a legacy passed down through the immortal sects, were fully revealed to him. As his primordial spirit absorbed the six great primordial energies and underwent transformations, he gradually saw through the laws governing the changes of all things in the universe, because in this respect, he had already comprehended the Tao Law Heavenly Book, which was even more profound. Of the six great heavenly books related to the Dharma realm, Chen Mobai only lacks the final one, the Book on Birth and Death. However, Chen Mobai felt that he might not need to comprehend the Book of Life and Death to cultivate the Dharma realm. Within his purple mansion sea of consciousness, the primordial spirit containing the transformations of the six chi was gradually transformed into the form of the candle dragon after the profound mysteries of the six imperial scriptures were absorbed and integrated in the darkness. Soon, Chen Mobai discovered that his purple mansion sea of consciousness could no longer contain this newly evolved candle dragon Dharma image. He escaped from the heavenly spirit. At this moment, the primordial spirit of the candle dragon seemed to break free from its shackles, roaming in an endless realm. In the darkness, an even wider and deeper mystery began to fly towards him and merge with him. It was at this moment that Lion Shui and the others in Yiyuan Immortal City witnessed the strange phenomenon of day turning into eternal night. As Chen Mobai gradually advanced the 6 imperial scriptures towards perfection, the 6 spiritual roots and 6 spiritual energies within his body began to merge into one, as if the real Zhulong were sitting in his place. Day and night follow its flow, and breath becomes the wind and rain of the 4 seasons. Like a single deity, in charge of all phenomena and energies in the universe. After an unknown amount of time, Chen Mobai suddenly realized that there was no longer any mystery in the darkness that could lead to the fusion of his primordial spirit. It was at this time that his 6 imperial scriptures reached perfection. Chapter 1143, The Dharma Realm is Complete. Chapter 1143, The Dharma Realm is Complete. And that's how it ends perfectly. When Chen Mobai woke up, he was somewhat surprised. Although he had thoroughly understood the 6 imperial scriptures using the 5 tones and musical scales a long time ago, he only felt that he could cultivate it to the level of the divine transformation realm. Now, however, he has directly reached the highest realm that no previous Kunpeng Dao Academy nascent soul true monarch had ever achieved. As Chen Mobai thought about it, he looked up at the 5 Emperors Mountain shrouded in darkness, and the territory of the One Yuan Dao Palace centered on it. He had a feeling that in this dark and gloomy area, he could decide and control the life and death of everyone. But this is merely the most basic ability of the 6 imperial scriptures. The sign of the perfection of this great method of transforming into a divine being is the Dharma realm. Chen Mobai raised his palm, and a wisp of silver light flickered in his palm. Then, in an instant, it spread outwards, merging with the day and night that evolved from the candle dragon Dharma form. One Yuan Immortal City. Lion Shui, who was anxiously waiting for news from the 5 Elements sect, paced back and forth restlessly. Suddenly, he trembled, opened his mouth wide, and looked around in disbelief. It was pitch black, as if eternal night had descended. But Lion Shui realized that she was no longer in Yiyuan Immortal City. He walked to the part of the city wall where he should have been, reached out and pushed, only to find that it was empty. Did some terrifying being alter the world and relocate me to another place? As a nascent soul cultivator from the One Yuan Dao Palace, Lion Shui was quite knowledgeable and quickly came up with the most likely answer. Soon he heard a series of screams and shouts. Lion Shui recognized some of them as his disciples, and his expression immediately darkened. He told everyone to shut up. Although it was dark and visibility was poor, and the range of one's spiritual sense was greatly reduced, sound was not obstructed. Upon hearing Lion Shui's voice, all the cultivators in Yiyuan Immortal City who had encountered the same situation as him gathered around and asked what had happened. The Immortal City is clearly protected by a powerful array, so who kidnapped us and brought us here? Has a great enemy of the Dao Palace come knocking? Is it the Mingzun? Quickly go to the 5 Elements sect and invite the turtle immortal ancestor. Hearing the voice that was getting irritated again, Lion Shui felt a chill run down her spine. He originally thought that he was the only one who had been teleported here, but now he discovered that it seemed that all the cultivators in the entire One Yuan Immortal City were like him. Moving a person silently is a completely different concept from moving an entire city of cultivators. The former only requires someone stronger than Lion Shui, such as any nascent soul true monarch, while the latter means that only top-tier nascent soul true monarchs can qualify. Such a place exists in the Eastern continent. Lion Shui could count on her fingers all the nascent soul true monarchs in the Eastern continent, but neither her own turtle immortal ancestor, who was the strongest in combat, nor the 2 senior true monarchs, Wuchen Dakong, who had the highest cultivation, nor even Shengxi and Nai Yuanzhang, could do that. So who exactly is it? Could it really be the Mingzun? This transformation of the world, the complete darkness, does indeed resemble arriving in the underworld, but this place exudes a rich spiritual energy of the 5 elements, rather than the yin energy of the yellow springs. Just as Lion Shui was racking his brains trying to figure it out, he suddenly found himself back in the Immortal City. With a slight tremor, he pushed his right hand towards the darkness before his eyes. The rough, solid feel of the city wall confirmed his suspicions. Not only him, but some of the cultivators in the surrounding immortal city also noticed this and began to exclaim in surprise. Although it was still pitch black in the eternal night, returning to a familiar place always brought a little peace of mind. Then something even more exciting happened to them. Above everyone's eyes, a golden ray of light stretched across the sky. Then, the golden ray of light began to spread out in a semicircle from the center, like a giant beast opening its eyelids and revealing golden eyes as bright as the sun. After the first ray of light, all light shines forth. Soon, the immortal city of 1 Yuan returned to normal, and everyone regained their sight, able to see their surroundings and also see the 5 Emperors Mountain with the sun high in the center. The light has returned. Is it over? Has the enemy been driven back? One after another, voices filled with relief and joy reached Chen Mobai's ears as he looked at the silver light in his palm with curiosity. This was his domain, but after the 6 imperial scriptures were perfected, it was directly sublimated into the Dharma realm. In order to test the power of the Dharma realm, he used the cultivators in the city below to try it out. The effect was indeed as described. It could swallow living beings into it without them realizing it. Moreover, if he did not release it, no one would be able to leave and would be permanently imprisoned inside. Of course, to avoid revealing the mysteries of the Dharma realm, he merged with the power of the candle dragon Dharma image, plunging all the cultivators swallowed by the Dharma realm into darkness. He could even set up special cages for each cultivator he swallowed. For example, Lion Shui, as a nascent soul cultivator with the water attribute, Chen Mobai can transform the Dharma realm into a desert filled with fire spiritual energy with a thought. Of course, if his cultivation level advances further in the future, he might even be able to directly create a magma environment and inject ripples into it. However, to achieve that, he would need to integrate the 6 imperial scriptures and the great Tao of primordial chaos and 5 elements more deeply, and might even need to use the Taixu's secret technique. For example, he has already cultivated to the 4th level of the void illusion realm of the myriad manifestations returned to truth. Although Chen Mobai has mastered the Dharma realm, it is only in its rudimentary form. If the Dharma realm truly wants to achieve great success, it must truly create heaven and earth and create a new world. That is, as recorded in the Mahayana heavenly book, even the 3,000 great Taos can be derived from it. At present, with his current level of only nascent soul, he can at most refine the great Tao he knows into it and use illusions to mend the rest. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai once again used his magic. With Zhulong's eyes closed, the area centered on Wudi Mountain was plunged into darkness once again. The cultivators of the 1 Yuan immortal city, who were just feeling fortunate, suddenly found themselves no longer in their familiar home. Some people with short tempers will start cursing and swearing, saying they want to kill or torture someone to give them a quick death. Chen Mobai granted their request and used the power of the Dharma realm to arrange separate cages for them. However, his main target was still Lion Shui, the nascent soul cultivator. After all, the opponent he was going to deal with using the Dharma realm was the old dragon, a top-tier 5th-order true spirit. May I ask, Senior? Lion Shui realized that he had met a master. He straightened his Taoist robe and was about to bow and greet him when he noticed a very hot and pungent stream of air flowing into his mouth and nose. His divine sense surged forth, and he immediately discovered that he had somehow arrived in a desert. The void was filled with turbulent fire spiritual energy, and even streams of magma were gushing out of the desert, rushing towards him like a torrent. Senior, spare my life. My sect leader is Chen Gixian. Lion Shui knew that her opponent was at least a nascent soul cultivator, so she didn't even dare to resist and immediately begged for mercy. As soon as he said that, the magma that had been surging around him, making Lion Shui feel hot and burning on his skin, suddenly vaporized and disappeared as if it were air. Then Lion Shui felt as if she had returned to the immortal city of 1 Yuan. Golden rays of light shone through the sky once more, and daylight returned. On Mount Wudi, Chen Mobai, somewhat disheartened, stopped his attempt at the Dharma realm. Lion Shui was completely unable to see through the fact that much of what she had just witnessed was an illusion. After all, her cultivation level was still too low. He waved his hand, and silver light shimmered in his palm, unleashing another effect of the power of the Dharma realm. Having just returned to the immortal city of One Yuan and breathed a sigh of relief, Lion Shui suddenly found herself pulled into an unfamiliar place once again. This time there was no darkness to conceal him, and he saw the true nature of the place. A jade-like spiritual tree, shimmering with multicolored light, stands at the very center, covered with colorful flowers in full bloom, and with fruits of various colors faintly visible. 5-element spirit tree. Lion Shui recognized the spiritual plant instantly. After all, for someone who cultivates Hunyuan true qi, this can be considered the best rare treasure of heaven and earth. Just as he was about to examine it closely, a flash of silver light appeared before his eyes, and his body shifted again. When Lion Shui opened her eyes, she found herself at the summit of Wudi Mountain. Within the area covered by the Dharma realm, Chen Mobai can use the power of the Dharma realm to swallow the living beings within, and then use the void teleportation technique to instantly teleport them to his front. When Lion Shui saw Chen Mobai sitting upright on the futon in front of him, he suddenly realized what was going on and his legs went weak. He immediately bowed deeply and said, "I was unaware of the sect leader's arrival. This disciple has failed to greet you properly." Chen Mobai waved his hand, and an invisible force lifted Lion Shui up. "In the past 2 years, I have been helping the Hunyuan Bell advance at Wudi Mountain and have comprehended a great divine power. I couldn't help but demonstrate it, but I didn't expect to get you all involved." After listening, Lion Shui shook his head repeatedly, saying that it was his honor to be able to help the sect leader perform the ritual. Seeing how sensible he was, Chen Mobai felt a little embarrassed. Before Yiyuan Dao Palace submitted to the government, Lion Shui was not very polite to the 5-element sect, so Chen Mobai had kept him idle in Yiyuan Immortal City all these years. Thinking about it now, if he were in Lion Shui's position, he probably would have done the same. At least, Lion Shui still has the sect in her heart. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai took out a jade slip and immediately used his divine sense to inscribe it. "This is the Black Emperor Abyss scripture, the nascent soul cultivation technique passed down by the longevity sect. Take it and study it as my compensation to you." Lion Shui, who had just gotten up, was still thinking about how to take this opportunity to get closer to the sect leader, but she did not expect Chen Mobai to present her with such a generous gift. Lion Shui's legs went weak again. If Chen Mobai hadn't thrown the jade slip to him, he probably would have knelt down once more. "I will never forget the great kindness and virtue of the sect leader. Do you still need to perform the ritual? I can go back in any time." Lion Shui, holding the nascent soul cultivation technique in her arms, thanked Chen Mobai repeatedly, thinking to herself that she had actually encountered such a good thing. He was very fortunate that all the other nascent soul cultivators in the One Yuan Immortal City had been taken to the Eastern Barbarian battlefield. Otherwise, I would never have had such an opportunity. "No need. Your cultivation level is too low. You need to reach the nascent soul stage." Chen Mobai shook his head and Lion Shui nodded. Then they stood still, waiting for the sect leader's instructions. At that moment, a 5-colored light surged out from the One Yuan Hall, followed by a transformative aura that evolved into 5-colored radiance, with faint rumbles of thunder. Primordial 5 elements annihilation, divine thunder. Upon seeing this scene, Lion Shui couldn't help but recall the supernatural power described in the One Yuan Dao scripture. Thanks to Chen Mobai's feat in Dongwu, it is now known throughout the eastern continent. Any cultivator who has mastered the Hunyuan 5 elements extinction divine thunder will be met with fearful and awe-inspiring gazes. "Thank you for your guidance, Master. I have successfully broken through." Xiao Yuli's voice rang out from the Yiyuan Hall. Before she finished speaking, she had already transformed into a 5-colored light and arrived in front of Chen Mobai to pay her respects. "Oh, Elder Lion Shui is here too." After bowing, Xiao Yuli saw the ripples not far away and was slightly surprised. "It's about time." Before Lion Shui could explain, Chen Mobai said something like this. In the sky, the Hunyuan bell, which had transformed into a white jade bell, swallowed the last section of the boundary stone. The vast and boundless power of the void erupted, outlining silver-white auspicious cloud patterns on the inside and outside of the bell's surface. 3 years have passed since Chen Mobai came to Wudi Mountain. Over the course of 3 years, the primordial bell worked day and night, starting slowly and then speeding up, until it finally refined that large piece of boundary stone. During these 3 years, Chen Mobai also perfected the 6 imperial scriptures, elevating his realm to the Dharma realm. All the pieces of the puzzle to defeat the old dragon were put together at this moment. Ding, ding, ding. The primordial bell rang out with an unprecedentedly stirring sound. It felt itself becoming stronger than ever before and was eager to try out the power it had gained after its transformation. Master, I want to attack the sea-suppressing pearl of Dingyuan. The Hunyuan bell expressed its thoughts to Chen Mobai. During the previous 10-year war, it was severely suppressed by the pearl of the Xuanjiao royal court. Under the condition of attribute restraint, it was easily broken by the Dingyuan Zhenhai pearl, which made it hold its breath. No rush, there's one last step. Chen Mobai smiled slightly. Sitting upright on the futon, he suddenly radiated a 5-colored immortal light. Then, a giant 1,000 meters tall appeared and stood on the mountaintop, holding the transformed Hunyuan bell. Amidst the clear, ringing chimes, the primordial bell, which had already advanced to the 6th-tier superior grade and even refined the boundary stone, was obediently and joyfully carried by the primordial avatar and landed in front of Chen Mobai. Chen Mobai raised his right index finger and gently touched the center of the inside of the white jade bell. The lingering power of his life force after slaying the white-boned Dharma King transformed into a dark golden stream of light, forming a fingerprint that was engraved at the very core of the primordial chaos bell. This power of the final cycle, compared to the 3 great Taos of Hunyuan, 5 elements and void, only accounts for less than 1/10,000th of the power of the Hunyuan bell. But after Chen Mobai placed his finger, the 4 great Tao powers on the Hunyuan bell seemed to resonate. Suddenly, the bell mouth turned upwards, and a soaring golden light surged up, transforming into a terrifying power that made Xiao Yuli and Lianshui feel that they were in grave danger and could not escape their doom. Chapter 1144, Above the Profound Sea. Chapter 1144, Above the Profound Sea. Lianshui felt terrified and broke out in a cold sweat. However, Xiao Yuli cultivated the 1 Yuan Tao scripture and quickly recalled the 7th-order content recorded in this immortal scripture. Hunyuan Golden Cauldron. The sect leader has actually mastered the highest method that even the 1 Yuan ancestor had not mastered. Xiao Yuli looked at Chen Mobai with even more awe. You guys handle the rest of the matter. You should know what you can say and what you can't say. Chen Mobai retrieved the white jade bell, which had laid the foundation for the Hunyuan Golden Cauldron, back into his domain. He rose from the futon and addressed Xiao Yuli and Lianshui. Rest assured, sect leader. The two nodded repeatedly, indicating that they would handle the matter of downgrading the 5 Emperors' mountain spiritual vein and dealing with Chen Mobai's attempt to enter the Dharma realm. Chen Mobai nodded, took away the remaining heavenly origin pearl and top-grade spirit stones that Xiao Yuli had used in the 1 origin hall, turned around and transformed into a silver light, disappearing into the 5 Emperors' mountain. The sect leader is truly a divine being. Lianshui felt genuine admiration. The moment Chen Mobai gave him the Black Emperor Abyss scripture, he vowed that from now on, the sect leader's orders would be everything. It is your good fortune to pass on the nascent soul cultivation technique to you, but remember not to pass it on to a second person, or don't blame me for being impolite. Xiao Yuli already knew that the jade slip in Lianshui's hand was the Black Emperor Abyss scripture. As a local, she felt that Chen Mobai had given it to her too casually, so she spoke up to help the sect leader make amends, lest Lianshui reveal this technique. I know. Lianshui understood Xiao Yuli's meaning and immediately swore an oath in front of her, indicating that she would never pass on the knowledge. After making the vow, Lianshui sighed inwardly. He had originally thought about whether he could reveal a few words to his younger sister, Xuanshui, since the 2 siblings practiced the same cultivation method. Chen Mobai was unaware that Xiao Yuli was filling in the gaps in his knowledge. He used the void shift technique, locating his position with his divine sense, and moved towards the Xuanhai Sea. The teleportation array in Yiyuan Immortal City was damaged due to the downgrading of the 6th-order spiritual vein, and it needs to wait for people from Taixu Misty Palace to come and repair it. Chen Mobai did not go to other immortal cities in the eastern lands, but instead used the teleportation array. He just needs some time to readjust to the upgraded Hunyuan bell. After traveling for a while, Chen Mobai took out the Tei 5 smoke silk and sat on it, trying out the Dharma realm while using his 1 Yuan avatar to control the Hunyuan bell again. With the perfect cooperation of the Hunyuan bell, harmony was easily regained. The 6th grade superior level Hunyuan Bell is much more powerful than before, but it still cannot be fully unleashed due to the level of the 1 Yuan avatar. However, it has no problem being used to suppress the Dingyuan C-suppressing pearl. However, this is on the premise that the connection between the Dingyuan Zhenhai pearl and the Xuanhai must be severed. The boundless Xuanhai Sea contains water power that even ascended cultivators cannot completely suppress. It is precisely because of this that the Xuanjiao royal court has been able to live freely in the Xuanhai Sea for generations. Without the primordial water control banner, Chen Mobai didn't know if his Dharma realm could achieve that. But since Lord Dekong said it was possible, let's just believe him for now. After all, the inheritance of the Taixupayo Mill Palace is second only to that of the Tianhai Shuimu Palace. Chen Mobai then thought of the mysterious old man he had met at the Beidou conference. Now he was certain that the person was definitely not an ordinary cultivator. At the very least, he's that Taixu immortal from the central continent of the Taixu Misty Palace, or even an ascended cultivator, or perhaps. Chen Mobai was already hesitant to even consider the last possible answer. If that's really the case, then the fact that Gui Bao ended up in my hands might also be a huge cause and effect. However, despite his heavy heart, Chen Mobai was surprisingly not afraid. Perhaps he once attended classes in the Zixao Palace. Whether it's the Purple Cloud Taoist or the students in the first 2 rows, they are all top-tier experts with extensive knowledge. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai felt a rare surge of homesickness. On the other side of the immortal sects, there is less than a year left before the arrival of Zixao Palace. Just before that, the old dragon was killed. A soaring killing intent rose from the east and rushed toward the vast and boundless Xuanhai Sea. Chen Mobai did not inform Wuchen and Dakong about this battle. After all, the magic realm he was about to unleash was the legacy of the Taixupayo Mill Palace in the Tian realm. Although we can use the mysterious old man at the Beidou conference to explain it, it's better to avoid trouble. Moreover, on the Xuanhai Sea, true monarch Wuchen and true monarch Dakong did not offer much help. After all, Chen Mobai can do almost everything that true monarch Dakong can do. Previously, because there were outsiders present, Chen Mobai had practiced the void secret technique for a long time, but he had been holding back. This time, I'll use the old dragon to test my supernatural powers. Soon, Chen Mobai had left the eastern land and arrived in the eastern Yue realm. When he passed by the Xingtian Dao sect in the center, his vast and powerful divine sense descended and quickly captured Xingji, whose face was normal and who seemed to have suffered no injury. However, the moment Xingji came into contact with Chen Mobai's divine sense, his expression changed drastically. He suddenly flew up from the main hall and respectfully bowed to the sky, saying, "May I ask which senior has descended?" "It's me, just passing by. I remembered you failed to reach the nascent soul stage, so I thought I'd comfort you on the way. I'm relieved to see you're all right. Don't worry about it, I'm no longer in Dongyu." Chen Mobai's voice reached Xingji's ears, filling him with mixed emotions. On the surface, Xingji still respectfully bowed towards the direction of the eastern wilderness to see Chen Mobai off. "Take care, Kingdi. Come again when you have time." Chen Mobai, who was already in the desolate ruins, heard Xingji's words, smiled slightly but did not respond. He put away the Tei 5 smoke garland and used his divine sense to locate and perform the void shift. After several flashes of silver light, Chen Mobai had crossed the eastern barbarians and arrived above the Xuanhai Sea. The location of the Xuanjiao royal court is known to all. It is located above the Ci at the very center of the Xuanhai Sea. It is said that the place contains the profound Taoist essence of creation, and the true spirits of the Xuanjiao royal court clan have cultivated there throughout the ages. They not only receive the influence of the great Tao, but also purify their bloodline and refine their essence, energy, and spirit. The Xuanhai Sea is vast, much larger than the eastern continent. Although Chen Mobai possessed the Chaos Pearl and had inexhaustible magical power, he still stopped at this moment and slowly flew towards the location of the Xuanjiao royal court. Along the way, he recovered the mental energy he had expended on his journey. Finally, he arrived above the Xuanhai Sea, where the Xuanjiao royal court was located. The water elemental energy here is so rich that it is already at the peak of the heavenly river realm, far exceeding the 6th grade superior level, but it has not yet reached the 7th grade. Chen Mobai concealed his aura with the blinding the eyes technique, then silently spread the power of the Dharma realm, transforming it into dark clouds that shrouded the sea. Once all the preparations were complete, he stopped wasting time. 1,000-meter-tall avatar descended from the sky and landed on the sea. Then, a white jade bell flew out from the void and was grasped by a hand shimmering with 5-colored light, which continuously played its tune. Ding, ding, ding. The familiar chime of the bell startled the old dragon, who was resting with his eyes closed in the underwater palace, awake. How dare they come knocking on our door? Upon waking, the old dragon flew into a rage. In its view, it has absolute initiative in the war between the Eastern Yi and the Xuanjiao royal court. It can fight or retreat as it pleases. Now the sound of the primordial bell is ringing overhead. In its eyes, it means that those nascent soul cultivators in the Eastern continent are tired of living and want to die. After all, the old dragon had fought against Chen Mobai and other nascent soul cultivators from the Eastern continent at the point where the land met the sea. The old dragon stood on the Xuanhai Sea, while Chen Mobai stood on the Wandering Mountain. Only in this way could the old dragon barely hold on against the old dragon's endless attacks. After all, the power of the Xuanhai Sea is greatly reduced the moment it surges onto land. After the arrival of true monarch Wuchen, the old dragon had already planned to give up the great battle with the righteous path of the Eastern continent. After all, it was protected by the power of the Eastern continent's earth veins, mobilized by the heavenly and earthly Xuanji instrument, so even its Dingyuan Zhenhai pearl could not break through. But while it could think what it wanted, Chen Mobai's arrival at its doorstep infuriated the old dragon, yet it also made it burst into laughter. The center of this Xuanhai Sea is millions of miles away from the land of Dongzhou. Even if the great void true monarch used the teleportation technique of the Taixu Misty Palace, he would not be able to return in a short time. During this period, the old dragon was absolutely confident that he could use the power of the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl and the boundless Xuanhai Sea to kill the nascent soul cultivator of the Eastern continent. Even if we can't kill them all, we should at least kill the one from the 5 Elements sect. After all, this person's talent was simply too terrifying. If he were allowed to grow up, the old dragon feared that one day he would die at his hands. A dragon's roar echoed in the deep sea, and a violent rumbling suddenly erupted around the one-dimensional avatar standing on the sea surface. Thick columns of water shot into the sky, instantly transforming into countless water dragons, unleashing a dragon's roar and a myriad of thunderbolts, all hurtling towards the central avatar. In response, the one incarnation, which used to have to exert all its strength, now simply held the white jade bell in its hand and gently shook it. With a clear chime, invisible ripples spread out, and the myriad water dragons that had fallen before the one yuan avatar instantly dissipated. The lightning also shrank from large to small, eventually turning into thin threads of light, which were then transformed into the great 5 Elements extinction divine ray. As Chen Mobai's divine sense stirred, and he was about to unleash the great 5 Elements extinction divine ray to slash into the Xuanhai Sea, a thick, dark, and deep dragon tail emerged from the sea surface, carrying the force of thunder, and slammed heavily into Chen Mobai in midair. Dark clouds suddenly gathered, obscuring Chen Mobai's figure. Chapter 1145, Subduing the Flood Dragon into the Dharma Realm. Chapter 1145, Subduing the Flood Dragon into the Dharma Realm. The thick dragon tail thundered across the sky like a thunderclap, creating an endless roar, but it missed its target and landed on the Xuanhai Sea, stirring up towering waves. The old dragon, its body gleaming with golden light amidst its blackness, emerged from the sea, surrounded by its majestic head. A blue pearl hung from its dragon head, and its golden pupils gazed at Chen Mobai, who had somehow moved to the shoulder of the one yuan avatar. The rest of you juniors come out together. I'll take care of you all today. In the old dragon's view, Chen Mobai alone could never be his match, so it must be that the righteous cultivators of the Eastern continent had come as a group, or even 5 of them. I'm enough to deal with you on my own. Chen Mobai said this with a smile. As he activated his divine sense, multicolored lightning flashed in the dark clouds in the sky and descended towards the surface of the Xuanhai Sea, pretending to be casting the Hunyuan 5 Elements extinction divine lightning. HMPH, it was De Kong who used the void secret technique to help hide it, huh? Then I'll kill you first and then slowly deal with them. The old dragon, however, did not believe it at all. It activated the power of the sea-suppressing pearl to protect its entire body, and regardless of what underhanded tricks the nascent soul cultivators of the Eastern continent might have, it prepared to break through them with force. This made Chen Mobai frown slightly. Based on their fighting habits, the old dragon liked to bully others by relying on its power. It often used the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl to smash the bell, using the power of this 6th-tier peak magic weapon to suppress and repel the Hunyuan bell, thus demonstrating its advantage. However, now that it is wary of Wuchen Zhenjun and others hiding in the shadows preparing to launch a sneak attack, it is clear that it does not intend to leave the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl. In that case, even if Chen Mobai were to unleash his Dharma realm now and swallow it, he would still have to consider the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl. However, Chen Mobai had already considered this point. He believed that the Dharma realm and the 6th-grade high-quality Hunyuan bell could suppress the old dragon without the support of the Xuanhai power. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai no longer hesitated. His vast and boundless divine sense erupted, and the feigned attack of the primordial 5 elements extinction divine thunder instantly transformed into a sky full of 5-colored light nets, mixed with beams of the great 5 elements extinction divine light, which crashed down on the old dragon whose upper body was protruding from the sea. HMPH, a mere speck of light. Faced with these 2 divine abilities that could kill an ordinary 5th-order true spirit, the old dragon showed disdain. The azure pearl on its head shone brightly, and the endless Xuanhai Sea surged up from all around, instantly transforming into thousands of water curtains for defense. The great 5 elements extinction divine ray descended first, slicing through the water curtains and transforming the water elemental power into the 5 elements spiritual energy for its own use. However, there was simply too much water in front of the old dragon, and even with the great 5 elements extinction divine ray trying its best to transform and cut it, it could only break through 1/3 of it. Rumble! After the great 5 elements extinction divine ray was submerged and worn down by the old dragon's pure and vast water elemental power, the primordial 5 elements extinction divine thunder then fell, and when it collided with the transparent water curtain, it erupted with a deafening roar. The massive fluctuations caused the dragon palace above the deep-sea eye to tremble slightly. The young dragon, who had recovered from its injuries, was about to lead its thousands of comrades out of the sea to help the old dragon when it sensed the terrifying aftershocks of the 2 battles on the surface and stopped in its tracks. It realized that Wuchen Zhenjun and other nascent soul cultivators from the eastern continent were hiding in the shadows, perhaps with the aim of capturing it, a pushover, to threaten its father. So it decided to stay in the dragon palace and cheer on the old dragon. With the sea-suppressing pearl in hand, located above the Xuanhai Sea eye, even a void refinement cultivator could be decisively defeated. I will await good news from the palace. After figuring it out, the little dragon relaxed and returned to its palace, merely using its divine sense to observe the battle situation above the Xuanhai Sea. Chen Mobai and the old dragon knew each other inside and out. After several rounds of exchanging divine powers, the 1 Yuan avatar unleashed the power of the upgraded Hunyuan bell, barely managing to withstand the old dragon's overwhelming offensive. So it was you who upgraded your bell. No wonder you dared to come to my dragon palace to seek death. After exchanging blows, the old dragon realized that the primordial bell carried by the 1 Yuan avatar had not only changed in appearance, but its power had also increased by a level. If it weren't for the fact that it was above the Xuanhai Sea, even the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl might not have been able to suppress it. Thinking of this, the old dragon felt very fortunate that Chen Mobai was arrogant and conceited. If this trick is kept hidden, when it reaches the shore, it might be able to join forces with the heavenly and earthly Xuanji instruments to launch a vicious attack on it. In my life, I have never fought a battle unprepared. Now that I have come, it means your death is imminent. Chen Mobai continued to use words to persuade Chen Mobai, while the dark clouds in the sky had silently fallen onto the sea surface after several exchanges, like wisps of mist hanging above the sea, with faint flashes of multicolored lightning. HMPH, are you trying to set up an array in the void? In front of the Dingyuan sea-suppressing pearl, you can't even break my skin. The old dragon naturally noticed this as well, and it hung the azure pearl above its head, its face full of confidence. Although it sensed that its divine sense and vision were somewhat obstructed, it simply assumed that Chen Mobai was creating an opportunity for the eastern continent's nascent soul cultivators to launch a sneak attack. I hope you can maintain this confidence going forward. Chen Mobai smiled slightly. At this moment, the darkness, like dark clouds, had completely enveloped the surface of the Xuanhai Sea, enveloping the old dragon at its very center. He raised his palm, and a wisp of silver light appeared in his palm. As he clenched his fist, it spread out in an instant, engulfing the old dragon who stood confidently in place. "You think you can just tickle me with your meager skills, you little ant-like tricks?" The old dragon let the silver light and dark clouds cover it, the sea-suppressing pearl above its head blooming. Just as it was about to say a few sarcastic words, it suddenly felt a dizzying sensation, and everything went black. "Wait, where's father?" Inside the dragon palace, the young dragon, who was observing the great battle with its divine sense, suddenly discovered that the old dragon had vanished from the spot. It looked surprised but not worried. After all, the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl is invincible above the Chuanhai Sea. Even secret techniques similar to the earth element sealing technique can be broken through with its absolute power. In its view, the old dragon would soon return, riding the power of the Chuanhai Sea, and blast the young man from the Five Elements sect, who had almost caused its death, to annihilation. At that moment, the little dragon saw Chen Mobai on the sea surface, suddenly turn his head and glance at him. That one glance sent shivers down its spine, and it nearly fell off the dragon throne. However, it immediately remembered that it was in its base camp, which was protected by a sixth-order grand formation. Even if the righteous forces of the eastern continent came in full force, they would not be able to break through it. The little dragon was furious at its own cowardice, and was about to glare back with its illusory divine form when it discovered that Chen Mobai had already withdrawn his one yuan avatar. The primordial five elements extinction divine thunder, which was still feigning an attack on the sea surface, vanished into thin air along with the darkness in an instant. The little dragon, who had just used its divine sense to gather the power of water and fly out of the Chuanhai Sea, was puzzled when it saw a calm sea. Where are they? Where is father? After a dizzying spin, the old dragon found itself in a pitch-black environment where it couldn't see its own hand in front of its face. At first, it didn't take it seriously, thinking it was just a supernatural power like the earth seal of the moral sect. It was about to activate the sea-suppressing pearl to draw the power of the Chuan Sea to break the seal when it suddenly found that it was difficult to breathe. The air that was usually moist and comfortable suddenly became dry and hot. Although it had never been to the desert, it felt as if it were in an endless sea of sand. What an awful environment! The old dragon frowned, and its true spiritual power surged into the azure pearl above its head. The vast water elemental power spread out, supporting a large blue sphere of light that enveloped its entire body. At that moment, the sound of liquid rolling reached the old dragon's ears. Although it was blind, its consciousness could still leave its body, and it quickly discovered that cracks had suddenly opened in the void, from which streams of scalding red magma seeped out, like fire dragons sweeping towards it. What kind of supernatural power is this? The old dragon sensed something was wrong. Although the magma fire dragons that landed on its Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl were quickly extinguished and suppressed by the azure radiance, it realized that the boundless profound sea, which had always been connected to its bloodline and could be clearly sensed no matter where it was in the heavenly river realm, seemed to have disappeared from its bloodline. As one of the sources from which the jellyfish created the heavenly river realm, the Chuanhai Sea could not possibly disappear. That means that the connection between myself and Chuanhai has been severed. That's impossible. The old dragon's eyes widened, and it finally realized something was wrong. It should be noted that even when it was trapped by the earth element sealing realm created by the heavenly and earthly Chuanji instrument by true Lord Wuchen, its connection with the Chuanhai Sea remained crystal clear, thanks to the blessing of the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl. It used several perception techniques from its true spirit bloodline to try to sense the water elemental power between heaven and earth, but found that there were four kinds of spiritual energy around it: metal, wood, fire, and earth, but no water elemental energy. What place is this? The old dragon also thought of the secret realm, but no matter which secret realm it was, water was an indispensable foundation. Ding, ding, ding. Just as it was pondering, a familiar bell rang out. The old dragon instinctively activated the sea-suppressing pearl to block the incoming invisible ripples. But in the instant the two magical artifacts clashed, it suddenly realized something. The Hunyuan bell is effective against the five elements magical artifacts. Previously, it was only because the Dingyuan Zhenhai pearl was of a higher grade and had the blessing of the endless profound sea that it was able to easily counter it. But the situation is different now. The primordial bell is already a 6th grade superior item, and it, and the sea-suppressing pearl can no longer sense the endless profound sea. Is this going to be a disaster? Even though the old dragon realized this, it could only grit its teeth and continue to activate the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl. Because this is the only one it possesses that can handle a 6th-grade superior-level Hunyuan Bell. The two magical artifacts collided again, sending violent ripples through the air, and the old dragon's expression turned grim. As the 5-colored ripples surged, the azure light shining above its head began to distort violently, showing signs of becoming unbearable. The sea-suppressing pearl of Dingyuan was suppressed by the Hunyuan Bell. We must find a way to escape from here immediately. Is this a 7th-tier divine talisman from the Taixu Misty Palace? The old dragon remembered a treasure that fit this situation. In addition to the 7th-order Dao treasures, the Taixu Misty Palace was rumored to also have 7th-order divine talismans. Once activated, these talismans could banish cultivators to a near-real world, from which they could never return to the heavenly river realm. It's not quite, but it's pretty much the same. In the darkness, Chen Mobai uttered these words. The old dragon felt a chill in its heart, sensing the shadow of death for the first time. No matter where it was taken, it was true that it could not sense the Xuanhai Sea, and the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl above its head had been suppressed by the Hunyuan Bell. If it could not escape from this strange dark place in time, it would probably be besieged and killed by the Eastern Continent nascent soul cultivators hiding in it. Its previous boundless magical power was due to the Xuanhai Sea as its backing, allowing the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl to continuously draw upon it. Now that it no longer has this support, although it is still the top true spirit in the heavenly river realm, it would definitely die if it were surrounded by 4 or 5 nascent soul cultivators with 6th-order magic weapons. So this is what you've been after all. Wuchen and the others, come out now. Even if I die today, I'll take 2 of them down with me. After figuring out all the conspiracies of the nascent soul cultivators in the Eastern Continent, the old dragon suddenly turned cold and fierce, displaying the demeanor of a top-tier true spirit in the heavenly river realm. No, only you will die today. After Chen Mobai finished speaking, the Hunyuan Bell began to rumble again. After the exchange just now, he is now full of confidence. As long as the abyss-suppressing pearl can be continuously suppressed, the old dragon in the Dharma realm can only be slaughtered at his mercy. Ding, ding, ding. The bell sound began to grow deeper and more resonant. Even in the dark realm of magic, the 5-colored ripples were clearly visible. The Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl atop the old dragon's head continued to rotate, radiating even more azure light, and continued to be used to resist this magical artifact despite being restrained. Splash! At the same time, from the surrounding void rifts, streams of extremely hot magma, which even the old dragon's 5th-order physical body found unbearably scorching, surged out and covered its entire body. It didn't know that these were the powers of the void illusion, and thought they were Chen Mobai's trump card that he had specially prepared to deal with it, so it had to grit its teeth and give up some of the radiance of the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl to resist. In this way, all of Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl's power has been restrained. Buzz. Having glimpsed this point through the small book, Chen Mobai unleashed his second primordial spirit. A golden sword light suddenly shone in the depths of darkness, and in an instant it pierced down above the old dragon's back. With a roar, a golden scale flew up from the old dragon's back, blocking the Yuan-Yang sword that was falling from the sky, and sparks flew out. Each 6th-tier magical artifact unleashed a vast and terrifying fluctuation within the Dharma realm, almost tearing the darkness apart. End of this chapter. Chapter 1146, Slaying the Dragon. Chapter 1146, Slaying the Dragon. Even without the support of the Xuanhai power, the old dragon's strength was still that of the top true spirits in the Tian realm, and even among immortal sects, it was no weaker than Kaingsing. Chen Mobai also used all his means to attack, including the 3 Phoenix Dharma forms, the Candle Dragon Primordial Spirit, and the 1 Yuan Avatar, which was almost a siege by 5 nascent soul true monarchs. Within the Dharma realm, the darkness that had enveloped everything suddenly churned, and then a golden ray of light suddenly shone before the old dragon's eyes. In an instant, darkness vanished and light descended. However, the old dragon's body had long been tempered and refined, and this sudden shift in light and darkness only caused its eyes to narrow slightly. But as the true nature of the Dharma realm was revealed before its eyes, the old dragon could not hide the look of surprise on its face. Chen Mobai stood before a five-colored, shimmering spirit tree in the distance. On the tree, a bluebird circled and flew, scattering patches of immortal light that were amplified throughout the Dharma realm through the five-element spirit tree at its center. The eternal power of the pure Yang Dao ensured that no matter how fierce their battle was, it could not shatter this Dharma realm. In an instant, the old dragon saw the key to this strange world, the five-element spirit tree that Chen Mobai was protecting behind him. Although it didn't know whether destroying the tree would allow it to escape, it was at least a glimmer of hope. Having fought Chen Mobai in the Dharma realm for so long, it has already depleted more than 30% of its true spiritual power. If it doesn't find a way to deal with this soon, it will probably die from exhaustion. Although the old dragon had lived for thousands of years, it did not want to die. Upon seeing its target, it immediately roared and unleashed its full power. Its massive dragon body, like a world-destroying dragon, dispersed the magma that was constantly gushing out of the surrounding void, and the great five elements extinction divine ray that was lingering in midair. It stubbornly charged towards the five-element spirit tree, even with the help of the primordial bell. Chen Mobai, however, remained expressionless upon witnessing this scene. The avatar of the One Yuan stepped forward and landed in front of him. All the power accumulated in the primordial Dao fruit erupted at this moment, transforming into a sky-covering stream of five-colored light, which condensed into a rain of light. Between the old dragon and Chen Mobai, a dense array of great five elements extinction divine rays intertwined. Like an ocean of light. Ding ding ding. At this moment, the Hunyuan bell had been pushed to its limit. When the vast five-colored ripples fell onto the azure glow of the Dingyuan Zhenhai pearl, they subtly mixed into a hazy current of air. The Dingyuan Zhenhai pearl, which had been barely holding on, was instantly frozen in place by the hazy ripples of airflow and could no longer move. The old dragon's body was also dragged along. It quickly realized that if it continued to advance under the pressure of the Hunyuan bell, it would have to break it together with the Dingyuan Zhenhai pearl. During the previous exchange, it had already realized that without the support of the endless profound sea, the Dingyuan Zhenhai pearl was simply unable to break free from the suppression of the Hunyuan bell. If the Dingyuan Zhenhai pearl hadn't been of a slightly higher grade, it probably would have been suppressed by the Hunyuan bell and rendered unusable in a single exchange. A decision needs to be made. With a thought, a cold glint flashed in the old dragon's eyes, and then it spat out a mouthful of its heart's essence blood, which, like a thunderclap, blasted out the Dingyuan Zhenhai pearl above its head. After receiving its essence and blood, the Dingyuan Zhenhai pearl began to emit an unprecedented deep blue cold light. Chen Mobai, having studied the Hunyuan bell together, sensed that the latter was somewhat unable to suppress its power. Master, this little mudskipper is going to detonate the primal spiritual energy of this precious pearl, even at the cost of its grade dropping. It's determined to severely injure me. The exclamation of the Hunyuan bell echoed in Chen Mobai's mind. Despite the elemental advantage, it had suppressed the Dingyuan Zhenhai pearl, already avenging the beatings it had suffered 10 years prior. But it had finally managed to advance in rank and didn't want to fall back down because of this. Chen Mobai, who was studying alongside it, had already sensed its intention to retreat. Their plan was to avoid the terrifying blow from the Dingyuan Zhenhai pearl, which would detonate the primordial spirituality. As long as they didn't directly confront it, the old dragon, without the pearl's protection, would be at their mercy. But Chen Mobai didn't think so. He saw that the trajectory of the old dragons blasting out of the Dingyuan Zhenhai pearl led directly to him and the five-element spirit tree. If they had dodged it, he and the Hunyuan bell might not have been injured, but the Dharma realm would definitely have been pierced through. Although the Dharma realm can recover thanks to the protection of the pure Yang Dao, it is possible that the old dragon will seize the opportunity during the recovery process and escape. Chen Mobai has put in so much effort, he definitely can't accept this. Even though the old dragon who escaped no longer has the Dingyuan Zhenhai pearl and can only obediently stay in the dragon palace from now on, not daring to go out to sea, he always keeps his word. If he says that the old dragon is going to die today, then he must die. You will block the Dingyuan Zhenhai pearl. Don't be afraid of being injured. I will protect you with the pure Yang Dao so that you will not fall or regress. Chen Mobai gave the order, and the spirit of the Hunyuan bell could only grit its teeth and reveal its true form as it fell from the void, directly intercepting the Dingyuan Zhenhai pearl that was hurtling towards it in midair. With a clang, the Dingyuan Zhenhai pearl crashed into the wall of the Hunyuan bell, producing an extremely piercing and muffled bell sound. Chen Mobai even saw a bulge appear on the bell wall, and the extremely terrifying power of the water element Great Tao began to erupt. Chen Mobai immediately showered down the pure Yang Dao immortal light, and then his 1 yuan avatar and peacock dharma image were all added to the Hunyuan bell. The Hunyuan pearl, which had already been inlaid and transformed into the bell's nose, burst out with brilliant 5-colored spiritual light, absorbing and transforming the power of the Dingyuan Zhenhai pearl with the secret method of the 1 yuan Dao scripture. Rumble. Even so, the Hunyuan bell was still blasted into an arc in midair by the Dingyuan Zhenhai pearl, bringing with it bursts of air explosions that caused the void to tremble and even distort. However, at least Chen Mobai achieved his goal. The direction of the Dingyuan Zhenhai pearl was deflected, and it crashed into the vast ocean north of the 5-element spirit tree. This Dharma realm is an elevation of Chen Mobai's realm, and the foundation of this realm is the 1 yuan secret realm that he refined back then. The north side is precisely where the water elemental energy resides, but it was previously sealed off by Chen Mobai, so the old dragon couldn't sense it at all. Even though the old dragon was a true spirit of the water veins, Chen Mobai could still strip it of its control over the water spiritual energy. This is also the greatest strength of the Dharma realm. It can create the most suitable combat environment for itself and the most effective way to control its enemies. Roar. However, the Dingyuan Zhenhai pearl taking away the Hunyuan bell was also part of the old dragon's scheme. This move was to force Chen Mobai to make a choice: either release the Dharma realm to let it out, or risk damaging both treasures or even perishing together. The old dragon believed that, without the restraint of the Hunyuan bell, he would never be as constrained as he is now. As the two magical artifacts clashed and flew northward, the void twisted, and the old dragon could vaguely see the Xuanhai Sea outside through these distortions, which greatly excited it. This means that its judgment was correct. With a deafening dragon roar, terrifying sound waves surged into the dense array of 5 elements extinction divine rays in front of Chen Mobai, shattering and annihilating each of the 5-colored rays. Then the old dragon's true form flashed with golden light, enduring the remaining 5-colored rays, and charged towards Chen Mobai with its blood-red maw wide open. Although true spirits also possess bloodline supernatural powers, they trust their physical bodies the most in life-or-death battles. The old dragon's body had long been tempered to the peak of the 5th rank by the CI, and it had even refined many 6th rank scales of its ancestors. It considered itself to be at the half-6th rank level. When it crashed in, as expected, the remaining Great 5 Elements Extinction Divine Ray also began to break and dissipate. But at the same time, blood seeped from between the jet-black scales. The broken strands of the Great 5 Elements Extinction Divine Ray, like colorful light insects, under the precise control of Chen Mobai's square-inch book, pierced into the gaps between every scale of the old dragon. Although it was a 5th-tier peak physical body, its essence and blood contained too much water element power, which was easily penetrated and cut into by the Great 5 Elements Extinction Divine Ray. Amidst a series of chilling peeling sounds, pieces of pitch-black scales were ripped from the old dragon's body by the Great 5 Elements Extinction Divine Ray. But taking advantage of this time, the old dragon had already rushed across the 5-colored sea of light and opened its mouth to bite Chen Mobai. With its sharp, white teeth snapping shut, Chen Mobai and the 5-element spirit tree behind him were swallowed whole by the blood-soaked old dragon. It was a success. The old dragon, having successfully withstood the charge with its bare body, felt a surge of joy. But it soon realized something was wrong. It felt as if it was biting into air, with no sensation in its mouth. Clab, clab, clab. Applause rang out from the side. The old dragon looked over and saw the new Chen Mobai and the 5-element spirit tree appear on its right. Its eyes were bloodshot, and it opened its mouth again, swallowing both the person and the tree whole. But this time it still swallowed air. If you hadn't met me, with your power you could have roamed freely in the human world. Another Chen Mobai and the 5-element spirit tree appeared in front of the old dragon. The latter finally understood. It raised its dragon head and looked at the human in front of it, who was tiny compared to it, with a face full of confusion. What exactly happened? Faced with the old dragon's doubts, Chen Mobai snapped his fingers lightly, and then hundreds of versions of himself and the 5-element spirit tree appeared in various parts of the Dharma realm. The illusion of the Taeksu Misty Palace is a very useful secret technique, especially when combined with my Dharma realm. I can create whatever I want you to see at will, with just a slight surface ripple to make you mistake it for reality. As he spoke, Chen Mobai waved his hand at the void rift where the old dragon had originally been, and the magma that had surged out of it dissipated and shattered like smoke and bubbles. Dharma realm, illusory emptiness, aren't you the successor of the one Yuan true lord? The old dragon looked on in disbelief after hearing this. No, what I actually received was the inheritance of the longevity cult. According to the order of arrival, Chen Mobai should be a descendant of the heavenly venerable, and he has always claimed this to the outside world, adapting to local customs. No, I know now. The person the true king of Taeksu is looking for is you. But at this moment the old dragon remembered something, its eyes widened, and it finally understood. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "You've talked too much." As he spoke, Chen Mobai flicked his sword finger, and his second primordial spirit, wielding the Yuan Yang sword, slashed down. Roar! The old dragon unleashed its sonic power once more, while a golden scale flew out from between its brows, attempting to block the Yuan Yang sword. But at this moment, Chen Mobai gently clenched his other fist towards it, and a circle of silver light spread out from the center of his fist, instantly enveloping it. Another secret technique from the void. The old dragon was instantly frozen in place, as if it had been solidified into petrification. Chen Mobai's void lock could only hold the old dragon for a single breath, but that was enough. The Yuan Yang sword easily bypassed the golden scales, and with the power to shatter all laws, pierced the old dragon's brow. In the blink of an eye, the old dragon's peak fifth-order physical body had already broken through the void lock, but it also sensed the holy virtue sword piercing into its purple mansion sea of consciousness. The sword pierced its brow, went through its jaw, and pinned its raised dragon head from the sky to the earth. End of this chapter. Chapter 1147 Harvest. Chapter 1147 Harvest. The old dragon crashed onto the earth of the Dharma realm with a loud bang. The unprecedented pain caused it to struggle violently, and the Dharma realm trembled continuously, but all its efforts were in vain with the dragon's head pierced by the Yuan Yang sword. Blood splattered, staining the earth red. Chen Mobai sensed that its vast and boundless life force was beginning to dissipate, and flew to the front of the old dragon. "I told you, you will die today." Upon hearing this, the old dragon struggled to raise its head, a movement that caused the Yuan Yang sword to slice open its head. However, at this moment, its pain was greatly reduced, because even its own consciousness began to blur. The old dragon knew this was a sign that it was about to die. It opened its mouth, trying to spit out its inner core to detonate it, but found that the inner core was already out of control. It wasn't just the inner core. All the major organs inside its body also slipped out of its control at this time. Rays of five-colored light seeped out from the gaps in the scales of the old dragon's body. This was the great five elements extinction divine ray. At the moment the old dragon was imprisoned by the void lock, in addition to the Yuan Yang sword, Chen Mobai also injected this divine power into various vital parts of the old dragon's body to prevent it from self-destructing its inner core and physical body before it died. Compared to slaying the old dragon, this true spirit body is the greatest gain. His essence and blood can be used to refine the Tongsheng true spirit pill, and the inner core is of great use to Qing Nu. In the hands of this weapon refiner, the rubber bands and scales can be used to refine several fifth-order magic weapons. Of course, there's also the gentian, which is of utmost importance to Chen Mobai. The old dragon must have been well cared for over the years. He had already given the 2 pieces of dragon gall he had cut off to Qing Nu. With the help of the 5 element sect's current position of ruling the entire eastern continent's righteous path in Dongyi, and the assistance of the other 3 holy lands, he was able to gather the necessary medicinal materials for the dragon gall pill when he went to 5 Emperor's Mountain to upgrade the primordial bell. Because the old dragon's gallbladder is at the peak of the 5th rank, the flying immortal gallbladder pill, which uses it as its main ingredient, is at least a high-grade 5th rank. This is a huge test for Qing Nu. Although she was exceptionally talented in alchemy, she had never tried making such high-grade pills before. Fortunately, Chen Mobai asked Yuan Su for help, and used the Fangkun book to adjust the original ancient pill formula in the Tao fruit into the pill refining method of the immortal sect. Qingnu used the pill formula adjusted by Yuan Su, which made both the materials and the refining method much simpler. In addition, Chen Mobai used the Du Shui fire with the help of his second primordial spirit, and that batch of flying immortal dragon gall pills was fortunately successful. 7 pills were made, and the toxicity level was slightly excessive. However, this was not a concern for Chen Mobai. Because the main ingredient, gentian, is made up of fragments, the elixir's vital energy is somewhat insufficient when it is completed, requiring a period of nurturing. If I do the math, it should be about right now. In the immortal realm of the spirit void, my clan has 7 ancestors who ascended to immortality. If you kill me, a mark will be permanently left on your body, and you will surely die after you ascend. Although the old dragon was unable to speak, because its head was pinned down by the sword, it still mustered its last bit of divine consciousness to convey these words to Chen Mobai. That's perfect. Once I get up there, I'll wipe out your entire Xuanjiao clan and let you reunite with them in the netherworld. Chen Mobai had never lost a verbal battle in his life. Faced with the old dragon's final harsh words, he remained unfazed, his eyes filled with coldness. I can help you remove the mark, but can you spare my descendants? But Chen Mobai did not expect that the old dragon's previous words were a prelude to begging for mercy. It knew very well that after it died, although the little dragon was also a fifth-order true spirit, it would definitely not be a match for Chen Mobai. Even with the great formation that used the Ci as its source, it could at most just cower in the Dragon Palace. Within the Dragon Palace, there are only the pure-blooded descendants of the old dragon. In various parts of the Xuanhai Sea, and even in the vast oceans, there are thousands of its descendants. These descendants had previously relied on its existence to commit evil deeds, and had long been hated by the human forces. If Chen Mobai was not satisfied with killing it, he might very well kill the descendants he had exiled to various parts of the Xuanhai. It hopes to find a way for them to survive. Chen Mobai shook his head directly. Today, he fought a great battle with the old dragon on the Xuanhai Sea without any attempt to hide it. After the old dragon dies, this news will surely be spread. Moreover, although the ascended true dragon of the Xuanjiao royal court is powerful, he is not without a background in the upper realm. Moreover, he might not even ascend to immortality. Any last words? Chen Mobai, unusually kind of conscious, asked this question. The old dragon's golden eyes revealed unprecedented anger and resentment. It roared, ignoring the Yuan Yang sword pinned to its head, letting the blade cleave its skull open, and with its last strength opened its blood-red maw, biting down fiercely at Chen Mobai. With a loud bang, strands of golden flames ignited around Chen Mobai, transforming into a 3-headed golden flame lion that enveloped him, resembling a giant, shimmering golden sphere. The old dragon took a bite and immediately felt as if it had bitten into scalding lava. The flesh inside its mouth began to blister, and a faint smell of burning could be detected. The familiar scorching heat immediately made the old dragon realize that this was the source of the magma energy in those void rifts. Chen Mobai used the power of this 5th-grade high-quality fire spirit robe, combined with the illusion of the void, to make the old dragon mistakenly believe that real, continuous magma was rushing towards it. However, the old dragon's sharp teeth were the most acute part of its body, having not only killed 5th-level true spirits, but also nascent soul true monarchs. Despite its flesh being scorched and melted by the innate blazing fire, its sharp white teeth pierced through the phantom of the 3-headed golden flame lion, crushing and twisting the golden flame orb. Chen Mobai looked up as the old dragon's sharp teeth landed on his head, his expression calm, and flicked his right hand with his sword finger. Ding! A gleaming purple sword flew from his sleeve and landed vertically between the old dragon's 2 rows of white teeth. It is the purple lightning sword. Over the years, it has refined the 9 heavens' profound thunder gold and ascended to a higher level, its aura becoming more profound and restrained, reaching the peak of the 5th rank. Aside from the Hunyuan bell and the Yuanyang sword, the Zidian sword is Chen Mobai's strongest magical weapon. However, it was still far from enough to contend with the Dingyuan Zhenhai pearl, so Chen Mobai did not let it participate in this battle. But at this moment, it's just the right time to wrap things up. The old dragon's teeth were blocked by the purple lightning sword, and it could no longer bite down. Chen Mobai drew his sword again, and the Yuanyang sword, which was pinned to the top of the old dragon's head, shone with a golden luster, splitting it in two from head to tail. Blood splattered everywhere, and the old dragon, split in two halves, looked like a piece of firewood that had been chopped open. The vast and boundless essence of water spread out, causing a slight tremor throughout the Dharma realm. Chen Mobai watched as the old dragon, its aura completely dissipated and its eyes wide open in death, reached out and grasped a huge, intact dragon gall, the size of a head and shrouded in five-colored light. In the eyes of other cultivators in the eastern continent, this was far less valuable than inner cores, essence blood, and so on. But for Chen Mobai, this is exactly what he wants. If the old dragon hadn't been so powerful, and keeping it alive might have caused unforeseen problems, Chen Mobai would have even considered raising it to obtain a continuous supply of dragon gallbladders. After carefully extracting and preserving the gallbladder, inner core, and other materials from the two severed parts of the old dragon's corpse, Chen Mobai activated his divine sense. The deep red blood that splattered out rose like flowing water, condensing into a pool of blood-red water in his palm. This is him activating the power of the Dharma realm to select the dragon's blood. Soon, all the dragon's blood gathered and condensed without spilling a drop, transforming into a deep red crystal. Some of it was essence blood, and some was ordinary blood. Chen Mobai was too lazy to waste time filtering it. Just as Chen Mobai was about to put the crimson crystal into his possession, he suddenly thought of something. Silver light flashed in his palm, and with a slash of the void blade, he had already cut the crystal into two pieces. The fact that Chen Mobai was able to kill the old dragon this time was largely due to the efforts of true monarch Wu Chen and other nascent soul cultivators from the eastern continent. After all, if they hadn't held him back, Chen Mobai wouldn't have had time to improve the primordial bell or even cultivate the Dharma realm. Although he killed the dragon all by himself, Chen Mobai felt that he should still share some of the benefits with Wu Chen Zhenjun and the others. For them, what they value most is definitely this essence blood. Another batch of Tongsheng, Zhenling Dan can be refined. Moreover, if this refining is successful, there will definitely be a pill for his good brother Yi Qing. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai divided the essence blood crystal in two, keeping one half for Qing Nu to try refining the Tongsheng True Spirit pill in the future, and giving the other half to the holy lands of the eastern continent. After disposing of the old dragon's corpse, Chen Mobai remembered the greatest contributor to this battle. In a flash of silver light, he had already teleported to the front of the primordial bell. Owner, the spirit of the Hunyuan bell lay weakly on the white jade-like bell body. It was clear that suppressing the self-destructing Dingyuan Zhenhai pearl had also made it feel bad. When it saw him coming, it called out weakly. Chen Mobai immediately summoned the azure bird Dharma image from the five-element spirit tree, and waves of pure Yang Dao immortal light fell down, gradually calming the spirit of the primordial bell. Thank you, Master. In the blink of an eye, the Hunyuan bell, which had bulged out, rose up and spat out the much dimmer azure blue pearl. This made Chen Mobai overjoyed. You should know that he had originally planned to give up on this trophy. Who would have thought that the Hunyuan bell would be so powerful, even managing to stop the self-destructing Dingyuan Zhenhai pearl? It truly lives up to its reputation as the nemesis of the five elements' magical artifacts. Chen Mobai immediately touched it with the Cantong Qi. It's likely that most of the pearl's spiritual essence was destroyed in the self-destruction, which is why he was able to easily gain control of it. However, the results of the same study were somewhat regrettable. This Dingyuan Zhenhai pearl, which was originally at the peak of the 6th rank, is now not only weak in spirituality, but even the power of the magic weapon's original essence has been reduced to only 60–70%. Even if he restores it using the Cantong Qi, it would probably only be restored to the 6th grade high-quality level at most. Master, I absorbed 30% of its power. Just then, the restored Hunyuan bell whispered something in Chen Mobai's ear, somewhat embarrassed. Chen Mobai was immediately startled and began to contemplate the white jade bell. Soon, he discovered that a rich and vast water elemental essence lingered around the bulging part of the bell wall, roughly equivalent to the level of 7 or 8 divine streams. According to the spirit of the Hunyuan bell, this is the original power that the Dingyuan Zhenhai pearl had self-destructed. After it suppressed it, it was unable to reinfuse it. Fortunately, it was also injured this time, so it could refine it to make up for itself. The Hunyuan bell can refine the essence of the 5 elements to enhance itself, and the primordial power of the Dingyuan Zhenhai pearl is a great tonic for it. Chen Mobai roughly estimated that after refining these, he might be able to advance to the peak of the 6th rank. If you feel it's still not enough after you've finished refining it, I will also refine the remaining primordial power of this Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl into your body. For Chen Mobai, the Hunyuan Bell is currently his most powerful weapon, and it would be best if he could upgrade it to its maximum level. If he were to advance to the 7th order Hunyuan Golden Cauldron, he would have nothing to fear, even if an ascended cultivator descended to the lower realm. The sea-suppressing pearl, though lacking spiritual essence, still retains some of the ability to control the power of the Xuanhai Sea, but this requires the true spirit bloodline of the Xuanjiao royal court. Moreover, to repair it, in addition to the true spirit bloodline, it may also need to be placed inside the Xuanhai Sea Eye. Chen Mobai is definitely not going to do this right now. Although the old dragon is dead, the dragon palace built on the Sea Eye is protected by a 6th-grade high-level natural array, which cannot be breached for the time being. Let's consider this after King Nu has also reached the divine realm. That was what Chen Mobai was thinking. Then he thought that since the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl was feeding the Hunyuan Bell, he might as well feed the Dinghai Sword as well. With a thought, the top-tier flying sword of the immortal sect flew out from the other sleeve of the fire spirit robe, overjoyed after hearing what Chen Mobai had said. The spirit of the Dinghai Sword manifested directly from the sword and pounced on the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl, beginning to absorb the water essence of the pearl. Chen Mobai even thought that Qing Nu's sea-stabilizing pearl could also draw upon the power of this Xuanjiao royal quartz, sea-suppressing magic artifact to enhance itself. After all, no matter how good the enemy's magical artifacts are, they are useless if they cannot be used. It is better to upgrade and transform them into power that we can control. However, the Dinghai Sword was only at the 5th level after all. After absorbing the energy for a while, it felt a bit overwhelmed. The azure light on the blade kept flashing, as if it was having some indigestion. Chen Mobai immediately retrieved it, and the purple lightning soared into the left and right sleeves of his fire spirit robe, then left the Dharma realm with the old dragon's corpse. Deep within the Xuanhai Sea, the little dragon, who was about to send out thousands of dragons from the dragon palace to search for the old dragon's whereabouts, suddenly changed his expression and looked towards the surface of the sea. Chen Mobai stepped on the old dragon's corpse, like an immortal riding a dragon across the sea, emerging from the void. End of this chapter. Chapter 1148, Returning to Danzhou. Chapter 1148, Returning to Danzhou. The little dragon trembled upon seeing this. Not only it, but many of the 4th order true spirits and demonic beasts in the Xuanjiao royal court were in the same situation at this time. Beneath the raging rage lay a chilling cold and an unconcealable fear. His Majesty. Beside the little dragon was a turtle-shaped demon beast, already old and frail. It trembled as it looked at the old dragon, which had been cut in two, its face full of disbelief. It grew up in this dragon palace alongside the old dragon. Although its cultivation level was only 4th order, it witnessed the ups and downs of the 5 continents and 4 seas of the heavenly river realm due to its longevity bloodline. In its view, the old dragon was about to ascend to immortality and could not possibly die. Even if I die, it won't be on the Xuanhai Sea. But the harsh reality before it tells it that nothing is impossible in this world. The old dragon offended my eastern continent territory and has been executed today. You all better behave yourselves and better not leave the dragon palace, or don't blame me for being merciless with my sword. Chen Mobai used his heavenly blessing and earthly spirit to examine the dragon palace's grand formation and discovered that its source was the Sea Eye. To break it, one would need the power to suppress the entire Xuanhai Sea. Even a cultivator at the void refinement stage cannot do this. Chen Mobai's void escape technique hadn't reached the 6th level yet, so he couldn't enter. Even if he could, he probably wouldn't go in, since he might not be able to get out. In the ancient world of the Milky Way, the best way to punish enemies was to fill them into the Sea Eye. Whether one has reached the nascent soul stage or the void refinement stage, once they enter the Sea Eye, they can never come out again. A person as composed as Chen Mobai would never voluntarily step into the great formation connected to the power of the Sea Eye. However, with the death of the old dragon, the entire Xuanhai, except for the location of the Sea Eye, fell into the hands of the 5 Elements sect. If Chen Mobai can also set up the Heavenly Curtain Earthly Network Array in the future, he might be able to turn around and control the power of the Sea Eye. At that time, the creatures of the Dragon Palace would be nothing more than fish and shrimp to be caught at his mercy. After warning the Xuanjia royal court, Chen Mobai waited for a while and found that no dragon or demon beast came out to seek revenge on him. This disappointed Chen Mobai, who had originally thought that the little dragon, blinded by hatred, would fly out to seek its death. However, it is clear that the beings in the heavenly river realm value themselves more than anyone else. Chen Mobai shook his head, then stepped directly onto the two halves of the old dragon's corpse, riding the wind and waves, and flew towards the eastern continent. I swear I will not be a dragon until I avenge this humiliation. Once Chen Mobai's figure disappeared above the Dragon Palace sea, the little dragon, which had been suppressing its anger for a long time, finally erupted. It roared and smashed its throne. Amidst a series of loud crashes, the entire palace collapsed in no time, fueled by the little dragon's rage. Even in such anger, the little dragon still did not rush out of the Dragon Palace. It even deliberately prevented its true spiritual power from spreading out, so as to avoid causing a huge upheaval and attracting the eastern continent god of slaughter back again. It was at this moment that the little dragon and other creatures of the Xuanhai Sea finally understood why the fleeing sea monsters called this five elements master, god of slaughter. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have gone ashore to cause trouble. The little dragon has only one feeling right now: regret, deep regret. Originally, their clan roamed freely in the Xuanhai Sea, living a carefree and leisurely life as long as they didn't provoke the Central Plains' holy lands such as the Thousand Autumns Ink Forest and the Taeksu Misty Palace. But they insisted on going ashore to confront the righteous path of humanity. His Majesty is dead. Please inform our ancestors in the upper realm of this matter, Your Highness. At this moment, after seeing that the little dragon had finished venting, the turtle prime minister coughed lightly twice, reminding him of something. Yes, I'm going to file a complaint. The reason my father and I wanted to flood Dongju was because of an order from the upper realm. After realizing what had happened, the little dragon suppressed its grief and immediately rushed to the deepest part of the Dragon Palace. Chen Mobai rode the corpse of the old dragon across the Xuanhai Sea, and wherever he went, all the monsters in the Xuanhai Sea were terrified. Many monsters are already thinking about migrating. The desolate sea next door is also within the five element sects' hunting range, so it's definitely off limits. Therefore, the only option is to go to the Earth Sea on the other side. Even though the journey was long, many fourth-order demonic beasts, after witnessing the old dragon's miserable state, made up their minds to move away and never become neighbors of the five element sect. Those demonic beasts that were unable to leave the Xuanhai Sea also tried to stay as far away from the eastern continent as possible, wanting to hide far away. This feeling of being feared by all living beings made Chen Mobai feel somewhat intoxicated. But he quickly regained his senses. He is not at the point of being obsessed with power yet, and there are many beings more powerful than him. Soon after, the land of Dongju came into Chen Mobai's sight. He straightened his clothes, smeared a few drops of dragon blood onto his fire spirit robe, pretending that the battle was very intense, and then reassembled the old dragon corpses he was standing on with his left and right feet. He then rode the boundless wind and waves and flew towards the coast of Dongyi. Wandering Mountain. True Monarch Wuchen was playing chess with True Monarch Dakong. With the two of them in charge, the old dragon couldn't gain any advantage. So, over time, the old dragon stopped coming. After all, compared to head-on confrontation with Chen Mobai, these two's methods were somewhat insidious. Even with the protection of the sea-suppressing pearl, the old dragon often finds it difficult to defend against the void secret technique of the great void true lord. The aura of an old dragon. As soon as True Monarch Wuchen placed a white piece, he sensed a familiar aura suddenly surging from the sea surface, and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Let's go, let's stop it, lest it stir up waves and submerge the defensive formations that have been painstakingly built along the coast. Just as De Kong Zhenjun was about to lose, he simply released Kuroko and got up to fly out of Wandering Mountain. Wait, why is this old dragon's aura so scattered? It's all over the sky. But at this moment, True Monarch Wuchen noticed something amiss. He frowned and looked towards the sea and sky. A pitch-black dot came into their view, and the aura of the old dragon surged forth. Although it was also overwhelming before, it was as solid as an abyss, as vast as a galaxy, deep and terrifying. Unlike now, It only has the aura of a dragon, but lacks the god of the deep sea. At that very moment, true monarch Dakong saw the situation in the distance through a secret technique of the void. He gasped, his eyes widened, and his face was filled with shock. Seeing his expression, true monarch Wuchen disregarded the fact that Xuanhai was the old dragon's territory and sent out his divine sense to investigate. Then he saw Chen Mobai riding on top of the old dragon's head. Long time no see, seniors. Chen Mobai naturally sensed the divine sense of true monarch Wuchen and the void power of true monarch Dakong. He clasped his hands in greeting towards the place where the two were. In a flash of silver light, true monarch Dakong had already teleported to Chen Mobai's front with true monarch Wuchen. The two of them looked at the old dragon at the latter's feet, which had lost all its life force, and still could not believe it. Young friend, this. Even the great void true lord was stammering. With his limited knowledge, he simply couldn't understand how Chen Mobai could possibly slay the old dragon. Thanks to the two seniors holding me back, I was able to successfully upgrade the Hunyuan bell. Then I thought about how I had been suppressed and beaten by this old mudfish for 10 years, and the more I thought about it, the angrier I became. So after I came out of seclusion, I went directly to the Dragon Palace in the center of the Xuanhai Sea to find it. After a fierce battle, he was killed. Chen Mobai, with a humble expression, succinctly explained the reasons and outcome of the duel in just a few words. As for the process, that's not important. After hearing his words, Wuchen and Dakong were even more stunned. Young friend, did you slay the old dragon in the Dragon Palace at the center of the Xuanhai Sea? If this had happened on land, they could barely accept that Chen Mobai had achieved this feat by relying on the power of the Hunyuan bell to suppress the 5 elements of the world. However, if it were on the Xuanhai Sea, facing an old dragon that possessed the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl, a 6th-tier peak treasure, it would be incomprehensible for them to kill it in a direct battle, given their thousands of years of experience. Yes, it's a pity that those true spirit dragons of the Xuanjiao royal court are all cowards, without any guts. I killed the old dragon right in front of them, but not one of them dared to come out and seek revenge. I was originally thinking of killing a few more dragons to reduce some of the troubles for the righteous path of the eastern continent in the future. Chen Mobai said with a regretful expression, causing Wuchen and Dakong to look at each other in bewilderment. Young friend, could it be that you have borrowed the primordial water control flag? Wuchen seemed to have thought of something, and after carefully considering his tone, he asked. No, I don't know the Heavenly Sea Mother Palace. I only used the primordial bell to suppress the sea-suppressing pearl, and then used other supernatural flying swords to kill this old dragon that had been causing trouble for thousands of years in a direct battle. Chen Mobai knew that these holy lands and major sects basically all had ways to communicate with the upper realm, so he directly severed ties with the Jellyfish Palace. It seems we underestimated the secret treasures and supernatural powers left behind by Senior Yiyuan. Unable to understand the situation, Wuchen could only attribute the credit to the Yiyuan Daijing and the Hunyuan Bell. After all, before the One Yuan True Lord ascended to heaven, he used the primordial Tao fruit to overcome all 5 elements in the world, fought all over the 5 continents and 4 seas, and had a brilliant record. Although there has never been a direct confrontation or battle between the One Yuan True Lord and the Xuanjiao Royal Court, this is the only way to think about it. The legacy left by the patriarch did indeed play an indelible and enormous role in slaying the old dragon. Chen Mobai nodded, acknowledging this. He then took the cut half of the deep red crystal out of his storage bag and handed it directly to true monarch Wuchen. The old dragon was powerful. After I killed it, a lot of its essence blood was spilled. In the end, I only collected this much, but I think it should be enough to refine a batch of Tong Sheng True Spirit pills. End of this chapter.